Please welcome Mark DeCourcy, Senior Vice President, Corporate Citizenship Center at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. We have a few more folks trying to check in the hallway. I mean, we understand that getting here was not easy, particularly for those of you who are from out of town. Thank you for being here. Those of you from New York, we appreciate you making the effort to come over here. We're really apologetic about yesterday. Our UN partners really wanted to do the event. We really wanted to do the event, but the UN facility was closed. So what we want to do is try to make a lot of that programming that was supposed to take place yesterday occur today, and maybe we'll even do something later in the year. More to come on that. So as Brooks announced, I'm Mark DeCourcy. I'm the Senior Vice President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and I lead the Corporate Citizenship Center. The Chamber Foundation, we have one main mission, and that is to help companies make the world a better place. And we work with some of the largest companies in the world, and on women's economic empowerment is one of our focus issues, and we're so happy to be here to convene all of you once again. You know, putting on events like this is a labor of love for all of us. And we're so thankful, again, for all of you being here and for our UN partners. UN Global Compact, UN Women, UN Office of Partnerships, they are tremendous partners of ours, and we couldn't have done this without them. And our partnership allows us to make progress on these issues, and working together we have an even greater reach and a stronger impact. As you all know, business is an important part of the solution to society's greatest challenges. You know, businesses of all sizes, from the largest companies, many of which are here today, to those little mom and pop shops that you and I have never heard of, but they make a tremendous difference in the communities in which they operate. They all use their reach and influence to propel women and girls forward. At the Chamber Foundation, we work with the business community on a daily basis. We get to see firsthand the powerful impact the private sector has when it comes to gender equality. Companies like Intel, Johnson & Johnson, and Marriott, they realize that hiring women and elevating them creates a sustainable advantage. It drives innovation, and it helps their growth. They just don't give lip service to diversity, they actively foster and encourage it. And some of the most successful businesses treat women as true economic agents, rather than just beneficiaries. Abbott, UPS, PIMCO, Qualcomm, Vodafone, and many others are investing around the world to build the capacity of women and girls to succeed. As the world's largest retailer, Walmart's using their scale and purchasing power to help women-owned businesses. Now, women-owned businesses contribute more than $1.3 trillion to the U.S. economy, and women are responsible for more than 80% of consumer decisions made globally. By purchasing from and featuring products from businesses owned by women, Walmart's increasing sales, as well as customer knowledge and customer loyalty. And in that, they're empowering women in the process. When we convened some of the world's largest businesses, along with small and medium-sized women entrepreneurs in Mexico last year, we met a Mexican entrepreneur whose company has become part of Walmart's supply chain. In a short time, her company, from selling in just a few Walmart Mexico stores in 2012, today her goods are in 540 Walmart Mexico stores. It's quite an accomplishment. When we convene our next conversation in India this April, we're going to learn a lot more about how businesses are making contributions to women's empowerment in that important country. We'll explore the power of the private sector to solve some of the toughest challenges facing women and girls, and how companies like the ones I mentioned, and many others, can lead with solutions. Above all, we'll continue to build the meaningful connections and stronger partnerships needed to fully tap into the economic potential of women and girls. Before introducing the next speaker, I'd like to thank the Chamber Foundation team for everything that they're able to pull together these last few days. Shamrook, Natalie, Brooks, Jesse, Bailey, and others, if you're in the room or in the hallway, if you get to see them, please thank them for everything that they did. This was not easy, and I've been doing this for a long time. I'd also like to give a big thank you to our sponsors, many of which you saw on the screens: Abbott and Amway, Gap and Intel, Johnson & Johnson, Microsoft, PIMCO, Procter & Gamble, Qualcomm, Telstra, TwinLab, Vodafone, and Walmart for their generous support of this event and our year-long programming. It's now my honor to introduce our next speaker, Lisa Kingo. Lisa is the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact. The UN Global Compact, as you might know, is the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative with more than 13,500 signatories from over 170 countries. They have committed to aligning strategies and their operations with universal principles on human rights, labor, environment, anti-corruption, and taking actions that advance societal goals. And I know personally, from a firsthand account, when I met Lisa last May in Istanbul at the UN's World Humanitarian Summit, the amount of respect that she commands from not just UN officials, but from government leaders and leaders of the private sector. She is a great partner to have. Lisa, we're thrilled the UN Global Compact is here with us, and we welcome you to the stage.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. What a pleasure to be here. I'm very sorry that we did not have the opportunity to meet yesterday at the United Nations, but I'm very pleased to see that the majority of the participants were able to brave the blizzard and make it to New York City for this important forum today. And speaking about the snow, at this event last year, I actually asked the question if we were in a snowball or in a Sisyphus moment. And the question still stands. If we have built momentum towards a breakthrough movement for gender equality, or if we are taking 2 steps back with every step forward. I think that many international business leaders are asking the same question as we appear to be amidst a worldwide inflection point, and the answer is not entirely clear. But the business case for the Sustainable Development Goal 5 on gender equality is very strong. Empowering women and girls could contribute up to $28 trillion to the global GDP by 2025. Yet, despite global recognition that women's empowerment is good for business, the economy, and society, many women around the world do not feel equally valued and still face significant barriers. Consider for a moment what the situation around the world is right now. 90% of economies have at least one law limiting women's economic opportunities, preventing women from holding certain jobs, accessing finance, or owning property. Second, women's participation in the global labor force went down 3% from 95. And the average representation of women in business leadership is only 23% for senior management. And according to Bloomberg's LP study, only 4% of companies have a female chairperson and only 3% have a female CEO. There's clearly still work to be done, and we cannot afford to defer action. I have spent many years in the corporate sector before joining the UN, starting out as a manager and working my way up the ladder to the top team. And I really understand the difficulty in bringing change to the current status quo. As the only woman in the executive management team for 13 years, I know what it's like to be a sports team playing an away game, always playing on the other team's turf. This is a tough job when you have to do it every day. And we have to focus on ensuring that the ideas and experiences of both men and women are heard if we are going to tackle the world's biggest challenges and build a sustainable future as lined out in the UN Agenda 2030. So as the business community sets forth to contribute to the global goals and respond to humanitarian crises across the world, it's critical that it does so with a gender lens. Unconscious bias continues to dominate workplaces around the world, and it is the role and responsibility of the global business community to take this fundamental problem seriously. If business leaders can shift from unconscious gender-biased decisions to conscious championing women, imagine the possibilities it would hold for women and for business and society. This morning, with all our great partners, we launched the Women Empowerment Principles Gender Gap Analysis Tool. This new, first-of-its-kind tool is designed to help the global business community assess their gender equality performance and identify strengths and areas for improvement. Like the Women Empowerment Principles, it promotes a holistic approach, encourages companies to apply a gender lens in the workplace, marketplace, and in the communities where they operate. It's just one of many tools that we urge the business community to take action on throughout the year. But now it's here, it's really interesting, so have a go and try it out in practice. So we invite business leaders to join us in implementing sustained actions to create a snowball of change. We must move forward and not back. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shamaruk Mohiuddin. I'm the director of the Economic Empowerment Program at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. We're really delighted to partner with the United Nations on this forum. We've done it for 6 years in a row, this year with an expanded partnership with UN Women and UN Global Compact, as well as UNOP. And I believe my colleagues are here today as well. I wanted to acknowledge everyone whose heads came together to put this event together. So Anna Falt and Anna Golub from UN Women, Lauren Gula from UN Global Compact, and some other colleagues of theirs as well who've been terribly helpful in really bringing everything together today, as well as Natalie Masri, my colleague at the Chamber of Commerce Foundation, who's been really key to this whole event. So just to give you a bit of background about myself, I'll be presenting as the MC today as we bring on the different speakers. I was born and raised in Bangladesh, which is, as you know, one of the poorest countries in the world, but now living in the United States, one of the more advanced countries, working with global businesses on these issues. So I've seen in both places how these issues affect women and girls daily. In Bangladesh, working closely with Grameen Bank and BRAC, I've seen how microfinance really helps women be elevated out of poverty, but also the power of business in terms of the garment sector, providing jobs to 3 million women actually in Bangladesh, to find a way from their subsistence farming jobs into the city to work in manufacturing jobs. And today we're going to hear from a number of different companies on what they're doing both on entrepreneurship as well as workforce participation for women. At the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, what we do is really catalyze the power of business to support each other in partnering as well as partnering with NGOs and governments. So today we're actually really excited to have one of those partners be the keynote speaker, Plan International, who has a number of private sector partnerships. Plan has done a number of different initiatives in Bangladesh as well that I've seen firsthand, including working to end child marriage, sending girls to school, ensuring health and hygiene, disaster management. And we're really delighted to have Anne-Bridget Albrechtsen, who's a respected leader in this area, to be our keynote speaker. So a little bit about Anne Brigitte. As I said, she's spent a number of years in development, about 25 years, working on development, human rights, change management, as well as diplomacy. She's held senior leadership positions in times of change at the Danish government, at UNDP, as well as at UNFPA. And then also she served as the former UN Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director for Management at UNFPA. So Anne, we're really delighted to have you. Please come up here. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for allowing me to address you now, thanks to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, UN Women, UN Partnership Office, and UN Compact. And Lisa, let me congratulate you on the gap analysis tool. These are tools that we all need in our engagement with each other so that we can hold ourselves to account for the promises that have been made to the world's girls and women that are deeply embedded in the UN Sustainable Development Goal agenda. And why are we still talking about this? You know, when you get up in the morning in 2017 and say, I'm really excited to go and give a keynote speech about women's economic empowerment, you actually have to feel a little bit ashamed. Because why are we still talking about this key issue? When what Lisa says is so true, all the evidence is there that empowering girls and women will not only be good for the girls and women themselves, but will fuel economic growth, development, human rights, and everything that we aspire to make the globe a better place. And yet we still meet year after year and tell each other about what's going on and why the picture isn't so great. I think it's really important for all of us to hold on to one key issue. And while I appreciate that I'm in a US context and therefore saying things like an inconvenient truth may have political connotations, there's another inconvenient truth, which is that really what we're talking about isn't women's economic empowerment, but the sheer fact that girls all over the world are less valued than boys. Research was just published some 6-8 weeks ago in the Science Journal. Research done by a partnership between NYU, Princeton, and the University of Illinois that tells us all that at year 5, a boy and a girl absolutely love their gender. They go around and it's just so cool to be a boy and it's so cool to be a girl and I can achieve anything I want in the world. This is in the US. At year 6, when you ask them the same question, girls will tell researchers that they are less talented than boys, that they are likely to achieve less, that they are less brilliant, and that they have not less opportunities, because they don't know that yet, but that they are likely not to do what boys do in life, change the world, go to the moon, big dreams, at year 6. And another piece of research that was launched also, or was published it was actually published this month properly, but it was announced and spoken of at Davos in January, is in a wonderful partnership between Tupperware and Georgetown University that tells us all that with all the measures that you have all done in your companies and that we have all done and governments have done and workplaces generally to put, whether it's affirmative action or whether it's policies, whether it's training women, whether it's really having high potential programs, spurring them into leadership positions, et cetera, et cetera. The reason why we're not moving the needle is that women enter the workplace less confident than men. So there is no wonder we're not moving the needle fast enough, because that confidence-building piece that needs to come with positive parenting, that needs to come from teachers, from religious leaders, from everybody in our society, that makes absolutely sure that every girl child feels, not just when she's 6, but when she's 16 and 26 and 36, as confident as her male counterpart, her brother, her whatever, is missing. So that's why we need to not just start by talking about women in the workplace. We have to start by talking about what we can do for the girl child. Because that's only when we will start seeing the numbers on women in political leadership and in business leadership go up. Now, there are obviously also other things that we need to focus on. We need to focus on the level of unpaid work that keeps our global economy ticking, the fact that we know that women and girls carry a disproportionate burden of unpaid work and are the caregivers in the families. We need to look at the fact that 190 million fewer women in the world have a bank account in a financial institution. When you simply can't have a bank account, when you're not allowed or when you need to open it with your father or your husband, that will not fuel progress. So Plan International said about a year ago, we're 80 years old. We've focused on children's rights since the Spanish Civil War. What can our contribution be to move the needle on the SDGs? We decided that the only needle that really, really, really needs to move, not the only maybe, but the one that can really help trigger change in the world, is if we focus all our efforts and resources on the girl child. So over the next 5 years, our ambition is to ensure that 100 million girls learn, lead, decide, and thrive, that they go to school, they have the skills and confidence to enter the workforce, that they can take decisions about their own lives and bodies, that they develop true leadership skills already from early childhood, and that they're protected from violence in the home and in streets. But we can't do this alone. Partnerships with the corporate sector are absolutely essential. It was pointed out that we have some 500 corporate partnerships already, both global and local. Let me just really quickly give you a few examples. With Credit Suisse, for example, we're working in Brazil, China, India, and Rwanda to give girls access to financial services. 100,000 girls there alone through one partnership. In about an hour or so, we'll be launching with KPMG, the Gates Foundation, a bunch of women's organizations from around the world, a new global partnership to actually measure and hold governments to account for every single promise they've made to girls and women under the SDGs. And that's not just SDG 5, because in every Sustainable Development Goal, there are sub-parts and targets related to gender. We're doing that with the muscle and analytical strength of KPMG, and that's why they're valuable in that partnership. And all over the world, we're building skills and jobs and entrepreneurship opportunities for girls together with Accenture. So just some of the activities that we could be doing together to move that, or to get that progress that we're so desperately looking for. Because if we all, even when we're doing great stuff, and I'll end here, if all of us in this room, and I'm sure you're in this room because you're also proud and celebrating the true efforts that you have made to ensure that there are more women in leadership in your companies and that women really flourish. But even if all the great work we're doing we kept doing that, we would still not be looking at even gender parity in pay until 2186. So everybody in this room needs to do something significantly different tomorrow than it's doing today. And I'd love for Plan International and everybody to be joining together to move that needle. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. You're so right that we have to do more, and we need to start now. One of the things that kind of struck me was, can all the men in the room raise your hand? That's not enough. But thank you for who are here. That's important. Let's all make an agreement that next year we're going to bring a friend, or many friends. As a son, a husband, and a father of a 10-year-old daughter, this is important stuff, and I'm highly motivated, and I would imagine other men would be too. So that's our commitment. Now I want to move to our next section, and I have the pleasure to introduce Marie-Paule Rudil, who is the director of the UNESCO Liaison Office here in New York City. Over the past 3 years, I've had the honor of serving as one of the U.S. National Commissioners for UNESCO, so I truly believe in the mission of this organization. Maria has previously served as head of the UNESCO Liaison Office also in Brussels, and the UNESCO representative to the EU. She'll be sharing a few words ahead of our conversation on girls' education and introduce the panel's moderator. Marie?
I think we're having to deal with a few more weather-related challenges, so Murray is running a little bit late. So we had to kind of come up with some new solutions for yesterday's snow, and we might have a few more of these today, so bear with us, but we've tried our best to fill out the agenda with some excellent speakers, including those who are already committed. I wanted to introduce the next panel. Meg Jones, who is the Chief of Economic Empowerment at UN Women, will be moderating the next panel. She's responsible for a global team focused on job creation and income generation for women through macroeconomic policy and strengthening economic institutions, as well as developing public-private partnerships. And Meg will be discussing with the others on girls' education, which we feel is the best return on investment. Please welcome Meg.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very great pleasure to be here on behalf of UN Women. We missed you yesterday. We missed you. I hope you had the time, you spent the time well planning how to implement some of the commitments that have been made in the Sustainable Development Goals. Also, many of you are involved heavily in the Women's Empowerment Principles. We have 1,400 companies that have now signed on to the Women's Empowerment Principles. Many of you are here. We hope that you are able to use this time to your advantage to network with the private sector companies, with the civil society organizations that are with us today, and the representatives of government as well. On this panel, we have some terrific speakers from the private sector who are going to be discussing this very important topic of girls' education, the best return on investment. So I'd like to call to the podium, please, Laura Lane. Laura Lane is the President of Global Public Affairs for UPS. Please welcome Laura. Where's Laura? Yeah, come on. Thanks. Second chair. Thank you. And then we have Jason Walters, who is the Director of Sustainability with Pearson. Please. And Mariana Koster-Checker. Mariana Koster-Checker is the CEO and co-founder of Laboratoria in Latin America. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, I hope my mic is on. Is this working? Yep, okay. So now this, as you heard the names of the companies that we have on the panel today. We have UPS, Pearson, Laboratoria. These are not always the first companies we think of when we think of investing in girls. So my first question to the panelists is, tell us about your company, a little bit about your company and your interest in investing in girls. Jason?
Sure. Thank you, first of all, for this opportunity. So Pearson is the world's learning company. The world's largest education company with a focus on improving lives through education. We do that in two main buckets, essentially. It's courseware and assessments powered by technology to improve educational opportunities. And I think when it comes to education, one of the most important objectives is the learner, and the learners we're focused on are a key aspect is women and girls. We know the impact that education on women and girls has in terms of the development goals. And so our focus is really on providing all the opportunities that we can for the segment of women and girls across the stage of learners that Pearson serves.
So Pearson is an education company. You can see that naturally coming through there, investing women and girls. Laura, UPS.
Yeah, so UPS, right? Big Brown, you know, we deliver. And they delivered me on time today, all from Washington, D.C. So I'm thrilled to see so many folks in the audience because it really did take a lot to get here, and I'm really glad to be here. But to begin with, UPS is a worldwide logistics company. We deliver in 220 countries and territories around the world and carry 6% of U.S. GDP, 2% of global GDP. So we got a lot of stuff in our package cars, in our airplanes, in our cargo holds, and in our freight containers. But like you said, you wouldn't think of UPS as being a company that promotes women and girls, and nothing could be further from the truth. Because the reality is, our founder, Jim Casey, realized that it was really important to engage in the communities in which we live, work, and serve. And back in the 1950s, he created our foundation and said, you know what we need to do? We need to create stronger, more resilient, and safer communities. Well, how do you think you do that? You do that by providing advancement and opportunities for women and girls. And so UPS took that to heart. And we've engaged in a number of initiatives that really are focused on empowering women and girls. And is it okay to go through some of those?
Yeah, just one or two, and then we'll come back to those.
Okay, fantastic. Well, then I'll wait, because I think we have an amazing story to tell. And I am proof that the company is committed to it, because I am one of the newest women in the executive ranks of the company. Decisions made by an almost all-male management committee that said, you know what, UPS is going to get stronger if we have more diversity and inclusion. So I am one of the first women brought in at a senior level. I'm only 5 years with the company, surrounded by a bunch of amazing men who are 30, 35, 40 years with the company, who have welcomed me into the family. And I'll just share the one example. In order to start at UPS, you have to drive a package car and deliver. I did that undercover for 2 months. And I can kind of relate to what Ann was saying about confidence. I am 115 pounds, 5'4", and driving one of those big package cars and delivering during Christmas season is a little intimidating. You know what? UPS wasn't worried. They gave me the training, I delivered, and it's probably the only time my mom and dad ever knew what I was doing. They're like, yay, you're a package car delivery person. We finally get what you're doing. But the point being is, UPS invested in the training, taught me how to be a package car driver, gave me the credibility to now lead a global team of amazing people. So,
and that's an excellent example of investing in girls. Yeah, for UPS. Yeah. Because that's really what this pipeline is about. Our opening speakers underlined the importance of this pipeline. We need to get women and girls educated. We need to enable them to find work. Lisa mentioned in her remarks that the labour force participation rates of women have actually gone down 3%. And so this is not good news. And we recognise that at UN Women, which is actually one of the reasons why the Commission on the Status of Women is looking at women in the changing world of work. Because we have the statistics which are not positive, the 3% decrease in labour force participation rates. We have only 4% of women as chairpersons and 3% as CEOs, as Liz mentioned. So what are the jobs for the future? Because we need to be thinking about investment in girls also with those jobs in mind. So in that sense too, we're delighted to have Mariana on the panel. Mariana Laboratoria is actually a company that gives young women from low-income backgrounds in Latin America a career in technology. Mariana.
So that's all our focus. A few years ago, I started first a software development company and realized that there was so much opportunity in tech, so much demand. The sector is growing and it needs people to come and create that technology. But unfortunately today, there's very few women in the sector. And on the other hand, we have a large number of young women looking for better opportunities who haven't had access to quality education, and therefore, even though they might be immensely talented, they end up being limited to low-skilled, low-paid, or just domestic employment. So we said, why don't we create a company that takes advantage of this huge market demand to make it a source of opportunity for more young women from low-income backgrounds. So today we have a program where we try to really go out and find talent where nobody else is looking. So we try to select young women who haven't been able to access quality education but have immense potential, and we prepare them to become software developers. We have a bootcamp-style 6-month program where they learn a series of programming languages and tools that have a lot of demand, and we also prepare them to actually become leaders. So not only being able to get a job, but to build the life skills that they need to sustain those jobs and to grow careers. And then we connect them with employment opportunities, not only in the tech sector, actually everywhere, because more and more every business is a digital business. So we have students working in government, in large corporations, in tech startups, and I think it's amazing what happens after they land that first job. They not only triple their income, they on average double the family income, and they discover a new whole set of opportunities. They become empowered, and they start a career that's going to be transformational, not only for them and for their communities, but in the end also for their countries, because they're providing that talent that our economies in Latin America need to grow tech sectors, but to grow them in a way that they can become an example of diversity and inclusion.
So it is about growing the skills base of women and then connecting them to the jobs,
Yes.
so that they earn the income. And as we know, the statistics show that 90% of income in the hands of women is invested in the health and education of the family and can be a contribution to breaking intergenerational poverty. But the link here that I'm hearing is that it's not just enough to invest in education. There has to be some kind of, you've all talked about partnerships of one form or another, because you've talked about the skills training that you do, and then actually the connection to the job market, which is obviously absolutely critical if we're going to achieve women's economic empowerment. So can you say a few words about that? We'll go back in reverse order. Can you share with us your experience of partnerships, in particular engagement with the private sector, civil society organizations as well, government, to make this work?
Yeah, partnerships are I think they're absolutely important. Our vision is to become the leading source of female tech talent from Latin America to the world, and we cannot do that alone. So I think we partner with companies in two ways. On the one hand, there are clients. So we always tell our hiring companies, we are the first step, so we identify them and get them ready to start the job, but it's really in your company that they're going to build that career, and they're going to start transforming that sector and bringing in that diversity. So we really work hand in hand with companies that need tech talent. But then on the other hand, for our financing, it's also been great to see the immense support of big tech companies joining Laboratoria to say, you know what, this is also a great opportunity for us to invest in a company that's really making the effort to bring more women in the sector and to grow that pipeline. So we have partnerships with companies like Google and Microsoft that are completely vested in helping us grow and scale to reach more and more, hopefully thousands of women in the next couple of years.
Okay, so your aim is to be, I heard you say, the leading tech company in Latin America, and you've got great partnerships with Google and others. What do you need from the people in the room? What do you need? Because to get there to be the leading tech company in Latin America, you've got people here from all around the world. You're in tech. We all use tech, right? So what do you need from the people in the room?
Yeah, so we need, anyone that's looking to actually source talent in tech, I would love to.
What is that? Is that outsourcing? Is it programmers?
So it's programmers.
Okay.
It's programmers. And we're placing programmers in the local markets now, but we're also starting to place programmers in global companies that can work remotely. So anyone that's looking to hire tech talent, and we're also looking obviously for funding to continue scaling. So we are in Peru, in Chile, and Mexico right now. And we have 4 training centers, and we want to have 12 in the next 5 years.
Right, okay. Thank you very much, Mariana. I hope that's well taken into account there. All of the speakers' bios, by the way, and their contact details are on the website, so you can catch up with all of our speakers there. Do follow up with Mariana. UPS, Laura, partnerships.
We have been engaged in partnership with a variety of NGOs and have contributed since we started with this focus on women and girls, dating back to 1984. 2024, we've given $33.3 million in support of a variety of initiatives. And just last year, it totaled $1.8 million. So what are we investing in? We're investing in 3 organizations that we think are powerful and making an impact. The Girl Scouts, Girl Inc., and Girl Up. Girl Scouts is near and dear to my heart. It's a little personal for me because I sit on the board of the Girl Scouts. I am a Girl Scout. I have 2 Girl Scout daughters, both of whom have earned their gold awards. And yes, we have my husband, their dads, who is man enough to be a Girl Scout because he has helped raise really strong girls in my 2 daughters. And so we're big believers in what Girl Scouting can do to raise the next generation of leaders. And what's phenomenal is UPS recognizes that because the programs that the Girl Scouts put out are about raising girls of courage, character, and confidence, going to that confidence question that Anna talked about. And they have a new campaign now that we're particularly proud of called GIRL, what it means to be a go-getter, an innovator, a risk taker, and a leader. And raising girls to see their roles in the world. And here's what's cool about it. Girl Scouts now can say that they are having an impact and making a difference, and UPS is making sure we continue to fund that program. Did you know that in the House of Representatives, 52% of the women that serve in the House of Representatives have been Girl Scouts? 72% are US senators. 4 out of the 5 governors that are women were Girl Scouts. Yeah, I know we need that number to be about 50, maybe, in terms of governors here across the states. And every Secretary of State that was a woman was either a Girl Guide or a Girl Scout. That's the power of this program, and UPS recognizes that as we're developing girls, we're raising the next generation of leaders that can run our operations, be our logistics managers, or be CEO. Girl Inc. is another really important organization that we've invested significant amount of money in, and there the commitment is to support preparing girls to get college educations. Because in this world right now, even at UPS, in order to be a frontline supervisor or a manager, you have to have a college degree. And too many girls are not going to that next level after graduating from high school and having those opportunities to go to college. We want to invest in those girls through Girl Inc., getting that support to get that college education. And the last is Girl Up, which is a really powerful organization that I've gotten to know in the past 2 years that has been doing amazing work targeting girls in vulnerable settings. And UPS has funded the programs aimed at providing education and support through access to health care, as well as security for girls in refugee settings. We invested monies in supporting girl refugees in Sudan, Somalia, and Ethiopia. And by the way, we put the power of our logistics behind that too in terms of a lot of our refugee efforts. So those are 3 concrete ways where you wouldn't think of UPS making those kinds of investments in these kinds of organizations, but the company recognizes that if we want a more diverse and inclusive workforce, we got to be building those girls' leadership skills and the belief that, yes, there's a role for them in logistics and trucking. We need great women running our operations, and it starts from that very beginning.
Absolutely. Thank you, Laura. Jason, for Pearson.
Yeah, so I think partnerships are absolutely key to the way that we approach opportunities to improve opportunities for girls and women. We have a number of them, and we have focused on identifying and partnering with large international NGOs that have specific capabilities that they can bring to the partnerships that we don't have. We understand that we're only one piece of the puzzle, and we have to work across the sector to solve the complex issues in the education sector and all of the issues that are involved in really creating an empowering environment for girls and women to advance and progress through education. So I think one of the best examples of this really, I can tell is through a story, which is our work with CAMFED, which is an international organization that focuses on fighting poverty through girls' education in sub-Saharan Africa, and has really had a huge impact on the lives of millions of girls already. So this is, one of the pictures you can see is Floriana, the one who just showed up. She'll cycle back around again, I think. And Floriana It has been the head of her household since she was about 4 years old, actually, or in the 4th grade, she was kind of the leader of her household. And through the help of CAMFED, she was able to complete secondary school, which is a feat in itself. And through a partnership with CAMFED and DFID, the UK Development Agency in Pearson, she's become a learner guide. And learner guides are women who go back to their schools, she's in Zimbabwe actually, and teach a life skills curriculum that Pearson has developed through its core assets, along with CAMFED, that teaches them resilience and skills to negotiate and progress through their lives, essentially, to women in their classroom. And through that, the women have opportunities to advance and progress. You can see in one of the pictures they're doing the My Better World curriculum. And Floriana herself is one of the learner guides, has an opportunity to expand and grow her career. So she's gone from she's now able to teach in her local communities, an opportunity that she hadn't had, and she's working on developing a qualification, which Pearson has helped to develop, that is a signal to her capabilities to be a teacher and a leader and helps her get new employment opportunities, essentially. And she's done that, and she's on the way to realizing what she thought was never possible, which is actually becoming a formal teacher and helping to empower the lives of other girls in her community even more so than she's had a chance to this point, essentially.
That's going to be an incredible contribution to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. So let's get this back into the context of the Sustainable Development Goals. Clearly, we have some big challenges. We have an estimated 781 million people aged 18 and over who are illiterate. 2/3 of them are women, and a proportion that has remained unchanged for 2 decades. And 103 million of those are lacking those basic literary skills are youth. So we have some huge challenges there. The payoff is evident because 1 additional year of school can increase women's earnings by 10 to 20%. So when we look at this, we've got some really deeply ingrained challenges. And we need to recognize, of course, that the Sustainable Development Goals, it's a universal agenda. It's for developing and developed countries, least developed countries. And it is this time not only for the governments, but it is for the private sector as well. And I think one of the intangibles in here that isn't clearly written into the Sustainable Development Goals is that information that Anne Birgitte shared with us this morning about confidence. So what we've heard from our speakers so far is about some of the concrete projects, for example, that Pearson has. Laura shared with her own direct personal experience of having to tackle, sit at the truck, drive the truck to build the confidence to be able to understand the business. And we have an entrepreneur from Latin America who's bringing girls in, training them up and connecting them to jobs. But what does it mean for your companies, the Sustainable Development Goals? In what way is your company working to make those real?
Me?
Yeah, Jason.
I think for Pearson, it's, so we have targeted we went through the process of analyzing the Sustainable Development Goals and figuring out where we can have the greatest impact. There's lots of opportunities to contribute across them. We identified 3 key areas. One of them is education, so I think it's, that direct link is pretty clear. We've also focused on the connection between education and employability. Clearly, you are working to get an education to be able to find a job that lets you to realize your opportunities and grow through the job you're able to get. So in one of the disconnects you'll see right now, we have employers saying that there's a skills match and 40% of employers can't get the skills that they're looking for. So essentially, Pearson is really focused on trying to, along with our other partners, develop the curriculum that helps learners at all stages, girls and women, at all stages of their development, and people who are in transition and marginalized populations, essentially develop the skills they need to move forward, with a focus on learning outcomes, which really shows studying and evaluating, are the courses that people are taking, are the services that we're providing really having the impact in terms of delivering the skills they need and the outcomes that they have. And then the last part of that is this all kind of ladders up to the idea of reducing inequalities, which is the other focus of our SDG connection. So we're ultimately looking to help level the playing field by providing access to everyone as much as we can, essentially to a set of skills that enables everyone to have a chance and move forward and reduce the inequalities that are kind of inherent in the system and holding people back right now. Really.
So you can hear that companies like Pearson are taking this seriously. It is recognized that the Sustainable Development Goals are an agenda for the private sector as well. And at UPS?
So at UPS, one of our cornerstones is really encouraging our employees to be volunteers in their community. So from that perspective, every single sustainable development goal is a priority for UPS because we really do encourage and empower our people to go out and make a difference and embrace those activities that they think are going to make the world a better place. But in terms of where UPS, beyond just the time that our people devote, where UPS invests its money, it's in 3 areas. It's in the diversity and inclusion side because we do believe that our company will be stronger and better when we have stronger communities that are balanced and equal and just. But we also have been investing a lot in terms of being good stewards of the environment. So real focus on sustainability and driving innovations in the area of green delivery, trying to be as carbon neutral as possible so that whenever we are in a community, we're delivering in green ways and protecting the environment in that regard. The last one that we're very, very focused on is access to health care. When you think about the challenges around the world and you think about some of the lack of access to health care, the reality is that a lot of the medicines and a lot of the information is right here. It's just a challenge of getting it from here to the person that needs it. And you know what that is? That's an issue of logistics. So we're putting the power of our logistics know-how behind making sure that access to medicines and healthcare devices can be achieved to anyone in the world, no matter where they are. We've done a lot of partnerships with UN organizations as well as NGOs about finding ways to get those medicines that can make a difference and alleviate suffering to anywhere in the world, from refugee camps to far-flung locations where sometimes roads don't exist. And I want to give you one really powerful example, and it's very personal to me again. If you read my bio, you will see that I was a Foreign Service officer at the American Embassy in Kigali, Rwanda during the genocide in 1994. It was probably one of the most life-changing, horrific experiences I've ever had in my entire life. I was a first-hand witness to genocide and saw 1 million people die in 3 months' time. Fast forward to just last year, May, I had not returned to Rwanda in over 21 years, and I had the opportunity to represent UPS to go to Rwanda to work in partnership with the Rwandan government for the launch of a new innovative service in Rwanda. We brought drone delivery of blood supplies to Rwanda. If anybody knows Rwanda, it's the land of 1,000 hills. It is almost impassable during the rainy season. And you know what most women die of in Rwanda and actually across sub-Saharan Africa? They die during childbirth because of postpartum hemorrhaging. So UPS thought, you know what? We've got the drone innovation. We've got the great partnership with Gavi. Why don't we bring it all together and work with the Rwandan government? A Rwandan government, by the way, a parliament that has the highest number of women now serving, who understand the needs of women in the country. We developed the partnership. We're now delivering blood supplies to 21 clinics across the country of Rwanda to deliver life-saving means. So you know what? When that mother gives birth to her child, she can live the next day and be the one that raises that child to be the next leader in that country. And I'm super proud of that. That is the power of UPS, with people coming together saying, we've got this problem, here's the logistics solution.
Exactly, and what we're hearing is delivery on a multiple of sustainable development goals here as well. Also the education goal, of course, but also the health goal as well. So Mariana.
Yes, so on our side, I think there's the impact that we're having today that has an influence on several of the goals. So it's the impact on the young women that we train and the economic opportunity that implies for them in terms of increasing their income and getting started in a high-skilled career with endless opportunity. But we're also trying to really have an influence in the education sector and how we prepare youth for work. And I think this is really an area of a lot of opportunity, because unfortunately, many of the options right there, particularly for low-income youth who can only afford education that's affordable for them and it's relatively cheap, most of the time these alternatives don't lead to quality employment opportunities. It's like a false promise of getting an education and in the end you have a degree and it's worthless. So we're really trying to fight that, and we have a system where we only charge our students once they start working. So it's really accountable. If we don't deliver a promise of getting them a job, they won't have to pay for the program. And related to this, I think is our more medium and long-term impact that has to do with the jobs of the future, and how do we make sure today that women will have a role to play there. So if we see our economies today, many of the jobs that are being distracted are in more basic and low-skilled jobs like manufacturing, where women represent a majority of the workforce. And the jobs that are going to be created in the next 5 to 10 years are high-skilled jobs with a tech base behind. At the rate that women, at the representation that women in tech have today, we're going to be losing out so much more than we are today, because we're going to have less and less opportunity to occupy those new jobs that are being created. So I think there is an eminent need to start changing this today, and we're trying to prepare women to get the tech skills that they need to be able to occupy those jobs in STEM, not only now, but really in the long run, and make sure that we have a place there to play, but also that we are part of building a tech sector that has women in the leadership, and that can say, okay, what type of policies do we need to continue growing this, and to make sure that this sector is inclusive, is diverse, and that we have the gender perspective in all the products and services that the industries are going to design with tech behind. So that's another aspect that I think it's really important, and it's really nice to see how it's a lot about just having the opportunity to get to know what tech means and what creating technology means. And it's so nice to see how our students who have never written a line of code in their lives, and they're basically users of Facebook, and that's their interaction with tech by the time they join our program. Most of them really end up falling in love with becoming creators of technology. And I realize it's just a matter of discovering it, having the chance to try it, and obviously the way that you teach it so that it's engaging. But they end up loving it. They become so passionate about it, and they end up becoming an example for thousands of other women now look at them and say, if actually they're making it, she was just like me, and now she's working for the coolest startup in town, I can also do it.
That's absolutely brilliant, Mariana. It's so inspiring, because Mark underlined before that 4 out of 10 companies, 40% of companies can't find the skills they need in the job market, that the jobs are there, but there's a skills mismatch there. So when we look at actually understanding the needs of the community and how you actually respond to those, what's your advice for communities, in particular those in the audience here who might want to reach out to you and work with you going forward? What are the pathways to working with you? Should we start with you, Mariana?
Yeah, I can start with that. So as I said before, I think when you want to hire talent in tech, and I think this is something that's going to happen more and more and more in every single business or government, think a lot about what do I do to go one step beyond and really try and make sure that I have a pipeline that includes women, and that I can build a tech team that is diverse, and that I can build the structure around it so that those women can actually become leaders in this sector. I think that's one crucial way, and that's what we do. That's our core. So we're happy to collaborate with anyone that's looking to grow in that sense. And I think the other area is job-oriented education. As I said, we're really trying to build a model that It's job-oriented, it's accountable, it's agile. Something else I've realized it's that low-income youth, they can't afford often to go through 5 years of college. Just life comes on the way, and there's problems, and most of our students try to start university, and most of them are just not able to finish. So how can we build education programs that are more concise and that get youth ready for work in a shorter period of time, putting as much as importance in the technical as in the personal, because as we've talked before, this confidence part is just so important. So an education system that can also be holistic in building that confidence for women to say, you know what, I have the skills, and I'm confident that I can do this.
That's brilliant. And your model is not a barrier to entry. You don't actually need to pay up front. That is, once you get the job, that you actually start to pay for your education. So which companies are hiring your graduates? Let's do a shout out to those companies that are actually hiring your people.
So we have a bunch. We have a lot of tech startups in the markets where we work. We have big tech companies like IBM too, where they have, for example, in Lima, they have a big software center. We have digital agencies. We have government, like we're now graduates working in government too. So it's really diverse, and we are always designing everything that we teach hand in hand with those hiring companies, just to always make sure that we teach precisely what they need and that we are at the forefront of teaching the digital skills that our economies need today.
So it's tailor-skilled for the market. It sounds like if you have a need to hire tech women, you can have this discussion with Mariana, and we will put your name in lights next year when we come back. We'll ask that same question again, and we hope that Mariana responds saying your company or your government is on the list of hirers for her graduates. So Laura, UPS.
So from the UPS perspective, I think it's really important when you approach a company like UPS that you don't look at the company as a wallet. You look at the company as a partner. And when we partner with organizations, we're partnering to try to come up with common solutions. UPS, United Problem Solvers, right? We're filled with a company of people that want to solve that logistics problem or find that solution. And so when you come to a company like ours, with a problem and an idea about how a partnership can create that next solution, I think there's a lot more interest in our company in engaging than someone that just comes up and says, I've got this great idea, can you just write me a check? I think a lot of companies that are making investments in these kind of partnerships with civil society and NGOs want to be able to show shareholders that there is a return on that investment and that there's linkages back to the fundamental business that we're doing. So for us, it's easy when we make those kinds of commitments to the amazing girl organizations like Girl Scouts, Girl Inc., and Girl Up, because we are making that investment in that next generation of hopefully future UPSers. But you really do have to approach companies from that perspective, linking up what our mission is in terms of being, in the case of UPS, the world's best logistics delivery company in the world, with the mission of the organization wanting to partner with us and create that bridge in terms of how together we can succeed. And that's where most of the success comes from.
Absolutely. Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, it comes back to being part of that Pearson is only one small part in the overall education puzzle and system. So I think we look for support. The best thing that can happen is to get the support that girls and women and learners at all stages need all across the educational spectrum. So part of it a big part is even parents. How are you beginning teaching the value of education to your children, and how are you supporting them through their education process? For one thing, we hear that, or have seen that not as many parents as you might think even read to their children when they're little, or teach them how to read. So it's getting them that head start that they need. We heard how important it is to invest in their success from 0 to 5 in those early years so that they get started off on the right foot, and then to maintain that support as they continue through K through 12 and begin to approach college and move forward. And I think especially for certain groups of women and girls, people in transition, moving in and out of the workforce, workforce, people who are other marginalized populations. I think any support services the community provides to help bridge those gaps so that they can stay in school, they can focus on their studies, they can begin to move forward. I think all of those things are critical pieces of the puzzle in all of the parts that have to add together to create successful educational outcomes and empower girls and women in the way that we hope to do so.
Exactly. And through the Women's Empowerment Principles, we're going to see a growing number of companies actually interested in community engagement. As you know, the Women's Empowerment Principles, there are 7 principles. Lisa mentioned this morning the launch of the global gap, the gap analysis tool for the WEPs. So we'll have a baseline that we'll be measuring from community engagement across to diversity. You mentioned diversity inclusion, Laura, in your remarks, which is looking at women, the hiring and the promotion of women in the workplace. It's also looking at procurement, providing opportunity to entrepreneurs like Mariana, the number and the spend of sourcing that goes to companies owned by women, and UN Women will be launching a publication for companies on a guide on exactly how to increase sourcing goods and services from companies owned by women in the session on trade this afternoon. So as you can see, we've got 1,400 companies in the Women's Empowerment Principles that are going to be looking to you for increased engagement. We have 3 companies on the panel here who have given you examples of their work now, opportunities for input. We're going to go to question and answer because I can see hands already being raised here. We'll take 3 questions. We'll go for the first round of responses, then another round of questions if we have time, and then I'm going to ask each of the panelists to leave you with a key message to close today. David.
David Wilcox, ReachScale. I'm really glad Mariana's here. I met her company at MIT. I think you were one of the finalists there last year. And totally agree with Laura's comments about how companies should be approached. But if we leave it to that, innovative young leaders and companies being approached, we'll never have the panel that is missing at this conference. And the panel that's missing at this conference is 3 women sitting in those seats who lead global social enterprises that have scaled across at least a continent, and right now we have 0 continentally scaled social enterprises. So imagine a panel where each woman leads a continentally or globally scaled social enterprise, where one of us men are the token board member on an all-female board, a maybe token manager on an all-female leadership team. And if you look for the best scale opportunities in the world, which is what we do, you will find that most of them are led by women, scale through women, and impact women. And yet we don't have that panel at this conference. And that requires corporations to actually say, we're not going to wait for people to approach us. We're going to go look for those opportunities, and we're going to help them scale.
Okay, so your question, David, is? Did you have a
That's my
question?
question.
You're right,
I'd love
Laura?
to
Great.
respond.
Okay.
So the first comment I have to make is I never want to be a token woman, and I don't believe there's any token men, because I actually love men, and men are great partners, and that's how we succeed together. So no one should ever be a token anything, because it's through great partnership that we can do great things. So I just, you touched a nerve on me, because how many times have I been told in a lot of the different roles that I've played in my career, oh, she's the token woman, and I'm like, yeah, watch me. But second, I couldn't agree more, and I wanted to share with you an example of ways in which UPS is actually focused on how to help women and women-run organizations go to global scale. So we've started partnering with Citi, HP, and I'm going to forget, and Procter & Gamble in doing these workshops. The beginning workshops have started in Southeast Asia that are focused on training women entrepreneurs on what it takes to become part of global supply chains, what it takes to go global. And we're investing with our marketing people, our ops people, our customs and border people to really go through the nuts and bolts. Because like you said, it's about teaching those nuts and bolts how to code so that you can create that next software. It's teaching those basics of logistics and trade, because because without that basic understanding, you can't go global. And so the company recognizes if we can help grow more of these small and medium-sized companies into the next global players, if UPS got their start, the only company they'll use to ship around the world will be UPS in the end, although we'll share with other competitors. But the point being, you got to start when they're small and they're just learning, and that's how you do it. And we're committed to continuing to take those workshops, not just from Southeast Asia. We're beginning a series of them across Latin America, target markets, Mexico, Costa Rica, Panama, and Colombia, looking at maybe Chile as well. We should probably put Peru on the list.
And
more to
taking
come.
those SMEs to growth is critically important for job creation. SMEs are currently responsible for 80% of jobs in the world today. So to your point on growing those SMEs, this is how we can tackle one of the unemployment issues that we have around the world today. Questions? Oh, thank you. Sorry, the lights are bright. Please, thank you. And yep. David, do you have a mic?
I think we can hear you, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe we'll take this question first and then that one there. Thank you.
My name is Shaila Ram-Mistry.
Shaila.
My companies are Jayco Interface Technology, User Interface Device Company, and STEM Institute. Been in business 30 years. I have employees who've been with me that long. And I've been at the UN with the CSW since Beijing for 21 years. My question and remark is this. It's all about access to education, access to opportunities. Now, the large companies are able to provide opportunities, but the access to those opportunities, the journey to those opportunities are fairly challenging. So my question to UPS, since you are here in the chair, is what can a company like yours or other large companies do to make access for small and medium-sized companies to get to those opportunities? I'm sure UPS buys a lot, so many of us here can come to you for those opportunities. So if you can answer that question, I appreciate it.
You're referring to our supply chains and where we partner for technology
Absolutely.
and our equipment. And
Yes, I'd like to get into all of the UPS trucks. I make the devices that the UPS truck driver puts in your face and you sign. That's what I do.
Okay.
So how do I get into all of your trucks?
You give me your business card. I put you in touch with our diversity and inclusion supply team, and I'm being really serious here.
I appreciate
because
that.
sometimes it's about putting people in touch with the right folks. I mean, we are a company of 400,000 people, and sometimes just figuring out, okay, I can track and trace my package, but how do I find the person that I need to talk to on something? So sometimes it's just putting us in touch with the capabilities that that various companies have. And so I'm happy to get your card and connect you up with Juan Perez, who's our Chief Technology Officer, because there is a commitment to having that kind of diversity in our supplier base. And it's not just only partnering with the big companies, but also partnering with the smaller companies, including investing in the startups, because what we found is in some of the larger companies, there's an incentive to keep doing what you're doing and not breaking out with new ideas. And when you partner with some of the smaller companies, they come up with ideas about how to do things faster, better, smarter. So specific example that made all the difference for our Christmas deliveries this year is if we would have stuck, and I'm not going to say the company's name, we have a great partner that helps us with our tracking and tracing and delivery operations, telling the driver where to go to be able to deliver what package where. But we also recognize that we have a helper sitting right next to the driver that if we could empower them in a cost-effective way, we could be doubling the deliveries in less time. We partnered with a small company that came up with a cool app that went on a mobile phone, and our part-time workers over the Christmas season downloaded that app, and you know what? UPS ×2 now in terms of delivering over Christmas, and that came about not because the big company that helps us run our business operations and delivery routing systems came up with it, but because of a small company that says, I've got an idea for that, I've got an app for that. So would love to get your card.
Thank you. That's what small companies companies pride themselves
Yep.
the innovation.
Thank
And we
you,
love
Shaila.
UPS, by the way.
Thank you so much, Shaila. And we have the launch of the publication for companies on how to increase sourcing goods and services from companies this afternoon in the investment panel. And now we're going to take one last question from the woman over here, please.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Wood Garnett, and I work in Washington, D.C. for a national organization trying to increase high school graduates. So I want to continue the theme of access and opportunity and just have 2 data points and then a question. In the U.S., for those who are not familiar with our education system, we have a growing diverse population. Over 50% of our kids are low income, and over 50% of the kids in the U.S. are now diverse. And yet our graduation rates for those populations continues to struggle. So one of the things that I really would love to hear is how are your companies thinking about not just waiting for communities to come to you, but how are you partnering with schools and districts across the United States to let young people know what the opportunities are? They don't know. They can't plan for a future that they're unaware of. So are you doing any kind of partnerships, apprenticeships, career-based conversations, helping educators understand how to give young people skills while they are still in secondary before college so that your workforce is more diverse in the future? Those communities need a 2-way stream. They don't know to come to your door and talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thank you very much. We're tight on time. So what I'm going to do is ask each of the panelists to answer the question, starting with Jason going that way. So to please respond to the question and then leave with the participants with your key message for today. Jason, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the question. We think that certainly is something that we're trying to help address. I think one of the areas is in trying to provide insights into career opportunities and development through building that into the curriculum and providing tools to do that. So helping people understand what the range of options are out there, because we think right now that that really isn't well understood, and people are missing out on a lot of opportunities and not understanding the skills that they need to connect to those opportunities in the jobs that they want to do. The other is to build in those vocational and more practical work-related skills that will actually translate into jobs and the employment opportunities that they're looking for, and to do the efficacy research and study around it to actually show that they're having the effects on developing those skills and resulting in employment and proving that out through the research that's done around that. So we understand that's a need, and we're working on that and looking and appreciate any partnership that can help to achieve those outcomes and address the issue that you raised. In terms of the thought, there's so much to cover. I think it's really about collaboration and focusing on those tough challenges and really prioritizing those and working together to address them.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jason.
So 2 concrete examples is our partnership with the City of Louisville and our partnership with the City of Chicago, where we have specific programs that we have created where we hire high school students. They have to be with a driver's license, drug-free. That's a key, because we believe in safety on the roads and everywhere. And what we've done is we've done a partnership with the cities in both locales, provided public transportation so the kids can work at night, go to school by day, get full benefits as part-timers, and identifying the paths for them for the finishing high school and then going on to get either an associate's or an undergraduate degree. It has been incredibly successful, and we'd love to take it to more cities. But it requires a partnership with cities, and in fact, because of that, we're going to be launching a new cities initiative to try to find ways to identify employment. I'm going to take some of your ideas because I think that is the right path to go. Give people the training with a clear path to a specific job rather than education to nowhere, right? And so with UPS, we've got a lot of jobs we've got to fill, but we also want to help them be training to that next generation of jobs as our workforce needs to be more skilled, particularly on technology. So we have 2 programs already in place, and we want to take it across the country. In terms of the specific takeaway, It is fundamentally, don't write off any company because you think it's one of those that only men thrive in. Transportation, technology used to be that. There is no company that is just male-focused or that there isn't a place for women. And I would say the fundamental message to leave with is believe in the power of he for she. I am the example of it. My dad told me I could do anything. My Marine Corps manly man of a husband said, I believe in you every single step of my career. I have had men throughout my career that said, yes, you can. I know you've got it in you, even when I didn't believe in myself. We need to be thinking like that and reaching out for the allies like Mark, who's got his 10-year-old daughter, who's going to be a senator, congressman, or whatever she wants to be to launch the mission to Mars. We've got to start believing in that and creating those alliances. So Mark, you said bring a friend. We want lots more men in partnership with us because that's how we change the world.
Thank you, Laura. Mariana.
Yeah, so on the question, I think we're doing some interesting things to figure out how to attract more women to our program and how to make sure that they know this can be an opportunity for them. And it's a challenge because we're teaching technology, so we need to make sure that we brand it in the right way. And we're doing some really interesting things. So we're doing, for example, A/B testing in our call for applicants to understand what type of message is more appealing. And in our last call for applicants, we had, for example, a very neutral message that talked about a career in tech and the opportunities it implies and the increase in income that you can expect. And then we had this gendered message that talked about how this is a program that targets women, where you study with women, where women also have a place in tech, and the gendered message doubled our conversion rate. So it's little things like that where you can really experiment with the tools that are out there to make sure that you have a message that really connects with the audience that you're trying to target, which in our case is young women. So I think there's a lot that we can do to experiment and yield better results. And in terms of a final message, I think I'm going to stay with the scale-up point that was mentioned in a question. And you also mentioned this. I think as an entrepreneur, we have the opportunity to take a lot of risks, to try new things, to fail and start up again, and that's very valuable. But when it comes to the point where we say, okay, how can we make this global? We really need to work in partnership. I really hope Laboratoria can become a global social enterprise. It's great to see how we have so many requests from people all over the world in countries that are in the other end of the world, from Latin America, saying, hey, I heard about your program. Do you think there's an opportunity to bring this to Senegal or Singapore? And I'm always like, man, we need to figure out how to do that. So I think that the opportunity is partner with big corporations that have gone through that, and that's in their DNA, with government that has the interest, particularly with social enterprises, and partner together to figure out how to scale good solutions and make them global.
Thank you very much, Mariana. So ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from Laboratoria, you've heard from UPS, and you've heard from Pearson. This is girls' education, the return on investment. This is what these companies are doing. We'd like to hear what you're doing, how you're investing in girls to build women's economic empowerment for the future. Please join me in thanking Mariana and Laura and Jason for their remarks today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we had a little hiccup with the weather and one of our speakers not being here, but she's here now. So I would like to move right to Marie-Paul Redil, my colleague from UNESCO. Again, Marie runs the UNESCO Liaison Office here in New York City. Thank you.
Sorry to be late this morning, but it was really very, very encouraging to listen to the panelists. And I think that as a representative of UNESCO here, in the margin of the Commission on Status of Women, which grapples with the discussion on how to advance girls' and women's empowerment in the changing world of work, it is really very important to see how much the private sector is supporting our efforts at the international level. It has been underlined that 2 years ago, through the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, governments committed to empower girls and women, starting with education. Significant strides have been made towards the realization of women's rights, and gender equality has been recognized as a multiplier for the Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, the international community is very much aware of the challenges that we have to overcome through transformative action to redress gender inequalities that is deeply embedded and complex. I think that after this first session, we could understand that progress towards the realization of girls and women's right to education across the world has been substantial, but not enough. I just want to briefly say and to underline that girls and women still face various barriers to entering education. Maybe here in New York, in the States, we don't realize how much this is really very important, these barriers to entering education, from poverty, from prejudice, from violence. Girls are forced away from schools, married young, held back by early pregnancies. Just a few information. There are 61 million girls who are not in school today, and the number of excluded adolescent girls is even higher. Moreover, 15 million girls currently out of school are expecting never to enroll. According to the Global Education Monitoring Report, some 481 million women 15 years old and over lack basic literacy skills. Women still represent 63% of the world's illiterate adults. In sub-Saharan Africa, 50% of 9 million of girls will never enter a classroom. So we continue to be very confident. And I have to say, at the end of this meeting, I just want to say, after the efforts, just lessons learned. Our partnerships are founded now on this lesson, and I think the lessons learned are also the results of what we heard this morning. Focusing on access to school is essential, but not enough. Focusing on quality formal schooling is vital, but not enough. Instead, gender equality in school requires a holistic system reform, and it has been very much underlined. To tackle obstacles facing adolescent girls and young women, new partners should be brought on board. Thank you for the private sector. To understand fully the factors holding girls back and leading them to drop out in family societies from discrimination, violence, poverty. Lessons learned also to ensure girls and young women are supported in successful transitions to adulthood and the labor market to participate fully in society. I think that one panelist was saying that education is linked to employability, and employability is also linked to peace and security. We have really to work together, hands in hands, and thank you very much for this session. Thank you for the really wonderful investment of the private sector to support the empowerment of girls in the field of education. We have to understand that it's not only the link, it has not only to be job-oriented, it has also to be peace and security-oriented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. I also wanted to acknowledge UN Office for Partnerships, who linked us to you, Lucy Brigham, who's here, and I didn't see her earlier. So thank you, Lucy, for working with us. I wanted to also remind you that we have a slightly modified agenda, which is in our guidebook app. So if you have an iPhone or other phone, smartphone, if you can download the guidebook app and then look for our program on the app. It's called Women's Empowerment Principles Forum. It has the updated agenda, as well as on our website. So we'll go to our next panel, and a couple of speakers, actually, who will be following each other. And we'll be addressing women's participation in the economy, as well as financial inclusion. I'll first introduce Inez Murray. She's the CEO of the Global Banking Alliance for Women, a consortium of banks driving women's wealth creation worldwide. Welcome, Inez.
Thank you very much, and to the organizers. I was asked to share some hello to Kagadir from Turkey. I was asked to share some information that we've just gathered from the GBA in terms of the business case for serving women with the holistic value proposition that they need to succeed, which is access to finance, information, education, networking, and recognition. So I'm going to start off with a brief on the GBA. So we're an alliance, a social entrepreneurial alliance of commercial banks that support women with the kinds of holistic value proposition they need to succeed. We have, there's lots of stats around in terms of the size and the power of the female economy, and the financial sector is starting to wake up to that as they're seeing low growth in many of the mature markets, as well as, of course, the abundant opportunity in regions such as sub-Saharan Africa in terms of the very, very low rate of account penetration amongst the populations. So we're seeing really nice trends in terms of growth of income of women around the world, increased labour force participation, increased inheritance. In the US, we're seeing the largest transfer of wealth in human history, and the majority of that is going to women. So there's a huge market out there that needs to be served. And in terms of our behaviour as clients, we're seeing that women are great savers, prudent borrowers, values-based investors, and indeed, if they're loyal to you as a bank, they will tell many other women to come and participate in your bank. However, we see a continued and persistent gap in terms of access to financial services. We know that there's the Global Findex measures access to financial services. It's a demand-side survey that's done in many countries around the world. The gender gap remains persistent in access. And it's not just about being unserved, which we're going to talk about later in the panel, it's also about being underserved. So it's not simply talking about financial inclusion being access to an account, it's actually much more about how do we become smarter as consumers of financial services to really use financial services to grow the wealth of our households, our families, and our communities. So we set out to get sex disaggregated data from our members, and that seems to be a simple ask, but in fact the vast majority of banks around the world cannot give sex disaggregated data, because if I'm a client of Citi, which I am in this city, they actually don't know my gender, my sex. They know that I have different accounts, but they haven't linked it up, so most commercial banks cannot actually disaggregate this data. In the GBA, however, they can, and the reason they can is because year in, year out, to do these programs, they need to prove that they're being successful with the women's market. So this year, we've aggregated the results of 23 banks. And you can see some quite compelling information. First of all, we see a higher growth in female customers versus male customers. We see higher credit volumes, 15% versus 10% year on year. These are metrics that are important for bankers. We also see that, interestingly, average revenue per customer between male and female is basically at par. So a common perception in the senior leadership of banks is that women actually are less profitable and less valuable as customers. And we know that because we've actually surveyed 30 banks, the leaders of 30 banks with McKinsey in 2014, and asked them about the women's market. And the vast majority are not aware that there's a women's market and don't know that you can actually make money in the women's market. So women's loan to deposit ratio, you see they're good savers. Let's see, I'm looking at this slide. Yep. Women's loan to deposit ratio. So they're great savers, a great source of stable deposits, but actually on the other side of this equation, they're actually borrowing significantly less than men. So they're saving in the banks and the men are borrowing the money. And then we move on to products per customer, which you can see is also at par. And then we look at NPLs, which is a metric that every credit risk department is looking at. And we see lower NPLs, or I should say the other side, greater repayment rates across the micro entrepreneur and the small segment. And that's very important because every SME, basically most SME departments in the world think that women are riskier as borrowers. So producing this data is very important to encourage them to take this on. In terms of what the banks are providing, I mentioned the holistic value proposition. You see in the surveys, in our survey of 23 banks, 95% are offering education, 74% networking opportunities, 68% are really increasing the type and quality of information so that women become smarter about the use of services. And then 42% are currently offering awards programs where they basically run annual Business Women of the Year awards, etc., in their own countries to promote the recognition and role model and visibility of women. In terms of how do these banks perform over time, we see that banks with mature programs, meaning they've been in place for 2+ years, have a higher share of female customers, a higher share of credit, increasing credit volumes, increasing deposit volumes. We see greater loyalty, and we see higher products per customer. So we can see with the maturing of these programs, significant improvements in numbers and performance of the banks. We also see that we have higher diversity ratios. So there's a very direct correlation between being able to execute on the market and adding value to the community and women in particular, and having strong diversity and inclusion internally, which makes complete logical sense, but I think it's important, we think it's very important to actually get the data and share this globally. So this report came out last week. We have some copies here. We can see it online also. So we're looking here at seeing the women empowerment principles in action. We see these strong synergies between executing on the market and internal. And we would advocate very strongly for a global push to produce sex disaggregated data from the financial services sector on the supply side. This will build accountability so that bank leaders can no longer hide behind the fact that, oh, we don't know how many women we serve, we don't know how to define a women-owned SME. You know, there's a reason why we need the data, and that is accountability. It's also about proving the business case, and it's also about ensuring that the central banks and regulators make smarter policies to support women. With that, I'd like to introduce the next speaker, Gail Limon. Gail is going to speak on her experiences in financial inclusion. She just come back from the field in India and Liberia, where she's doing some work from the Hewlett Foundation on bringing in base of the pyramid or very low-income women into the financial sector. I have a very long bio here, but I'm going to read the first paragraph, which says that Gail is an intrepid chronicler of strong and resourceful women, is a senior fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations, and the author of New York Times bestsellers Ashley's War, the untold story of a team of women soldiers on the Special Ops battlefield, and The Dressmaker of Kahir Khanna, the story of a young entrepreneur who supported her community under the Taliban. So there's lots of interesting things we're going to talk to Gail about. Please welcome her to the podium, and then we're going to do a Q&A after that. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm amazed to see everybody has braved this weather. So somebody who lives in California now, I've gone very soft, but I did put on my boots and get ready to get out here today because I think this is such an important time and it's such an important conversation. And what I want to start with is this idea that there are moments in time when small thinking is appropriate, when it is okay to aim low and think small. This is not one of them. This is a moment in which really and truly we have to be about great change and ambitious ideas, because suffocated opportunity is the enemy of prosperity and stability. Suffocated opportunity leaves girls who could become the next Steve Jobs, the next Maya Angelou, the next inventor on this stage, sitting in rooms with no concrete and no floor, trying to figure out how to get 1 year of education. Suffocated opportunity leads to children who will never be part of a global economy that desperately needs their contributions. And suffocated opportunity means entrepreneurs can't get the funds they need to be part of creating jobs and manufacturing hope in communities that desperately need them. And we are all connected in this global economy, whether we like it or not. I have my own personal journey. I left ABC News and covering politics, which is a story for another time, for a business school in 2004. And I went to business school because I truly, truly believe that business has the power to change the world for the better and for the worse. And so when I went to business school, I was motivated by this idea. I grew up in a community of single moms. Nobody I grew up with had graduated from college, let alone gone to graduate school. And when I got to Harvard Business School, it was as if they used nouns that were verbs and verbs that were nouns. People would talk about iBanking. I thought they were talking about the internet. And I had this whole education in learning the language and understanding the opportunity that business brought. But what I saw on the ground in the toughest parts of the world was exactly the reason why I had gone to business school, which were entrepreneurs who were changing their communities for the better, with precious few people watching and almost no resources. And I bring to you this idea that suffocated opportunity leads to gains for a precious few and a loss of talent for the great many. And when I landed in Afghanistan in December of 2005, the first time I had ever been there, and I had covered the combat zone of Washington, certainly not a real-life war zone, it really was an education in meeting people who got up every single day and cared about where their future was going. I walked into a room with this young entrepreneur with a whiteboard and a Filofax and these beautiful glasses, and I looked at her, and I said, "Oh, can you tell me about your business?" And she said, "Sure. I've started this consultancy that's going to grow business skills all around my country to literate and illiterate people. And we're going to start college internships, and we're going to create a real cadre of people who know how to grow businesses, uneducated people, educated people, because the only way Afghanistan will ever stand on its own is if we take care of ourselves and we create jobs for ourselves." And she said, "And it's even more important for women, because earning an income earns respect, especially in a traditional country like Afghanistan." And she said, "That's why I'm going to start this business." So I looked at her, and I couldn't figure it out, because this is a young woman who had never left her country, not during the Taliban times, not during Civil War, not during the Russians. And I said, "Well, I'm sorry to ask you this, but I know you're not even 30, and you've never lived in peace. So how do you know this much about business?" And she looked at me and she said, "Oh, Gail, I thought you knew. This is my third business. My first business was a dressmaking business we started under the Taliban, and that was because they took everything else away from us. We couldn't be out in the streets, we couldn't be teaching, we couldn't do anything else, but we could be in our living rooms. And there was an opportunity, there was a market for homemade dresses because people with money had left, and because the truth is, no matter where you are in the world, no matter how bad things are, women still want to look good. And that was as true in Taliban-era Afghanistan as it is in New York City. And so we started this business, and she said the truth is that war brought us awful things, but it also brought us opportunity. Because if the Taliban had never come, I would have been a literature teacher. I would never have known what an entrepreneur could become and how I could create jobs for people all around my country. And I think that is what I have been educated by, all these entrepreneurs against great obstacles who are just getting on with it. I was just in Liberia, and I met Odelia Okalaste, who is the managing director of what's called Jet Del Housekeeping. And she has a housekeeping service that is employing women from the poorest neighborhoods of Monrovia in Liberia, and going in and offering them training and uniforms and professional skills development and bank accounts at the end of all of this, and they become part of sort of a Jiffy Maid service in Monrovia, which post-Ebola, sanitation and keeping things sterile is very important. It's very much on everybody's minds. And she was talking to me about how having insurance made a huge difference for her, and having access to a bank account made a huge difference for her, and that it's all about employing women who otherwise might not be working, because for them, it's all about paying the school fees for their children. It's all connected. We look so often at all these issues as in silos, as if people live in silos. People live whole lives. Girls' education is not separate from economic security, which is not separate from global stability and global security, which is something I spent a lot of time on recently in Special Operations Land, right? All of this is connected, and every single person in this room has a stake in a global economy that works for more people. I had a Harvard Business School professor who used to say to us that he was not very pleased with the student body at the moment. And he said, if you all think you can build cars armored enough, or gates high enough, or bodyguards thick enough to keep the world at bay, you are sadly mistaken. Because a community of one is not a community. And we are all interconnected in an economy that demands the talents of each and every one of us. And I want to finish by bringing out 3 pieces of data, which really are numbers I want us to think about and think about how we can change. In 90% of countries in the world, women face at least one legal barrier impeding their economic opportunity. 90%. In developing countries, 70% of female-led small and medium-sized enterprises cannot acquire adequate funding. So the IFC estimates this funding gap at nearly $300 billion. And globally, just 55% of women participate in the labor force, compared to 80% of men. The gender gap varies by region. The highest is in the Middle East and North Africa, followed by South Asia and Central America. And think about this, if women in the US, Japan, and Egypt were employed at the same rates as men, GDP of those countries would be higher by 5%, 9%, and 34%, respectively. So what we are talking about is economic opportunity and talent management. And too often we see this as a women's issue. You know, I joke oftentimes that a story with one or more women in it becomes a women's story, and a story with no women in it gets to be just a story. And mathematically, that is not possible, right? Half the population is not a special interest group. It is an economic talent pool. So I would just close by saying this. Each one of the people in this room, each one of us, each one of you has the power to make more Kamalas, more Odelias, all around the world. But we have to feel the urgency of this issue. This is not a nice to have for all of us lucky enough to be in fancy rooms and fancy cities with water and power and roads. Right? We have to feel the urgency of the economic potential of all those untapped girls and women who could come online and be the greatest natural resource and the greatest engine for global economic growth that we have yet to see. And with a few more interventions and much more accountability, access to finance, access to skills, access to networks, boosting connectivity, bringing women into global supply chains, we can make a difference for the global economy and for the women and girls who will be behind fueling its future. Thank you so much.
So first of all, I'm going to ask Gail a couple of questions, and then we'll take questions from the floor. I spent a lot of time in Pakistan, in Lahore, and I'm fascinated. I never went to Kabul, but I'm fascinated around the specifics because I think it's such a microcosm of the constraints that women face globally. So going back to Kabul and to the low-income woman inside with limited mobility, etc., tell us in that context what full financial inclusion would mean.
was so incredibly difficult. I mean, Kabul is a fascinating city because during the Taliban times, it was really seen as Sodom and Gomorrah by, the Taliban. I mean, it was women walked by themselves, they wore makeup. I mean, it was literally for them Las Vegas on steroids. So they took the brunt of the Taliban heat. On the flip side, in this post 9/11 era, in this since the American invasion of 2001, you have seen this whole generation come up, particularly in Kabul, that is very much about social advocacy and talking about women's rights. And it is an incredibly difficult environment, but it also has some of the most dynamic innovators and people who are fighting against every odd for change every day. And so I think you really have the issue of mobility. First of all, right? A lot of women cannot travel outside without their husbands or without a mahram, a male chaperone. You also have the issue of, in Afghanistan, of like, what does getting a job mean? And because the informal economy is almost everything there, what you see is a lot of women who are starting businesses in the informal economy and a lot of other women who are supporting them and a lot of homebound piecemeal work that actually can make a difference, that women can do on their own time and then turn into someplace else that can be sold locally or internationally.
So what are the business models? I know you're just in India and Liberia.
Yeah.
And digital is a big piece of this, but what are the business model innovations that you think can really build out this value proposition that women need?
Well, your data I thought was tremendous, and we will be using it. So I'm very glad to have the report. I encourage everybody to read this because it's tremendous data that is really not out there. And the picture we're looking at is, so this week I was this is in Delhi, in a part of Delhi that is just had a big push for women's financial inclusion. In India has now gone to demonetization. I know a lot of you, particularly in global business, have been following this. They also have a national ID program based on biometrics. And what you see is these women were telling me about how their new ATM cards to get government benefits comes with a bank account. And their new ATM cards are exactly what you're looking at, their thumb. And so I asked them, I heard from some people that some women are hiding money from their husbands to keep for their kids. Is that true? And everybody was, hand in the air. And then I said, okay, so do you like the ATM cards that you used to have, or do you like this thumb print method? Which is preferable? And they said, ATM cards, we forget our password, and our husbands can take them. So we love our thumbs. And that's why so they spontaneously, one of them did it and gave me a thumbs up and said, that for them. And I asked them, the women in this room who were just tremendous, how many of their mothers had bank accounts? And maybe 20% of the hands in the room went up. And there was another girl I met, who's 19, comes from a squatter home. Both her parents are sick. Her brother dropped out of school to keep her from having to get married. And she was talking about the power of work in changing her life, and that the only thing she wanted to do was to be able to support her family, and how having a bank account gave her the feeling of having power and control over her own life, and that one day when she earned enough to tell her uncle, who's making her life very difficult, to stuff it, it would be because she had saved enough in this account and been able to potentially take out loans to help her parents and let her brother go back to school.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's really important when we talk about financial inclusion that we understand there's different segments of the market and they need different business models to serve. So the base of the pyramid, digital, really out there in the communities, empowering them, teaching them how to use the phones and do bank accounts and so on. And then for the SMEs, it's more, let's say, a comprehensive value proposition because they need the support in terms of financial education. I mean, this is not an emerging market phenomenon. This is an OECD, it's a global phenomenon. In Australia, 45% of women, SMEs going into a bank, don't have projected cash flows. So it's there's a lot of education that needs to be done, as well as the networking, I think, is really important. So one last question on this. In terms of the digital promise, there's a lot of discussion now about those accounts in India that were opened up, et cetera, but they're basically dormant. So,
and that they have one transaction per year or something.
So how do we kind of get people using it? What is the...
Right, and then there's a lot of conversation about, well, does the husband still control the money, right? Is it, especially mobility is such a huge issue. This one, Ujjivan Bank, which has just begun from an MFI, a microfinance institution, to a small finance bank, was really focused on doorstep banking, because they said if we bring the bank, and it's through a handheld, like a Palm Pilot, what, for those of you who remember Palm Pilots, it's like a triple the size of I'm going to date myself, triple the size of a Palm Pilot, basically tablet that goes into communities and will let them bank, literally, as if I had one of those, I could do deposits, withdrawals, I could give you cash, right? That is what people think will make the difference, because if you're in a rural place, you don't have a lot of mobility, and you can't get to the bank. Right? What's the value to me? You know your government money gets in there, so that's the driver, right? Your cash is there. Right. That's what motivates people. That's what motivates me. That's why I go to the bank, right? But what isn't there necessarily is convenience. And women are very intimidated over and over across Hyderabad, Delhi, Bangalore. Women were talking about how they go to a bank, they sit for 2.5 hours, there's no female facility, no one wants to talk to them. And the men running some of these programs said, you know what, we had never even thought of those as issues, right? Because, you know, those are all obstacles facing women to actually bank, that and financial literacy. And I think you're totally right about the SMEs. In Liberia, our joke was that the banks all said there were no entrepreneurs to lend to, and the entrepreneurs all said banks won't lend to us. Right? And so somewhere in between is the matchmaking and skills building and training that has to happen.
Very good. Okay. We want this to be participatory, so let's open it up for to some questions. I'm going to take 3, and then we'll hopefully get some answers. Also comments, please, because there's plenty of people in the room that have lots of experience.
Yeah,
yes? Who's?
Oh, yeah. She was our first.
Who's first? Jennifer? Carmen?
Absolutely tremendous panel. Thank you so very much. Carmen Needham with International Finance Corporation. Ines, congratulations on your wonderful research. We have been accompanying the Global Banking Alliance for many, many years at IFC. I'm very, very pleased to see specifically BLC and Guarantee Bank GBA members and IFC clients this morning on the web's gap analysis tool. How do we do what you're doing in already so many countries? How can we scale this up and make sure that every single country has women's entrepreneurship, Global Banking Alliance member, and what can the room do for you to actually make a difference? So it's a question directly to Ines, but I'm sure you have fantastic ideas as well.
Yes, thank you, Carmen. So Carmen, now you work on labour force participation at the IFC, yeah, in the real sector. Okay, so I think we have to work at different levels, and the role of communicators is extremely important in this as well, but we need to work at the apex levels, which are, you know, who's controlling the purse strings. So the donors need to be educated, as well as the international finance institutions. It's actually quite surprising. The IFC leads this, along with the IDB, I would say. EBRD, which is the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, have just taken this on. The European Investment Bank, which dwarfs all the other IFIs, it's about 10 times bigger than them all put together. They're just starting to support banks with preferential financing to cover the first loss in their portfolios to SMEs, because the guys inside the risk department need that comfort that actually women are a good risk. And so there's education that needs to happen at the donor level, at the apex institutional level, and then of course in the commercial banking level. But we would also say there's a big role for policy. And I know there's some people here from the W20, which is an initiative, feeds into the G20 that's working on financial inclusion. I think we'd love to hear from them on the kind of policy front, because it's one thing to have the business models, it's another thing to say, okay, is this going to be part of government policy to really make this happen? Whether it's the lowest income through digital, or whether it's through, you know, the SMEs, the growth oriented that really need to be there. Wrap. Other question? Sorry, would you like to please?
Oh, no, I would just, the only thing I would add, I think it's great. The only thing I would say is in every country I've been to, people tell me that there are no women-owned SMEs. And so I urge people to put accountability mechanisms into the policy. Everybody responds rationally to incentives. in this universe, not in all, but particularly in financial services and in economic development arenas, people respond to the incentives. If you put a metric in there that says, open your eyes and look around and see if there are women-owned SMEs, people will. It's just what's easy, what's available. And I totally understand that. We're all just trying to get through our day and do our job. But there has to be a metric that requires expanded eyelids.
Thanks. Okay, do we have time for another? No time for another question?
No.
Okay, well, let's, please, comment, question?
I'll come find you.
This is a little high for me. I'm Marcia Brewster. I used to work for the United Nations for many years. Several years ago, I did a study on domestic violence in Asia with UN Women way back when. And one thing that we found out was that in societies, in countries where women have traditionally been able to keep their own income, whether they're just going to the marketplace or selling, fruits or something like that, there is a lower incidence of violence against women. And so that really struck me, because countries like Thailand and Philippines, where women often have their own income. Gail, I'm just wondering whether there's a move in that direction in places like India, where can they keep their own income? And does that being able to keep their own income make a difference in domestic violence?
Well, it's an interesting set of questions. I think the biggest question is, can they keep their own income? Or can it be, these are commuter societies, so people, it's going into children, right? I mean, almost always. But the question is, can they keep that family focused? And I do think that's a challenge that everybody is facing who's working on all these schemes and interventions, particularly from the Indian government side. The domestic violence question is interesting, because when I brought that up to another researcher, they said, but you also have to watch the flip side, which is once the power dynamic shifts and women are bringing in more money, sometimes you can see the opposite, which is that there's escalating domestic violence because of the tension in the home. But I go back always to what Kamala taught me in 2005, which is that money is power for women. And earning an income earns respect, and it changes the dynamic. Not always for the 100% and immediate better, but definitely for the short-term and medium-term positive. And it also changes for what their children see and how their children respect them, and their ability to send boys and girls to school, which is, I think, really what it's about for most entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's also just that the woman can leave.
Yeah.
If she wants. But in some societies, the women can't leave, even if they have their own
it's
income.
economic suicide, right?
Thank you.
Hi, they gave me 2 minutes. So, hi, I'm Jennifer Bisegli, and I wanted to stand up. As Inez mentioned, there is a Women's 20, which is a newer committee to the G20, and we have a lot of us here today. And one of the things that we're focused on is ensuring that we're creating actionable and metrics, as you mentioned, actionable steps that are included and put in front of the G20 to have that financial inclusion for SMEs. So when I saw the data that you put up, Inez, it amazed me, and it's almost a joke, that people don't think that there's a women's market. But even last night at dinner, having dinner with some of my peers, there's major companies with strong economic engines that don't think that women entrepreneurs have a place. So as much as I hear your 3 levels, and policy, I'm wondering from an inclusion and an integration, what roles or maybe that the SMEs have to take to make sure that they are heard from and that their actions are implemented. We have that opportunity to put that in front of the W20 right now, so I'd like your ideas on that. And I do think different business cases, different data would be very useful. So I'd like to ask that.
Sure, well, I think that in the States, we have this Women Impacting Public Policy group that you used to be part of, used to be chair of, and that's an organization that put together a platform of what women SMEs need, and then got all of the women's organizations to subscribe to that 10-point plan, and then mobilized around that. So I think that they now account for 4.7 million SMEs in the States, and they lobby Congress around all the issues to support women SMEs. And that model needs to be translated overseas. So we see Kagadir here, which is a Turkish women's business association. We see the German Business Women's Association that's chairing the W20, co-chairing the W20. it has to come from the entrepreneurs. They have to be organized, and they have to know how to be focused and do the policy and advocacy. And if we had that in every country, complementing the financial services providers and providing an active dialogue in the country with regulators and all of those other people that decide the policies, I think that's a model that could be very, very useful. What do you think?
Yeah, I completely agree, because I think that hearing from these, and I also think using the media, telling these stories, it is urgent, right? Because I think we're battling the narrative, which is that that women's entrepreneurship is a pet issue instead of an economic imperative. And as long as that narrative persists, it will be in alleys and corners of every policy conversation worldwide. And so until it is, and there's no term I cannot stand more than gender mainstreaming, but I don't know how to better put it in there, because the idea behind it is exactly right. This cannot be in business terms. It cannot be in the periphery of the business. It must be core business imperative that you're talking about. And so I think shifting that narrative and ending the idea that we aim low and think small when it comes to women is absolutely urgent in framing it in economic terms with great stories behind it about jobs created in this moment. I mean, think about the global instability that is right outside this room, right? And so, I mean, I think tying it to the broader global economic conversation that everybody is having in an area, in a moment that is starved for global growth, right? Or that is looking for return anywhere. I think tying that all together is absolutely urgent. And you have great stories, I think, to help buttress that. Yeah, with narrative behind it. I really think you have to have the narratives that move people behind it so that you get the public to lead, because the elites never lead. You know, they tend to follow where the public is in terms of telling the stories and being moved by the urgency of the moment.
So just on the data point, there's a partnership called Data2X that was actually started by Hillary Clinton that is housed in the UN Foundation, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation are actively supporting that. And that's capturing or cataloging all the data that's out there on all the different sectors, including the financial sector. And that initiative, we're actually partnering with the World Bank, the IMF, the IDB, the IFC, gathering the Alliance for Financial Inclusion, which is a network of central bankers from 90 countries. That kind of rolling stone, getting the data, proving there's a market, proving there's a business case, proving that there's a relationship between violence or reduction of violence and empowerment. I think that case needs to be made, and then it needs to be told.
Yeah, and the eye rolling has to be turned into economic urgency. Right? I mean, there are too many times when you sit in a room and you say women's entrepreneurship, people are like, okay, it's like, when's the next conversation coming? You know, and that has to end, right? That has to be shifted to a conversation about global growth and connecting all of the pieces of people who are gathering data. We have funding also from Gates Foundation coming up about eliminating legal barriers to women's economic advancement. And so tying all this together to show that this matters to every single person who has a stake in the global economy is, I think, the next chapter.
Okay, it's a wrap. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We have another break just before lunch, so I would encourage you to network during that time. Our panelists are here. So it's my pleasure now to introduce Nicola Ludwig. She's the sales director at CBS Interactive. And she'll lead us into a fireside chat about how companies can build confidence for young women. And we have here a couple of amazing speakers, as well as one speaker who will be on Skype with us shortly. So I'll turn it over now to Nicola to make the announcement. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm honored to be the host of this panel, Building Confidence for Youth. During this panel, we'll be exploring innovative ways organisations are building self-esteem for marginalised young women through sport, and how these initiatives will lead to long-term gains and opportunities. Katie Kulik, my Senior Global Vice President for CBS Interactive, had to pass the moderating role over to me yesterday. I'd like to think it was because I was youthful and her empowering leadership skills, but she actually got stuck in San Francisco because of the snowstorm. But either way, I'll take it, and I'm excited to be here and part of the conversation. In saying that, I know I have some really big shoes to fill, I'm humbled by the women who have already spoken, the women on this panel, and also the women and men in this room today. When researching this topic, it made me reflect on the opportunities I was given. Growing up in Australia, sport played a pivotal role in my life and still does. It gave me lifestyle balance and was fun, but it also taught me about team spirit, friendly rivalry. Let's be honest, it wasn't always friendly, but majority was friendly. Pride in team success, the importance of winning and being a good sport, and winning fairly, I should say, and giving it your all to achieve maximum results and the confidence that came from that. I've also been surrounded by very strong women, powerful women, role models, from family, friends, co-workers, managers, who have helped me throughout my life and my career, and I wouldn't be where I am today without that support. Through everything that has happened in the US and the world of late, and of course I have to mention becoming a mother to a little curious, gorgeous girl, equality has never been so important to me. Self-esteem plays a pivotal role in this and can so easily be taken away from young women. So amazing programs like Figure Skating in Harlem are so important as they offer women that foundation, that camaraderie, that support network they need to take them to the next level. In the words of Figure Skating Harlem, they're building champions for life. So on that note, I'd like to introduce our panel, hear their story and how they've helped build confidence in youth. So firstly, I'd like to introduce Sharon Cohen, founder and executive director of Figure Skating in Harlem. Hi, Sharon. And Sherry Smith, alumni, Figure Skating in Harlem, and senior associate at Goldman Sachs.
Hi, ladies. So Sharon, I really want to hear how you actually started Figure Skating in Harlem, because it's such a unique idea, which isn't actually happening anywhere in the world.
Well, first, I'm delighted to be here amongst powerful men and powerful women and engaged men, I should say. I used to say I started this as it was a happy accident. I was working at CBS News, and I heard about some boys playing hockey in East Harlem, and figure skating was an elite sport, not open to kids of color, and certainly not low-income kids, so I just called them up and I said, that's wonderful what you're doing with the boys. And on the other line, 25 years ago, they said they had some girls that wanted to figure skate. I grew up as a competitive figure skater. I knew the impact that it had on my life in teaching me discipline and focus and resiliency, so I said I'd meet the girls, and that was over 25 years ago. And what was amazing was that the girls were so inspiring because I watched them transform themselves through the process of learning to skate. I don't know how many of you skate, probably very few, like what I can tell, but it's really hard. And the truth of the matter is this is just the vehicle, this is just the hook. Skating's difficult, but when you engage girls in a community that had no access to this sport, and you teach them something new step by step, they begin to grow in confidence. That was probably the number one thing I noticed right away. So about 6 years into this little experiment, the parents were so moved and so many girls got involved, they wanted to start their own organization where education was actually the central focus. So skating was the hook. We developed this sisterhood, but out of it, we now have a very rigorous educational and leadership program. I'm so proud that some of our sponsors of this event sponsor the results-driven program that we have, and that is now also going to be in Detroit right now, 2017. So.
And Sherry, welcome.
Thank you.
So you're an alumni for Figure Skating in Harlem. Can you tell us a bit of how that changed your life and the experience that you had?
Sure. Well, firstly, thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here as well. I started figure skating in Harlem over 20 years ago at its origination, and I'm just so grateful and honored to see where we came from to where we are today. As a little girl, I was a little shy and nervous, and I still am these these days, but I know how to channel it better through some of the qualities I learned in the program. Some of them being, as Sharon noticed or mentioned, resiliency. One of the first things we're taught is to fall and get back up gracefully. So an example from that I had to apply in my own life is going to college. I double majored in accounting and finance, and I was a resident assistant, and I also had a full-time internship. So it was a full load, to say the least, and it had some minor setbacks, but through hard work and dedication, I was able to finally graduate with honors and get a full-time offer to Goldman Sachs in my junior year. Another quality that Sharon mentioned as well is leadership and confidence. As I mentioned earlier, I was very shy growing up, but having Sharon and the coaches there just pushing me out of my comfort zone helped me speak up a little bit more, and it also helped me become a leader to those behind me. So those were some of the qualities.
Great. I believe we've got a video from CNN about figure skating in Harlem. We're going to play that now.
I love the crispy feeling of the air, the sound of my skate crunching on the ice. Skating relieves me from everything. I just want to fly. I just don't want to stop.
I heard that there were some girls who wanted to figure skate in Harlem. Growing up, I was a competitive figure skater, and I knew that skating wasn't a diverse sport. There wasn't a lot of access for kids in low-income communities. They were so eager to get started. I began teaching them, and it was really inspiring to me. And now we serve over 200 girls a year. Wow, look at those spins! You did it! The best part about skating is it gives you qualities that you use for the rest of your life. They gain discipline, perseverance.
Step, cross, excellent, girls.
They fall down and they get back up, and they learn they can do that in anything. It's a building block. Skating's the hook, but education comes first.
Is that how you spell when?
So before they even get on the ice, they have to get their homework done. They get tutoring. It's a minimum of 3 afternoons a week.
So that'd be Z minus 12.
Algebra was not my best subject, and I failed it. Ms. Sharon hired a special tutor for me. It felt like, hey, you have to get back up.
It was that simple?
Now I'm doing way better in school. I was like, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Harlem Ice. We want girls to believe and know they can be anything they put their hearts and minds to.
It's not all about skating. Ms. Sharon is teaching us to be the best we can be in life.
That's a pretty powerful video. How do you feel watching that?
Well, I was listening to the conversation about scaling up. So I look at that and say, that program should be in multiple communities around the United States and around the world. We are currently scaling up to Detroit, where there's a great need and great engagement. But what's amazing to me when I look at that is there's a whole team of 70 coaches and tutors and counselors and social workers engaged with the hundreds of girls we serve. And it's important that you go deep. You know, we may not serve thousands of girls with just 15 minutes here. We spend years with our girls. We check their metrics. They have to maintain at least a B+ average to be in good standing with us. They obviously aim for an A. But our students go on to great universities like Brown, Mount Holyoke, Williams, Howard, Spelman. I mean, it's very rewarding to see the long-term gains that the confidence you get on the ice can transfer into confidence in life.
We've actually got Sarah Middleton joining us on Skype. She's the Executive Director of PIMCO Foundation and the Senior Vice President of Global Corporate Citizenship at PIMCO. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi, everyone. This is Sarah Middleton with PIMCO, and I'm sorry I can't be with you there in person, but Winter Storm Stella foiled my travel out to New York. So hello to my fellow panelists, Sharon and Sherry, and hello to moderator Nikki. PIMCO is involved in gender equality because it's 2017 and there are still 15 million girls who are married off before they're 18. There are still 62 million girls who are not in school. And there are still 1.1 billion girls and women who are excluded from the formal financial system. This is not okay. One of our giving themes through the PIMCO Foundation is gender equality and women's and girls' empowerment. And we heard about figure skating in Harlem through our annual grants program. And we read the application and were simply blown away. We were blown away by this organization's innovative model, by the fact that they stay with their students for a total of 12 years, and by all of the confidence and leadership capabilities and academic achievement that they pursue in the youth who are part of the Figure Skating in Harlem program. So I'm thrilled that you're getting an opportunity today to hear the FSH story. And we support Figure Skating in Harlem through a grant, also through our own human capital. In fact, just a few weeks ago, we had of the girls come into our office in Midtown and we took them through a workshop. They got to see our trade floor. They got to speak with one of our portfolio managers and go through a trade simulation as well. And hopefully we got a few of the girls interested in investment management down the road when they're ready to launch their career. And we're also actively seeking a board member for Figure Skating in Harlem too. So we're all in with this organization. We're just blown away by the results that Figure Skating in Harlem achieves, and just really, really thrilled to be supporting this organization.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Actually, Sharon, can you describe some other successful corporate partnerships that you've had outside of PIMCO?
Well, absolutely. I just want to say PIMCO has been a phenomenal partner because they really look deep, they look and make sure that you're actually executing on what you say you execute on, that you have results and that you measure them, and then they're with you, not just in, as someone said, writing a check, which is vital to a nonprofit organization, but also in involving their employees on career day and events and other kinds of endeavors. But I'm proud to say that at this event, we have two other sponsors of ours that we're partnered with. UPS is one of our partners, and you heard about them quite eloquently. And also Amway has been a longtime partner. We find that having these long-time partnerships with corporations, they get to know us, they get to understand our strategic process, what our needs are, and they've been invaluable. And so we need more.
Yeah, I was going to say, so how can the brands potentially in this room get involved?
Well, I think, obviously, I heard some stuff earlier about, do we come to you or do you come to us? I think it's both ways. I think we need to seek out partnerships with corporations that share our values, and we need to make our case and why we're worth supporting, why women and girls are worth supporting, and what our results are. Similarly, I think corporations have to have open ears and not just support the name brands that they've heard before, not just the Girl Scouts or just the Girls Inc., but looking at innovative models. I heard here that sometimes smaller corporations can be agile, can be adaptive. Figure Skating in Harlem is a model. We use sport, education, and leadership. We've honed this model, and that combination is very powerful for young girls. In addition, we're unique because I know that Sherry probably never envisioned she'd be a skater or skating in front of thousands of people and falling down and getting back up. So there's something that's powerful about access and having to see that I can be something that folks never thought I could be. And that goes, and they take that into their futures.
So Sherry, everything that you've learned, what's your pay it forward strategy? What are you doing today to help other people?
Good question. So I'm involved in a few communities that focuses on charity work as well as mentorship. I'm a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and through my sorority, we do a lot of mentoring and tutoring through I went to school in Boston, so I go back to Boston very often to give them a helping hand out with all of the community work that they're doing there. I also am involved in NABA, the National Association of Black Accountants, and we do tax programs where we dedicate Saturdays to do tax services for people who aren't aware of how to do tax services. And of course, I'm involved in figure skating in Harlem. I'm on the advisory board, and I come help out Sharon whenever she calls or needs me for anything. So I learned early on that given the opportunities that I've had from the program, that it's very important to pay it forward.
And are we getting you back on the ice?
We are. Slowly but surely, I'll be there.
Sharon, a question I had to ask, you know, figure skating in Harlem has been around for 20 years. That's 2 decades. So, you know, there's been so much change that's happened over that time. What is the change in the community support happened throughout those 2 decades?
I would say the same thing that was said earlier. If all this change was happening, why are we here having a forum on women's economic empowerment? Because there's so much more work to be done. I think our mission was valid 20 years ago when girls of color didn't have access to a sport like figure skating, when educational institutions were failing them and they needed help outside of them to succeed, and there weren't leadership opportunities. Those are totally relevant today. In fact, they might be more relevant. I'm convinced that the school system might be in worse shape today by the students that come through. Building confidence and leadership skills is still needed. It's needed here in New York City, in communities like Harlem, but it's also needed in other communities and pockets throughout the United States and around the world. I have spoken at other conferences and been approached by people in countries that I didn't even know they had ice, suggesting that this would be a wonderful program for their girls. Because if you really understand the model and the concept, this is about sisterhood and empowering girls to go out into the world and be everything they can be, which I've also heard resonating throughout the morning.
I know we need to wrap up shortly, but I wanted to see if anyone had any questions from the audience. Yeah? Is there a microphone? Sorry, there's a microphone just behind you. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Is this on? My name is Tanya Gilpatrick. I'm an entrepreneur and I have 2 businesses. I have a real estate business as well as a business and a life coach. And a quick question for you. Certainly it's very poignant today in regards to why we're here and girl and women empowerment. But also, as you're talking about discipline and confidence, you also mentioned sport. Could you talk a little bit about how perhaps maybe sport and the spirit of play may take part in building that confidence? Because I think for women specifically, we do bring an element of creativity and curiousness that may not be necessarily be valued in a boardroom, but I do believe that the power of play is something that we can be curious and creative about to bring change and to bring change to mindsets as well, no matter what, if the business is small or a large corporation or independent like myself.
You hit the nail on the head, and statistics bear this out, that when they surveyed CEOs in America and high-level executives, over 90% of the females had played on a sports team. It's very powerful. Well, look at guys. Sports is probably, you know, with Title IX, hopefully that's changed a little bit, but sports is a big deal, and in the boardroom, working as a team is a big deal. Figure skating in Harlem took a brand new approach to figure skating, and I know it's an oddball sport to bring to the forefront here. It's a little bit different. But there's something called synchronized skating where the girls are on teams and they have to work together and they have to produce. You saw some of the teams in the video. Those teamwork skills and leadership skills are absolutely invaluable. And it comes back to this holistic approach. There are great programs out there for girls, I'm sure, but there's something about combining education with sport, with leadership that has that extra punch. And we may be small now, but this model, when it will scale, I guarantee you these results will continue in other places.
Great.
I want to say thank you to the panelists, Sharon, Sherry. You're amazing. The work you've done is phenomenal. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for taking part in today. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think we'll be taking a lot of inspiration from these stories and taking away examples of where we can do this around the world. So I'm glad we're able to bring the examples back to New York as well. Our next speaker will actually continue with the theme of girls' empowerment. And to introduce Howard will be Adam Day. Adam is the head of wholesale sales at Telstra. And Telstra is one of our supporters for this forum. And Adam is essentially doing a lot of work in the US on IT and girls' inclusion in the IT area. So he can talk more about that. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. So my name is Adam. I head up our US sales team at Telstra, which is a global technology company, which, as you may be able to tell from the accent, is headquartered in Australia. Just as a personal reflection, just hearing some of the stories in the room this morning reminded me as a kid who grew up without a father in his life, so just in a single-parent family with lots of women around me. Yeah, if it wasn't for strong, powerful, independent, loving women in my life, I would never have had the opportunities that I've had. So on the sort of he for she comment a little bit earlier, I think it's equally important that the focus on young girls at the moment is absolutely important for then the raising of young boys downstream as well. So to Telstra, we believe that championing diversity of thought, background, gender, ethnicity or age is critical to the success of our business, the customers that we serve, and most importantly, the amazing people around the globe that work for us. There's many things that we feel like we're doing right at the moment. There's always more that we could do. Some of the things that we're doing include our All Roles Flex initiative, which effectively mandates that every role in our organisation from the CEO down can be done flexibly. As well as our 50-50 program, which we launched last week on International Women's Day, which is designed to ensure that recruitment and interview shortlists are absolutely mandated to be at least 50% female representation. That change sets a new standard of operational rigour for us and is about addressing some of the gender imbalances and building our female talent pipeline, especially in the technology industry. Despite these efforts, there are more that we can do, particularly in terms of engaging men to drive gender equality, and we've heard a bit about that today, which is why I'm proud to be part of our Men's Champion for Change program, working actively alongside some of Telstra's senior leadership team to look at how we can attract, retain and promote women in our organisation and the technology industry more broadly. So while there's more that we can all do as business leaders to improve the representation of women in the tech industry, what particularly inspires me is that the tech industry is one that has the potential to transform lives of billions of people globally. It's particularly the case for women and girls in underprivileged countries, where the internet or a mobile phone can mean access to a bank account for the first time, a new tool to learn to read or write, and also a way to stay safe and avoid harassment in a crowded city. That's why I'm delighted and privileged to be able to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Howard Taylor, and let me read you his bio. Dr. Taylor is Managing Director of Girl Effect, a creative non-profit that uses mass and social media, interactive technology, data and deep insights to empower adolescent girls living in poverty to change how others see them and disrupt the cycle of poverty. Girl Effect was started in 2008 by the Nike Foundation and is now independent and provides a private sector approach to development, and Girl Effect's branded content informs and inspires girls in over 60 countries in Africa, Asia and South America and beyond. This session will explore how to use the latest ideas in media and technology to challenge discriminatory gender norms and start conversations about how girls are viewed in society. So please join me in welcoming the Managing Director of Girl Effect, Dr. Howard Taylor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Thank you to the US Chamber of Commerce Foundation for organizing this event and convening us, because it actually takes a lot of effort, even more effort when there's a lot of snow and a blizzard going on, to put together an event like this. And it's so important we have these opportunities to come together. I've already learned a ton in the last 3 hours or so from some of the other panelists, the other speakers, and I'm hoping to grab some of them afterwards. And that's how these events really work. 71 years ago, Eleanor Roosevelt was at the inaugural UN General Assembly meeting in the UK in 1945, and it was largely her efforts that led to the creation of what became the UN Commission for the Status of Women. 70 years ago, in February 1946, that commission met at a much smaller scale than it does today here in New York City. And like Amber Geert from Plan International said earlier on this morning, it's slightly shocking when we woke up again this morning to think here we are yet again talking about girls and women's empowerment. We are still talking about it all these years on. In fact, I was even more shocked this morning because I woke up and I did what I always do. I consume media from all over the world. And one of the pieces of media that I consumed was from the UK. And one of the headlines running in the UK today, and I don't know what the outcome of this is, but there's going to be a vote today at one of the most traditional, famous UK golf clubs on whether they will allow women in to play golf at the club. And I lay there and I thought, really? 2017? Anyway, I'm not here to make the case for investing in girls and women. That case has been very well made by others earlier today. And we're all familiar with both the macroeconomic figures, but the social equity, the politics, the culture, all the reasons why investing in girls and women is so smart. I would say only that it's not an either-or, girls or women, but investing in girls is actually an upstream opportunity because they are girls before they become women. Both are important, but I think we can leverage more return on investment if we engage upstream. I want to talk about 4 things very briefly this afternoon. The first is The first is investments that are informed by insights. In the same way the private sector will do is to understand the consumer, the market, understanding the girls and women that we're trying to reach. So I want to talk a bit, very briefly, about insight-led investments. I also want to talk about demand. We've heard this morning both, I think, about supply and demand. Of course, supply is vital, and I'll come on to that. But without demand, and by demand I mean unlocking change and tackling some of the underlying discriminatory social norms we've heard about this morning, we don't unlock the demand so girls can seize the opportunity that is there provided by supply. Then I'm going to talk about branded media. And if you buy the hypothesis that girls matter and that we should be investing in trying to unlock and change the discriminatory underlying social norms that hold girls back, we believe that the power of branded media can shift demand fast, efficiently, and at scale. And I'll share with you some of what we are doing in that area. And then I'll finish on something around data, because I think data is so important. It's from the very beginning of what we do, through the insights, throughout what we do, and the very end of what we do. So let me start with insight-led investments. I want to tell you the story of a 14-year-old girl called Aisha. Aisha lives in a small town in northern Ethiopia. She is one of 5 children. She has 3 younger brothers, 1 older brother. And 2 years ago, when she was age 12, her parents pulled her out of school. Her father lost his job, so there were some economic issues for the family. And Aisha was starting to menstruate, and so her family didn't want her going to school anymore. They pulled her out of school. Aisha's life changed dramatically at that point. She now gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning. She prepares food for the rest of the family, for her siblings, for her mother. Her father, by the way, has migrated to Addis Ababa to look for work, to find new work. And then she does the household chores. She cooks, she cleans, she does the laundry, and that's her day now. She still tries to grab a peek at her brother's school books when they come home from school in the fading light of day in the evening, because she's so hungry to learn. She's so hungry for information. She's so hungry to know what is out there, what are the opportunities that a girl like her should be having. But she's also very isolated. She's stuck at home, so she no longer sees her friends on the walk to and from school. She no longer has time with other girls and learns from, connects with other girls like her at school. She's heard that there is a safe space, a club, that some of her old school friends are getting together in, but she's not allowed to go to that. Her mother is very protective and doesn't let her go. And then most shattering of all, just recently, she overheard a conversation. Her mother was talking to her father, who's now working in the capital, Addis Ababa, and she heard her mother talking about a man that her father has found to whom they want Aisha to go and live with. In other words, they want Aisha to go and be married, age 14 or 15, to a man who's 3 times her age, living in Addis Ababa. And she knows, because she knows stories, she's heard stories about this happening to other people. She knows that if that happens, it's very likely that she will get pregnant. She also knows that there is a clinic in the local community where there is an injection available that can prevent you from getting pregnant when you don't want to become pregnant when you're very young and face the risk of maternal mortality as well as having children so young. But her mother and her father remotely don't let her go to the clinic because they see a stigma associated with that. Aisha's not real. But Aisha represents the millions of girls, almost 200 million adolescent girls aged 10 to 19, living in vulnerability all over the world: Africa, Asia, Southeast Asia, South America, and even here in North America, in the UK, in Europe, in the Middle East, in North Africa, etc. 200 million adolescent girls vulnerable and living in poverty who face some or all of the issues that I just articulated for Aisha, but also face other issues which are just as damaging and hold them back. And the point I want to pull out from that story about Aisha is the supply that's already there that she's not able to access. There is a clinic, but she's not able to go to it. There is a school, but she's been pulled out of it. And there is a club for girls, but her mother doesn't let her go to it. And the reason for that is the underlying social norms. It's how her mother and her father, her brothers, the community around her, how they see her, and what they prioritize for the education of her brothers, who all stayed in school when Aisha was pulled out when the economic circumstances changed. Demand matters, and if we address the demand side of development, then we can see progressive positive outcomes in all of the in all the areas we're trying to hit. So a whole bunch of things in education, in health, in safety, in economic security, voice and rights. In doing so, we're creating agency for girls and empowering girls so they can seize the opportunity and access the supply of assets. This is a much redacted version of a theory of change that we have. This is about 1/10 of a much more complicated diagram of our theory of change, but it basically calls out that we've not just got to reach adolescent girls and inform and inspire them, but we've got to do the same with their brothers, with their families, the community, the imams, the priests, the teachers, the community leaders. They all have to have a shift in attitudes and behaviors if adolescent girls like Aisha and the many millions of others are to realize the opportunities that are there for them. So we use branded mass media, which includes mobile and integrated tech, and we do that to inform, inspire, and connect girls, and in doing so to reframe not just how girls see themselves, and we've heard this morning about the importance of confidence in adolescent girls, there are many other things, but how they see themselves and their place and their trajectory in the world, but critically how they are seen by those around them, as I just said with that summary of our theory of change. And what this looks like is a combination of radio, television, magazines, digital platforms, physical safe spaces, some organized, some with mentors, some just organic by girls themselves. And through that, we have a lot of content, and the content is branded content. And it's deliberately branded content because the power of the messages that can inform and inspire run a brand across multiple platforms. And in doing so, you create brand equity that attracts girls and those around them to listen to the radio shows, to listen to the drama, to read the magazines, to come to the festivals we put on, and all the time growing brand equity, which we use to leverage this change for girls and create social impact for adolescent girls. We use fact and we use fiction. Fact is very important, the issues girls want and need to know about, and sometimes fiction is very powerful, so the use of drama and storytelling, because some of the more sensitive issues it's quite hard to do in some countries, whether it's female genital mutilation, early marriage, etc. Quite hard to address some of those things head on with real life cases, but we can get to those in storylines through dramas in radio, television, film, etc. And we use the power of whatever is most culturally appropriate. We do this with and for girls, going with the grain of the culture in the society that we're in. So if music is very pertinent, if poetry, whatever is the most pertinent, resonant way of storytelling and having an impact and drawing in audiences and engaging with girls and those around them. I've just got a few pictures here which I'll run through fast, which are pictures from some of the work we're doing in Africa. This is from our Ninyaminga brand in Rwanda, which stands for a beautiful girl inside and out who takes good decisions, Ninyaminga. And that was a phrase that girls in Rwanda came up with themselves. Secondly, a radio show, that is some of the distribution of the magazine. Pictures from Ethiopia. This is a showing where we've had thousands, tens of thousands of boys and girls and their parents, this is at a school in northern Ethiopia, to come and see a film which were built on a radio drama that we had aired over the last 3 years in Ethiopia. And they came to see this film, which told some powerful stories about forced marriage and about migration and other issues very resonant to many, many adolescent girls in rural Ethiopia. This is a slightly grainy picture, hot off the press, I think, taken with a phone last Saturday in Rwanda, where we had a festival for Ninyaminga. A couple of photos from that. And again, you can see it's a lot of people come. That's not the intention. That's part of the intention. It's more about who comes. It's not just girls. Their brothers all come. And at the back, you can't quite see here, but all their parents come as well. These are some examples of role models. So we do this. These are real-life role models. These are not artificial. These are real-life girls in Rwanda who are doing things which are unexpected. And from the basketballer, and there are a whole bunch of these which are up all around Rwanda, just to show girls that there are other pathways, there are other things. There are girls that have broken through the ceiling, if you like, of expectation. Girls playing drums was always a thing that boys did, and this is now something that girls do in Rwanda, and that's a festival in Ethiopia with some of the music. Here you see a clinic, and I'm just going to finish by showing a very short film of a partnership we have with Gavi, the Global Alliance for Vaccines Initiative, where this work isn't just about the holistic brand platform that stretches across media and changes the agency of girls and tackles the underlying social norms. But it's about those development outcomes. So seeing what we're doing, Gavi came to us and said we could partner. We have a specific intent in some health areas, particularly the HPV vaccine and getting the HPV vaccine to girls to stop cancer. So if we can now play the film, that'd be great. Thank you. Can we just go back to the other day, the final slide on data, which is just to say that, and because this is around measurement, the conversation today, and making it count, we're struggling with many of the issues that I've heard others talk about this morning: replication, scale, sustainability. And key to that is data and measurement. So we invest very heavily in our evidence, both in terms of the real-time content. So we have a perpetual cycle of data coming in from girls themselves, from boys, from parents, those around them. Who we're reaching, who's aware, who's consuming, who's interacting, what they like, what they didn't like. But then critically, we invest very heavily in is it working? It's great to have the reach and awareness. We can quote some very large numbers. We're reaching now almost 48 million people in over 60 countries around the world. But it's very critical we know not just the reach and awareness, but is that actually changing? Is it actually having the change that we want to see in adolescent girls' lives? I'm happy to say that we're now seeing the data coming in, that it is. We use a mixture of qual and quant. We use a lot of digital platforms now, obviously, for data collection and real-time analysis, and we have some very cutting-edge tools we're using which involve adolescent girls themselves in collecting data. And we track how that is changing their voice, how they're valued, both themselves and those around them, how they're connected to one another and to information and services they need, and the growing agency and empowerment of adolescent girls. And then in a partnership like the one I just showed the film of with Gavi, it's very critical that we understand we might be building a holistic platform to change the overall empowerment and agency of girls, knowing that will lead to better development outcomes. But very specifically with a partner like Gavi, we need to know, are they going to the clinic? Are they having the HPV vaccine or not? So we have a partnership approach to the evidence involving ourselves and Gavi and the authorities that provide the clinics where the girls received the vaccine. And my final point is just really to say around partnerships and collaboration and what we tend to think about as co-investment, when two parties are coming together and you have skin in the game behind some shared objectives. And we work with, we are a weird and wonderful organization ourselves where, we have a private sector heritage, we have brand expertise, we have gender expertise, development experts, investment expertise, evidence, number crunchers, all sorts of people. We play at the intersection of many sectors, and I feel that's where many of us trying to do this sort of work or variants of it are playing and working today. And so we also need and look for partners in pretty much every sector right now, and that can be the NGO sector, the nonprofit sector, commercials, mobile network operators, philanthropists who invest in us. There's a whole range of different sorts of capital, in-kind, and other partnerships are needed to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. And you'll be around later today if people have questions. So we do have a break coming up later if you'd like to talk to Howard or any of the other speakers who spoke earlier. So we'll go to our next speaker, and she's right over there, Eva Sage-Gavin, if you could come up here. So Eva will be talking about preparing to lead and really showing the example of how women lead in the private sector. She's a true embodiment of that herself. She's a board director and senior advisor at BCG, the consulting firm, and has also broad experience in top leadership roles in Fortune 500 companies, including Gap Inc., Sun Microsystems, PepsiCo, Disney, and Xerox. And apart from that, she's a great friend of mine, so please welcome Eva. Thank you.
Thank you. I so appreciate that warm introduction, and I want to talk about action, interaction, and a personal journey. What can one leader do? So I'm going to ask you to be involved with me and sharing your stories. I want you to go back to your first day of your professional life, whether you were NGO, a nonprofit, a corporation, and academics. And I want you to remember what that experience was like for you. I'm going to take you quickly on my journey and how that began my mission that I will continue, 38 years in and many more to come, to empower women, to support women, to open doors, and to make things happen. So my first day, I joined an organization with 131,000 people. And I looked up at the top of the organization and I saw 9 layers in this ladder between me and the CEO. And I don't know what your organizations are like, but the top 5 rungs were all men. And I thought, graduating in 1980 from Cornell University, that it was just a matter of time. When women reached 51% or 50%, we would get there. When there was critical mass, we would get there. And here we are in 2017, daunted by some of the progress and the opportunity. So now women are, in some developed countries, over 50%. In some graduate programs, they're over 58%. But I had hope. As the years went by and I was a woman in technology, in my organization, I was one of 2%. I learned some incredible lessons about not only preparing to lead, but opening the door for others. And I'd love to talk about how that ladder that I saw and the top rungs that I tried to achieve became something different. But before I do that, I want to get a sense of your journey. Were you ever in a position when you were looking at your ladder of hierarchy that you were told things I was told? You need to toughen up. I was once told I need to man up. I came back from my maternity leave and started moving when I was 2 weeks postpartum. No criticism, no complaints, but if you were a senior woman climbing the ladder in the 80s and 90s, this was often the price to be paid. Some of you are smiling. Then as I got higher and higher, what surprised me about the ladder is sometimes people try to push you off that are above you. Right? I didn't expect that. The first time it happened to me, it was shocking when a man said to me, "You were stronger than I was in that meeting, and that will never happen again." So and again, all the men who supported me, thank you. But there were others, including women, who did try to push me off. So just a show of hands, how many people have ever been given that feedback of you need to be something different than you are? tougher, louder, take up space, have your presence in the room. Wow. I thought maybe half the room. You can't see it all, but it's 3/4 of the room. As I got more senior, now I got different feedback. You're too tough. You need to be more diplomatic. Why are you so ambitious? You're married. You have a daughter. Oh, you're 47% below the minimum of the executive range. Doesn't your husband work for a law firm? And do you really need the money? This is not made up. This is real. How many of you have ever been told you're too tough and that you're overconfident, you're overambitious? And if you've been told both in your career, men or women, raise both hands. So I don't know about you, but I spent the first 20 years trying to figure out how to lead. And I began to see enough critical mass of men and women who led in such different ways, I realized I could actually be my authentic self and that there were others out there. And 100% of my shift was moving from the idea that leadership is a ladder or a hierarchy to leadership as a circle. And I was going to do everything in my power to get the biggest ecosystem and circle that I could. Because if I had people next to me, they were going to create momentum and we were going to be a tipping point. And I am incredibly encouraged, despite these daunting numbers, that there are others, most of them are in this room, who feel the exact same way. I lost count, but last I heard there were over 21 mentions of partnership today. And I just want to give you 3 specific examples that you can take away, and I'm going to give you some homework at the end of my quick remarks. So the number 1 example is to solve unsolvable problems. Regardless of your background or your experience, if you can hack an incredibly difficult global societal challenge, you will be welcomed. I know because Shamrook and I did it. April 24th, 2013, I had the honor of leading Gap Inc.'s social responsibility team called Sustainability Today. I was a chief people officer. I ran communications. My cell phone rang at 1:30 a.m. There was a terrible factory collapse in Bangladesh. 1,126 people lost their lives, and most of them were women. Now, Gap wasn't in that factory, but we knew there were tough market conditions in a country in which female garment workers have contributed to 80% of the GDP. You heard Shamrook say it, but literally women have lifted Bangladesh to be a global economic player in retail. She's quite modest. The reality is she's had an amazing impact on a country. I was shocked by this. We knew there were challenges. We were trying to be part of them, but one company by itself can't make a difference. We connected and united with government agencies, NGOs. We brought in 2 peacemakers, a gentleman who had worked on the Irish Peace Accord, and we brought people, that was Senator George Mitchell, by the way, and Senator Olympia Snowe, to say, we've got to change. The outcome of that is 28 retailers, $50 million to start, 5-year agreement, and that created the Bangladesh Alliance, so the Alliance for Safety, Worker Safety in Bangladesh. And you'd say, well, it was time for an industry to change. Well, it's always time for industries to change. But the idea of bringing former adversaries together to say that we're united by a common mission, that we have to have immediate action, and we can't be part of a community in which we aren't investing in the infrastructure side by side with other world leaders. That gave me the courage and confidence to take on the second challenge. How many people are working on women in technology and women social entrepreneurs? So let's help each other, because I am the first woman on multiple technology boards. I had the honor of being a senior woman at Sun Microsystems. And I want to take you to a day when we were working on leadership. And we were saying, what are the qualities a great leader needs? And we started listing all the high potential leaders. And on one flip chart, we had one set of notes. John Shoemaker, my mentor, was taking them. On another chart, I was taking notes on other leadership qualities. We started talking about who had the ones on the right and who had the ones on the left. And an interesting thing happened. We flipped the page to the names associated with the qualities. And guess what? Everybody who wasn't yet ready happened to be a woman. And everybody who was ready and who was powerful and take the hill and willing to do whatever it took, my gosh, they happened to be a man. I want to thank John Shoemaker and Scott McNeely and Ed Zander, because every one of us was shocked by that outcome. And by putting this on the table and owning it, John and Ed formed Sun Women in Management, and 3 women came off that left-hand side of the chart, and they are now CEOs or COOs today. One of them is at Telstra. And we are so proud of her and the progress we made. And my point is, yes, I was the 2%, but my voice became powerful, aided by John and Ed with Scott's support. And other women, like Sonia Singal, is the president of Old Navy today. One woman can do it. One man can do it. It happened in that room, and it happened in tech. Which leads me to my final lesson of leadership in preparing to lead, which is courage and confidence. Many of you heard about the US economic crisis 2008. How many people, I know we have quite a global team, knew someone, a family member, a colleague, an associate, who lost their job? So, I had multiple family members, and here I am, the head of HR, and I'm thinking, my gosh, how are we going to solve this? We have 24% youth unemployment in urban cities. We have veterans out of work at an even higher rate. And I got a call to action, 6 chief human resource officers from the President's office, United States President's office, asking, could we come up with ideas to get unemployment from 10% plus below 5%? What could we do? How could we do it? And how fast could we do it? Long story short, 6 of us took that invitation. Others felt that they had to focus on their own economic challenges. And we created momentum and a revolution. It was called Skills for America's Future. It's now Upskill America, housed at the Aspen Institute. I served for 7 years and became the vice chairman of that group. And my partner, Nick Pinchuk, who is my chair from Snap-on Tools, and I worked hard. I got to be at the White House the day we hit 5% unemployment. Now, whether Skills for America's Future, can take credit for being part of that, what I can tell you is 86 companies followed the 6 who had the courage to lead and created momentum. There are now 14,000 people, including 1,200 community college presidents. And now we have the other problem. At 4.7% unemployment in the US, we need to get partners like our team all over the world, Laboratoria, because we can't fill the jobs. I live in California. I live in San Francisco. I was a woman in technology in 1982. Some of you weren't born. And it was lonely, and it's still lonely being the only woman or the first woman. But people want talent. They want to solve unsolvable problems. And that leaves me with the greatest lesson I learned, which is the power of reaching across the world, and that's what I saw at Gap Inc. When we learned from Bangladesh, we said we're in 50 countries. Most of the people making clothing for women and families are women. We can do more. And so we tried this program, tiny little test on numeracy, literacy, and maternal health, and surviving maternity. And oh my goodness, the first factory we tried it in, the women made more money. On the domestic violence front, having economic contribution in your family gave you more power. And the numeracy and literacy they were learning at a very basic level, they could bring home to their daughters and sons, but particularly many of their daughters who didn't get to go to school. The factory owners came to us with some surprising information and asked if they could start investing in the program. And we were looking at data, measuring results. Productivity went up 30% in our pilot factories. Women's absenteeism went down, partly because the maternal care and health care meant that they had less days of absence, but also the domestic violence went down, because they did gain power in their communities. All of a sudden, we said, this is the unlock in 12 countries. And we now, my Gap team, my former Gap team, has 50,000 women who've been through this. And they are on the record with the PACE program, Personal Advancement, Career Enhancement, to get to 1 million women by 2020. They've also opened up the program for women aged 13 to 17 because we know it's been said over and over again, we've got to get deeper in our pipeline. So if I step back and I say 38 years of experience of being the only to whom much is given, much is expected, every one of us can be part of these new expanded circles of leadership. The ladders are gone. Look at our millennials. They have the answers. When you ask a millennial what their strength is, they'll tell you it's their tribe, it's their network, and we can physically see their connections in social media and the impact they can have. I teach at Cornell University as exec in residence. I've just launched with the Dean of the Business School at Santa Clara University and the head of the Miller Center for Social Entrepreneurship, the Initiative for Women's Economic Empowerment. We are working on women in developing countries. We've got 130 mentors growing them as social entrepreneurs, Women Rising. But we're also working on women in technology and the professions, access, education, opportunity, but taking that ladder, busting it down, and turning it into an ecosystem of connected success. And I'll end with one thought and one ask for you. Of all the things that I've had the privilege to do and the changes we've tried to make working together with other leaders like Shamrook, I'm most proud to be a mother. My daughter is in the front row, and she's a woman in technology. In September, she'll be, I'm sorry, it's very meaningful to me. She will be a business analyst at Cisco, 3 women on a team of 93. And I'm incredibly impressed with the outreach that Cisco has given Telstra, those women, early women at Sun Microsystems who are pioneers, and they are now CEOs and COOs. And so I want you to ask yourself, who are 3 people you can meet today that you can take away, whether you're on LinkedIn, you're on Facebook, you pick the social media of choice, that you can expand your ecosystem. I never would have dreamed by meeting individuals like Shamrook, or I have 2 colleagues here today, one from American Express. She's the head of HR currently globally and the chief of staff for the CHRO, and she was the head of HR for India. She's my mentee. And then Taryn Bryn is here from G100, and we've just launched a Women's Leadership Accelerator to get more women tracked towards CEO and C-suite jobs. So that's my point is big problems, the numbers are staggering. When I graduated 37 years ago, I thought it would be different, but I'm not giving up. I'm asking you not to give up, and if you don't act on 3 expanded networks to help me widen your circle and change this ecosystem, I don't have 169 years, which we learned from Amberjeet today. I got a 21-year-old entering this ecosystem, and I want to make it better for her and the millions of women that are working with GAP and the PACE program in other countries. I'm asking you to join me. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva, for your lessons in leadership. I think we'll be taking some of these home with us and thinking them over. I'm going to break the room for lunch because we have a great lunch panel coming up, but we have to be a little quick because they're going to be setting up lunch in this room. So you'll have to, unfortunately, exit this room while they set up. There is space outside, there is coffee as well, and we'll come back here in exactly 20 minutes, and we'll start our panel right then. Thanks so much. So we're coming back at 12:50. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our lunch discussion. If we could quiet down the room a little bit while I introduce our moderator in a second here. So we're going to be talking about the care economy over lunch. Speakers at this panel will discuss the investments needed in the care infrastructure that could facilitate more active participation of women in the market. And our moderator today will be Quaylin Ellenroot. She's a partner at McKinsey & Company and was the first woman to lead the Minneapolis location from 2012 to 2016. Over the past 12 years at McKinsey, Quillen has led multiple global transformations. She's also been the author of the famous report now, The Power of Parity, which shows that women's equality can add $12 trillion to global growth as long as we have parity. As part of that work, she's also identified global and US impact zones linked to economic inequality and social equality. Thank you.
Hello. We have a very impressive panel who you'll meet shortly. We've got Barbara Byrne, the Vice Chairman of Barclays. We've got Henriette Kolb, the head of the Gender Secretariat at IFC. We've got Sarah Weber-Lasco, who's the principal and corporate communications leader at RSM, the accounting firm, and Silvina Moschini, the founder of Yandiki and SheWorks. So a great group here. What we're actually going to do before we jump in is set a little bit of the fact base so that we're working with a common set of facts, both here in the United States and globally, about care, about unpaid care, about how that gender balance is between men and women. So if you could flip to this first page here. So this is what care and unpaid care work looks like around the world. Let me describe how this chart is. The larger the bubble, the more equal the unpaid care work is, the ratio between women and men. The smaller the bubble, the less men do of unpaid care work relative to women. So, here in North America, men do about 60% of the unpaid care work that women do. In India, you'll see women do about 10 times as much unpaid care work as their male counterparts. And you'll see around the world, globally there in the bottom right corner, women do about 3 times as much unpaid care work as men do. So it differs a lot. Also, the nature of that unpaid care work differs, as we'll talk about in a moment. So what is this unpaid care work? What's the economic value of it? If you were to use pretty conservative assumptions, so basically use the minimum wage around the world in each of these countries to estimate the value of that unpaid care work, that is equal to $10 trillion. That's equal to about 13% of global GDP, and that's how much unpaid care work is currently being done. That's not counted in our GDP and economic numbers. If you break that down, right, the 2 components of that, what makes up that $10 trillion, one is what is the minimum wage in that country, and the second is how many people, how many women are actually doing that unpaid care work. So about 1.5 trillion of that 10 trillion globally is from here in the United States. You have another almost 2 trillion in China and India. While it's low minimum wage, it's actually a lot of people there. And then the remaining piece of it here, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the UK. And those 8 or so countries make up about 60% of that global 6 trillion of the 10 trillion globally. So that's how the global care gap breaks down around the world. But what is the time spent on unpaid care work? A lot of times we think about unpaid care and we think, oh, that's time with our children, that's time with our parents, that's all time that we would want to spend more of. And that's absolutely true on one level, but when we actually broke down the time that we're talking about here, it was interesting that time with children is actually about less than 20% of the unpaid care work that we're talking about. If you look at this orange bar here, the global average is about 61% of that unpaid care work is routine housework, right? That's all the stuff that if it went away, if it were shared more equally between partners, none of us would miss that. About another 11% globally is shopping for household goods. Care for household members, this is typically the time spent with children, right, about 14% globally. A little bit more, almost 24% or so in the UK, but globally it's around 14%. And then care for non-household members is usually care of parents around the world. And then you have travel and other unpaid care work. But we were surprised to know it's only around 20% or less actually care for loved ones in this unpaid care work category. And one of the interesting things as we talk about the economic benefits here is that across countries, you see a strong correlation between labor force participation rate and that inequality and unpaid care work. And hard to know, is it the chicken or the egg, right? If you're not working, you're clearly going to probably do more unpaid care work. But in order to get more women to the workforce, we also have to reduce the inequality and unpaid care work at home. So they do go hand in hand. And then one last thing, if we look across the United States, and we've plotted across the 4 left columns here, US states, and we also look at the inequality in unpaid care work globally, what you see is you see a huge disparity, even within the United States, state by state, in the differences between the male and female ratio of unpaid care work. So, you've got men doing quite a bit of unpaid care work in Utah, Idaho, Illinois, much less in Nevada, Wyoming, for instance. Nevada and Wyoming are actually on par with Argentina, Ecuador, Bangladesh, and Cambodia. So lots of US disparity as well as global disparity in terms of equality of unpaid care work. So that's just a bit of a quick tour, some of the facts as we set the discussion and the stage for unpaid care work. Now we're going to turn to our panel and start with Henriette from the IFC.
Are you guys not coming up? Come with me. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Henriette Kolb, and I work for the International Finance Corporation. And maybe not everyone in this room is familiar with who that is and what we do, so I just spent a couple of minutes giving you a quick heads up. International Finance Corporation is part of the World Bank Group. It's a private sector arm that invests in emerging markets. And we invest about 18 billion per year. So you could ask yourself, why does Henriette sit up here talking about the care economi? And I'll give you the answers in a minute, but I want to take a quick snapshot in the room. By show of hands, if you can multitask eating and hand raising, who has access to employer-provided childcare on site? Hands up. Okay, so it's about 20 people. Who has access to employer-led childcare off-site through shared services? Okay, so very few people. So this explains the problem quite well. If employers don't step up in terms of closing some of the care gap that is out there, we are going to wait, as the World Economic Forum rightly predicts, about 170 years until we close some of the gender wage gaps. So as a development financing institutions, we are particularly interested to work with our clients for 2 reasons. One, it's extremely good because there's a strong business case, and I'll take you through that in a minute. Second, it's incredibly important for development outcomes. So let me start with the development outcomes. Currently, at this point in time, only 17% in emerging markets of children underneath 5 access pre-primary care. And why is that an issue? Because it slows down development, and it also slows down productivity when those women and or boys and girls are later in the workforce. So that's one problem. Second, investing in the care economy is excellent for employment. One study shows us that if you were to invest just 2% of GDP, actually in 7 countries you could create 21 million jobs. And these are not just care jobs for women. So job creation is huge. Another study, and we have Kagida here, I think you're right here, right? Shows that in Turkey, if you were to invest in early childhood development, you could create 719,000 jobs. So again, it's very clear this is good for development because it's a job engine. But then to come to the point, which I think most of you are interested in this room because you're here with the Global Compact and are business driven, why should companies care about care? And there's in essence about 5 arguments we can easily make. One is it increases workers' productivity, and I just want to make it extremely clear, it's not a women's issue. Care is a productivity raiser for men and women alike, and if you look at data that's put out by the Bright Horizon and by Promundo, it's very clear that men equally care about care when they're at work. The second issue, it's reducing absenteeism. If some of the companies like JP Morgan would not have a backup care system in place, they can project that 80% of their employees would otherwise be absent because they need to take care of their children. The third argument it is, of course, workforce loyalty and returning to work after maternity leave is increasing. And if you look at an example in Vietnam, so that's not just developed markets, we did a really fascinating study with a garment company, and we found that actually a creche on site reduced turnover by 10%. So massive impact on absenteeism reduction and turnover. And then, of course, last but not least, if you recruit for talent, a distinguishing factor is what are you offering on childcare. And in particular in labor markets where you have massive shortages in terms of STEM on female talent. So there it's a clear distinguisher and game changer. So what are we doing about it? Because of course not for everyone, and we hear from the panel, the solution for a company might be to install a childcare facility on site. So what we're trying to see, what is it that companies really incentivize to move into action? You can do on-site, you can do off-site, you can do incentives to the employees, you can do incentives and partnerships with the community, and all of that can only come together if you have a very strong regulatory framework and a very strong public policy dimension that goes together. The question is, what works best in what markets? If I'm a company that's producing agri-products, for example, AfriFresh in South Africa, for them it's key to have an on-site creche because they have to attract seasonal farm workers, and the competitiveness in that sector is huge and the margins are very low. So they've put a creche on site. This might not be the right solution for an IT tech company in the middle of an urban outfit. So what can you do in different scenarios? And to that, I would invite everyone in this room who is interested in this topic. IFC has launched a Tackling Childcare Partnership in 2016, where we're working with 11 companies, and we're welcoming guests and additions to really find out what is best practice across the globe. And we demonstrate that in conjunction with the Women and Business and the Law report that I'm talking to you a little bit later about. And we put that out in September so that all of us can learn what works and what doesn't, because we are so much at the beginning of this journey, and we could really leapfrog some of the innovation that is being made. So with that, I'll pass back to Kwelin. And actually, just allow me one shout out. I just want to give a big applause to US Chambers of Commerce, UN Global Compact, and the UN Webs team to team up, because I think you guys have taken excellent care of us despite the challenging weather, and I would invite you to give them a round of applause, because I think they've been terrific.
Wonderful. Thank you, Henriette. And Barbara at Barclays, tell us a little bit more about your role and what you've done in this space of care.
I am the vice chairman in the investment bank at Barclays and have been doing this 37 years. I think banks have not traditionally been the most progressive on these issues, largely male-dominated at the highest level. And because of that, have really focused in on it. So when I raised my hand, I was raising my hand to the fact that we do have a child care site, on site. It's emergency child care. You can use it 28 days a year for your people, and it's meant for those days when something goes wrong and you bring your child in. And it's helpful to us the same way we have health care on site, same way we have a gym on site. It's integrated to the health and wellness of the community. And the men use it as much and sometimes more than the women. So, and then we are focused in on that aspect of the care economy. We're also hyper-focused on getting female representation at the highest levels. From a goal perspective, we have about 30% women on our board. We're targeting 33%. We're strong believers in setting up goals, and we're strong believers in corporations, especially in the current political environment, being very outspoken on what's needed for gender equity and for access. We call it access and angles, but that's because it's traders, right? Everybody has an angle. But it's important for us to be us. We were one of the first signers of the He for She. Jess Staley, our CEO. We have a partnership with a large group through WEF on these issues. We look for best in class and suggestions of what else we can be doing better. We know we need to get more women into the top seats in these houses.
Wonderful. Thank you, Barbara. And Sarah at RSM, share with us a bit about your work in this space.
Sure, yes, absolutely. Well, I lead corporate communications at RSM, which also encompasses social responsibility. And I've been with the firm 10 years. And I would say a large focus, not just for RSM, but for the accounting profession as a whole, has been flexibility. And how do we provide flexibility for our professionals in where, when, and how they work? And it was really about 15 years ago, I would say, that the profession really started on this journey, and our firm started on this journey, because we recognized that there was challenges for women getting to the highest level in our profession, and we wanted to change that. And so we started out within our firm with a lot of formal programs, right? So we had Flex Year, where you could work a teacher's contract. We had job sharing. We had reduced work weeks. We had formal telecommuting, right? And all of those were fantastic programs. Shortly thereafter, what we realized is we also needed to change the culture in the organization around acceptance and use of the programs that we had in place. And care is an interesting word, right? We talk about the care economy and caring for others. Also very important to us at our firm is caring about others. So our brand platform is the power of being understood. And we really try to understand our clients, our colleagues, and our communities, and make sure that we're providing what they need to be successful. And we define success for our employees as success both personally and professionally, to the point that Henriette made, that people are more productive at work when they know they can take care of the things they need to take care of at home, or when they know they have the flexibility to attend to those things when they need to. So I would say for us, we've really moved the journey from formal flexibility to a lot of informal flexibility, with people just using it when and how they need to, working with their leadership to work around the whole variety of things that they're responsible for in their lives outside of work. So it's been a really fun journey, and I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to share with you today.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sarah. Silvina, tell us about the organizations you founded and your perspective on this care economy.
Well, I'm a woman entrepreneur, and I was told once that entrepreneurs are people that when thrown out of a plane, they build a parachute on their way down. So I saw women unemployment as an opportunity, as well as the lack of diversity in the workforce and the shortage of skills and many other things that we are seeing out there that are part of the same vision. So when you look at the number, millions of professional women leave the workforce. This represents half of the moms with children because they are taking care of their families. We are women designed to be taking care of our loved ones, our parents, our family, and this causes an enormous drain into the workforce. So that inspired me to question myself why. Why we need to choose? Why we need to choose between work and life, personal life and a professional career. So when I became an entrepreneur, I became obsessed with finding a solution for that. And then I realized something that the Prime Minister of Canada inspired me. Because it's 2017, we need to have gender equality. And because it's 2017, we need to use technology to change the way the world works. So I built SheWorks. And SheWorks is a platform that leverages from machine learning, data science, to build talent exchanges in which women who are at home, professional moms who left the workforce to take care of their loved ones, or millennial moms that are questioning themselves whether they need to choose to have a professional career or build the family they want to build, have an opportunity to do both. So we do, through these technologies, matching with the appropriate skilling courses and training that they need to be able to find the jobs that the market demands so they can upscale their skills. And then through matching algorithms, we connect them with job opportunities that can be done remotely. Because after all, the world is flat. Talent is universal, opportunities are not. And with the right tools, because it's 2017, cloud technology, collaboration tools, machine learning, data science can create these ecosystems. So even if the moms are at home, instead of preoccupying for trying to compensate for their time, we try to find an alternative solution, giving them the tools to put their brains to work, because 54% of the graduates at the universities are women. And as Henriette said, this is not a women's issue, this is an economic issue. It makes business sense. So that's my journey.
Wonderful, thank you. Barbara, can you share a bit about what Barclays is doing to keep more women in the workplace, to help them re-enter after a break?
Yeah, we started a program, there's two things we're doing. One thing we have for people who are in the house is dynamic working, which sounds an awful lot about what you're describing, finding the flexibility. I mean, I will tell you, I am 62 years old, and when 1990, I had my second child, I started to work from home 1 day a week, which I think may be one of the first flexible programs. But it took one man who was the CEO, said, we trust you. I'm a client coverage officer. I had a phone. I could work. He argued that if the guys could be on a golf course and work, I should probably be able to work from the house, and he was right. So a very a brilliant man, his name is Tom Hill. He's over at Blackstone. But I would say that one thing that you can do now, and what I use, I also, in addition to being vice chair, I chair out of Global Citizenship and something called the Social Innovation Facility, which is a fund that we use to develop things that we think might be not have a quantifiable return, but have a tremendous real return. So last year, we started a program called Encore. Many people say that if you leave the field in your mid-career, a woman in her 30s with children, it's very difficult to get back into the intensity of the line positions. I have great respect for the staff positions, but if we can get you into a line position, we can get you on track toward ExCo and to a P&L-based CEO. I want more women in that room. People say, well, it won't work. So I said, well, let's try. So we went out and said, anybody who'd been out of the business for 5 years, had at least achieved VP from a line position to come back in. We have 12 people. We were diverse. We had 11 women and 1 man. That tickled my fancy. And so we brought them in. It was extremely successful. They came in for a regular, almost like a summer internship for 12 weeks, but we started them in September. We put them into line functions where they were supported by the business, and they came back in. And this was an internship where the salary on a prorated basis was $125,000 a year. So it was starting at a good level, and most of our comp is in bonus. But I could tell you that 8 of those people are now working full time. We're going to probably double the size of that program this year. We have all the businesses now, all the guys are competing because they feel like it's very popular, so they want to come in. You can get women back in and get them back on the ladder that doesn't sideline. Those 50+% women that are coming out of undergraduate, it's about 35% coming out of MBA programs, more than 50% coming out of law schools. I have always argued that if you could manage 4-year-old boys, you could manage a trading floor. A lot of the behaviors are unbelievably similar. So what I see is we need to build that confidence back up in those women as well, which we work on when we bring them in. But they need these on-ramps. So I'm passionate about this, as you can tell. And fortunately, so is Jess Staley, who is my CEO, who has 2 daughters in their 20s. Helps a lot. And and the millennials bring a great gift to us. They're the largest generation. In my business, they are 70% of the professionals that are in my building, right? That's a lot. And I encourage them to be noisy and ask for a lot of things. And I'm the mother to 4 millennials as well, so they're in their 20s, 3 of whom are female. But to ask, and it does not at all bother me that they don't keep to the same strictures of behavior that we did, because I didn't keep to the same ones as my parents did either. So I think that I encourage that debate.
I'll just leave a question open to the whole panel for whoever who wants to join in. But there have been evolving gender roles. So can you tell me about the role of men in this care economy and how that might be different, in the U.S., globally?
If I may, I just want to pick up on a couple of points also that my fellow panelists have made. And I think what became really clear listening to both of you is that care alone is not resolving the issue. So you really need to embed it, and that's what we found in our early sort of case studies with companies. And we have a couple of companies who are part of this effort in the room, Sumitomo Chemical and others. What we found is that you really need to embed it in flex work, parental leave, care, affordability, and quality, as well clearly as returnship schemes and both sponsorship and mentorship programs. So one thing alone and one size fits all, clearly not enough. And I think you mentioned what is really important. We've seen efforts where companies have done state-of-the-art childcare centers, and women don't bring the kids. So access and use is two key sort of parts of the equation. And what we've seen is, in particular in some of the emerging markets like Sri Lanka, where we are very actively engaged in others, is that women want to leave their kids in a trusted community and not schlep them along on public transport, where harassment is huge, and then they're leaving them in a caregiver's hand who they have no idea who that person is. So in that sense, I'm wrapping up because we're seeing science here, but I just wanted to highlight the importance of quality of care. And what we're doing as the World Bank Group, we are looking at 50 economies at the moment and looking at what type of regulations need to be in place. And what we found is that in countries where the government is incentivizing and subsidizing care, women are more likely to have a formal wage. But in order to make this work and to have the employers step up, you need to have three things in place. One is some form of sensible regulatory framework. And we've seen fits and starts where the frameworks were actually backfiring on women's employment, because what has been mandated is that companies above a certain amount of employees, amount of women employees have to provide childcare. So of course companies are then trying to not go over the threshold of hiring more women because they otherwise are on the hook to set up childcare. And India has been in the news, I think last week, you might have seen it, actually moving away from that and mandating it for companies who have 50 employees, no matter if it's male or female employees, in order to really make sure that the regulation is helping as opposed to hindering women's participation in the labor force. And last but not least, I mentioned the quality of care, so looking at safety standards, overcrowding of facility, proper training for people who are leading childcare facilities is hugely important, because in this rush now, and we've seen it mandated now in 6 countries, in this rush to provide childcare, we don't want to compromise affordability and quality. So I leave it at that.
Well, I would love to speak to the point that you brought up, Quaylen, of men, because that's one area where we've really been focused at RSM. We've tried to position all of our benefits as being family-friendly, not mother-friendly, but family-friendly, and that they are available to everyone in our workforce. And they're also care-friendly, because you can use them to care for elders, for children, or for others that you might be responsible for caring for. But I would say about 5 years ago, and it wasn't my idea, I wish it was, but an innovative person on one of our teams said, you know, we really need to start changing the conversation. When we're sharing examples of flexibility, we're sharing examples of women, right? When we're sharing, when we do our Working Mother Award, we create a Working Mother of the Year, right? And so she said, let's have a Working Father of the Year. And so for about the last 5 years, we've had a Working Father of the Year award within our organization, in addition to the Working Mother of the Year award. And that's been really powerful. And then we've also been talking with the media organization that sponsors those awards to say, hey, let's bring men into this more, because the more men are empowered and given the opportunity to care for their families, they want to do that. They want to attend to the other things in their life. So let's give them the opportunity to do that. And you know, we've since built a family network group, and that group is actually led by a wonderful, bright, you know, up and coming leader who is a man. So I think getting men involved, changing the story and sharing examples of men who are effectively using programs and participating in care can go a long way in shifting that balance.
Wonderful. Before we open it up to the audience for questions, maybe one last question for the group. What is the single biggest thing that you think we can do to accelerate progress in this area?
Well, I'll take that. I think it's a combination of factors, not one fix-it-all solution. One is policy. We need to have policies that support women development and women empowerment. So the phrase women entrepreneur or women executive or women leader, it becomes redundant. So we don't need to talk with the women word on top of that, because you are a leader, you are an entrepreneur, or you are an executive. It shouldn't be a working mother or a working father. It should be a working person. So until it becomes a reality, we need to enforce it. Fake it till we make it. And with regulation that actually make it happen. Then I think that for women, we need a lot of emotional support. We women always believe that we don't belong there and that we stole the cat's food, that we shouldn't be there, and that someone will realize that we don't know what we are doing, that we don't deserve, because we are a lot less confident and optimistic about our abilities than men. So that happens a lot with women entrepreneurs. And when they are asking for money, they are like, pretty please give me some money and I promise you will be super happy, I will over-deliver. And we really, really try harder. We deliver much more, but we are unfortunately given the vote based on facts, on proven deliverables, not on potential. So I think that we need to work on that. So if we are not convinced, we cannot convince anyone else. And then we need to work a lot in culture. Companies are traditionally designed to work like if it was we were working on the 70s, where internet didn't exist. So flexibility, it's super, super important. And allowing not only work models that are not limited to 9 to 5 full-time, but flexible, that do-it-yourself career path. It's super, super important. And as majority of CEOs are men and leaders on boards are men, we need to train them to understand that the world of work should change, because it's 2017, and because today we have all the technologies to enable women to have it all and enable men to have it all, because many men will choose to be at home taking care of their kids as well. So I will say policy, I'll say psychology support and peer support and mentoring of our peers and our superiors and sponsors, and also drive an internal culture of innovation and change to embrace what technology can do for all of us, for a better world driven by inclusion.
Great. Sarah, Henriette, Barbara, any final thoughts before we open it up to the audience?
Just in terms of data, I just want to say that the one thing, McKinsey has done terrific work on that, as well as the IMF has done, the World Bank has done some good work, but really I think the evidence is the data, and so that data needs to be at the macro side, so having the statistics ready as to how much employment can you generate through the care economy and so on and so forth is really helpful, but also looking at the firm level and seeing what are the returns of investment for smart care policies, so the data points to me are really important.
The last thing I would say in my industry is to have a competition. People work for respect, recognition, and reward. In the industry that I'm in the finance sector, and most of the corporates that I cover, if you measure it, it will matter. And so coming up from a policy perspective with things that are measured in a competition and to give rewards, you did well at this, you did well at that, you're on this list, you're on that list, it matters. People write it up in their annual reports. And internally, it becomes something where the board wants to hear about social and corporate responsibility. So I would encourage to advocate for it and to young people to demand it as part of their compensation package, that they're entitled to it.
I guess my final comment would be around culture. Create the culture within your organization that enables people to ask for what they need to be successful, both within the workplace and outside of the workplace.
With that, we're going to open it up to the audience. There's both mics there, and then there's some runners as well. Yes, please, right here in the front.
I have a question. Someone mentioned elder care because a lot of the boomers are dealing with
Mike, I can't hear you.
Yeah, let's just wait 1 minute. The question is about elder care, and we'll.
I have a question about elder care because a lot of baby boomers are dealing with this surge of Alzheimer's with their parents and that kind of thing. Are people making initiatives for that as well?
Has anybody on the panel seen elder care initiatives, either on-site, off-site, or more broader policy efforts?
I've seen them off-site. So we have services that will make references and provide. We have psychologists on duty that will work with our employees and to help find services in the various communities. We don't have any, the only thing we have on-site is the healthcare, the gym, and the childcare.
I would say that, we provide all of our employees with access to a care platform. So it enables them at no cost to subscribe to the platform to find qualified elder care, somebody to help them clean their house, child care, and even pet care, because pets are family too now, right? So we have that, and we also have placement services similar to what's been described. We also have a program in place because our professionals have to work long hours, especially at certain times a year, and they may have to travel unexpectedly. So we have a program in place called Extended Care Cash, which can reimburse for care that needs to be provided outside of working hours, when you're working outside of your regular expected hours. And people use that to travel children with them on business trips. People use it for elder care and for a variety of needs. So that's something that we found that works as well.
Great. We have done a little bit of work with insurance companies and looking at what type of care products actually insurance companies can put out to take into consideration what women want and need. And one of the key findings was that actually the insurance industry could make 1.7 trillion from women alone if they were to focus on what women want and need. And so we did case studies in 10 countries, and one of the key needs that came up was we need additional products on the market that can help us with elderly care as well as with child care. So we're really putting into place a more women's friendly, creating markets for all insurance, design of product, services, and distribution channels. And elderly care is a huge aspect on that.
Great. Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead. That's great.
Thank you. My name is Emma Barclay. I'm from International Planned Parenthood Federation. And there are lots of different threads that I've heard through this morning, and it coming through this as well, but not really coming to the fore, that actually women's empowerment and girls' empowerment is all going to be picking up on something that Anne-Brigitte said this morning. It's about your choice, running your own life. Now, everybody in this room is here because we are making our own choices about what our life looks like in terms of whether we have children, how many children we have, when we have them. And that very much feeds into the care that we give and that we need. And I think one of the things that it feels like we're missing is how are we supporting all the women who currently don't have those choices? And how do we supporting the girls who aren't allowed to stay in school, who aren't allowed to choose who they marry, who aren't allowed to choose how many children they have and when they have them, to be part of what we're trying to achieve? I know that's maybe something that's less relevant in the US, but currently possibly not. But it is, if we're going to crack girls' empowerment, women's empowerment, we have to have control over our lives. That involves bringing in men as partners and agents of change, but we have to address that. And it feels like that's something that we've touched on, but we haven't really dug into today. And it would be interesting to know what your views on that are. Thank you.
Wonderful. Great. Henriette or Slivina, from a global perspective, do you want to comment on that?
Sure. We actually had a big conversation around that. The World Bank Group overall is hugely invested, of course, in sexual reproductive rights and making sure that choices are being maintained around the world. And we've seen, obviously, various governments step up their efforts in response to some of the policies that have been put out here. So the Netherlands stepped up, Sweden stepped up, Canada. So we clearly are having our eyes on the ball in terms of making sure that we are not letting the finance gap get bigger and that we're filling and stepping in some of the finance gap that is on the horizon. And so for sure, we have a global facility that we've launched last year, which is hugely active in the space, both on the public and on the private sector side. So I'm really glad you raised the issue, because I think indeed it's very, very intrinsically linked to care. And so just to say on the bank side, I mean, if you look at our World Bank Group gender strategy, the first pillar is first generation gaps, and sexual and reproductive rights is left, right, and center of that strategy. And the bank group is committed to implementing and continuing to work both on the bilateral and the multilateral side. And I know IDB is in the room and others who are really focused on this issue. So thanks for raising it.
Any other thoughts? All right, good. Let's go here. The lady in the blue jacket here in the front.
Somebody asked me, is flex time, work-life integration, a developed economy issue? For the woman farmer who has a kid on her back, the micro-entrepreneur who brings the little kid to sell vegetables, can't think about that stuff. They don't have access, Silvina, to, online ways of finding better employment or higher paying employment. So I sort of want people to get some perspective on this. The other is, there was a study that was reported in the New York Times that men who took paternity leave suffered the same negative consequences as women who took maternity leave. They were put off the track, their pay got lessened, and they were deemed of a lower ambition level, even though they were terrific, but they took time off for a child. So it goes back to what you were talking about. How do you create the cultural mind shift internally so that men and women don't suffer because they do care?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. It's a challenging question. Culturally, I would say, it starts with holding up those examples and making sure that you don't take the actions that you've described. I would also say, in terms of men's being involved in caregiving, that varies a lot clearly by the culture of the country or the society. And certainly, certain countries, as we saw from Quaylen, are farther along that path. But I was describing some things yesterday to a woman I met from Africa in my hotel when I was snowed in. And she said, wow, it would be great if men could be as involved in the US or in my country as you're describing, how they're involved in your organization. So I think it's the stories and the examples.
It comes from the top in any organization. A culture will always, if you see CEO change, oftentimes you'll pretty quickly see a change in the culture and the messaging in the entity. And so if you have a CEO who owns this and he enforces it, I used to say if somebody isn't lined up, they leave a body in the lobby for a week until the guys go, oh, I'm not going to do that. So I don't want to be that way. So organizations have to have an element of, yes, collegiality and wonderful culture and supportive culture, but you also have accountability. And if the CEO owns this and makes changes, you won't get the mommy track, right? I have 4 kids. I was never on a mommy track. And yet, I was working from home on Fridays. I did have one guy come in once and say to me, you're working 4 days a week, so I'm going to cut your pay 20%. And I told him, I'm twice as smart as you, and you're on a golf course 1 day a week, cut your own. All right? Now, you cannot just sit there and take it. But you can use humor, which I use a lot of, to diffuse it. On the men issue, I think men have to be, senior guys, told they take it. At our place, we have 6 weeks paternity leave for the guys. Although I'm not sure I would have wanted my husband around for 6 weeks, I have to be honest with you. But it is 6 weeks, but I think we need to push on it. On the international issues, there are critical partnerships with major corporations who can help fund and facilitate, probably with many people here in this room, on those issues. When we focus on citizenship, when we focus on social innovation, we oftentimes do that in partnership on women's education and care.
And I will add something. Aside from the role of corporations, it's also important how we educate our little kids girls and boys. Like when we have a girl, we give them a doll, and we are pre-assuming that she wants to be the caregiver. If you have a boy, you give them a Lego, you give them computers, you give them things to build. So you train him to become an engineer, and you train him, her unconscious, to become a caregiver. So this is a bias that gets installed in the little girl's mind. You have to be a princess. You have to look pretty, sit tight, and wait for the prince to come and rescue you. And, you know, I got married at 35 years old, and I found my husband in Match.com because my options were not many, because the culture was trained to prefer women who were much more on the caring side and less on the professional side, and you can be absolutely both. So I think that it's important that we train our girls to be princesses, but those princesses that build castles, being independent, and our boys to respect that and empower women who want to build castles. And also, I think also important who you choose to marry. If you choose to marry a person who will be supportive, because it shouldn't come from your boss only. It's not responsibility on your boss. It's also responsibility of your partner in life to chip in and suggest and take the initiative on the household chores, on raising the kids. So this is something that we can all do that doesn't require policy and doesn't require large corporations to take measures, which will be also incredibly important, but it's in our control. And I think that from the ground up, not to make difference based on genders can change the future for all of us.
Wonderful. Thank you, Silvina, Sarah, Henriette, and Barbara. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. We have yet another stellar panel lined up with a number of companies working on the issue of STEAM, girls and women's access to STEAM, science, technology, education, arts, and math. And we have Erin Hogeboom, who is actually a really amazing person to have stepped in yesterday to be our moderator, and I know she'll be great. So Erin is the Community Development and Network Strategy Manager for the National Girls Collaborative Project. In this capacity, she increases cohesion across the NGC network and works with an online community, expanding science, engineering, technology, and math more equitably across genders. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be the moderator for this, what I'm sure will be a very exciting session. So we'll keep all of you awake after lunch, I promise. So my vision for this panel is really to surface insights from all of these amazing women that we have on this panel, both their individual experiences and their organizational experiences with engaging girls in STEM. So we have a packed hour, so I'm going to go ahead and allow each of our panelists to introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about their organization, and if you have a specific passion or interest within this, specifically within girls within STEM, please share that with us. So we'll go ahead and get started with Suzanne Fallender, the Director of Corporate Responsibility for Intel Corporation.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. I think I'm on. So at Intel, I get to work across multiple parts of the company on environmental sustainability, supply chain responsibility, diversity and inclusion, and social impact. And right before I took over the corporate responsibility office, I also ran our global girls and women's programs. And what's been great for me is to be able to really see over the last few years how we've been able to accelerate our action and progress around diversity and inclusion, both inside the company, in our supply chain, in our industry, and also really align a lot of our education programs that we've been investing in for years to have a strategic focus on youth empowerment and also on gender. In the area of STEAM and girls in STEAM, we've had great partnerships for many years with multiple nonprofits and innovative groups, working really to get more girls to see themselves as innovators. And I think right now we're having big conversations across the company about how do we change that equation. And I often think about myself at 13, and I would ask you all, what did you think you wanted to do when you were 13? All right, also think when you were 13 how miserable a lot of the time was then. But think about who you were listening to at that time and who you were looking up to and what you were even thinking was possible for your career. So what we're really focusing now is taking a more strategic focus around middle school girls in the US to really look at how do we bring together coalitions of partners in specific geographic areas to really try to drive collective impact investment and a conversation to not only give them hands-on experience with technology, but also help them really to reimagine themselves and get exposure to different types of mentors, near-peer mentors in that space.
Great, thank you, Susan. Thank you, Susan. Next we have Kamsi McAdams. She is the Director of STEM Curriculum for Discovery Education.
Hi, everybody. I'm just really grateful to be here. A lot of people didn't know what Discovery Education was when I was milling around during the day, so I'll just start that we are an education component of Discovery Communications, the larger cable network, which you may know through Animal Planet or TLC or OWN. And I was hoping to show a picture to start my story off. It's a little picture of me 19 years ago. I was a grad student at Berkeley doing nothing related to STEM or STEAM, and I met that little girl named Sasha, who you saw on the screen just a second ago. And Sasha was an 8-year-old girl that I was her math tutor. I have an undergraduate degree in political science and in engineering, and they needed math tutors in West Oakland, California. And I met Sasha at 8. I'm the daughter of 2 scientists, an engineer, and she said, well, I don't know what you're going to do with me because I hate math and science. And I said, okay, well, that's good for the first time tutoring. And I threw her in the back of my car, although it was not allowed by the tutoring program, and we went to the Exploratorium and the Berkeley Marina and the Adventure Playground, and we did all these neat hands-on things, and I snuck in the times tables and the long division and the science homework, and that I fell in love with Sasha, and I fell in love with teaching, and I left my PhD program, much to the chagrin of my whole family. And I became a teacher in Oakland, and I taught in Oakland, California, and in New York City public schools for about 12 years. And I bring this background into my current corporate job, where I really think that it's by putting opportunities where we can make it really fun and engaging, but really not leave out the hardcore skills. Sasha would not have been successful if she hadn't gotten the skills needed for math and science, but she wouldn't have gotten the skills if she hadn't been engaged. And so I think that's one of the powers of STEM, is to be able to engage and excite people. We'll talk about the other pictures later when we're more engaged in the panel. But I think that this is a real opportunity where at Discovery we like to say you can't be what you can't see. And all day today, we've had all these opportunities to see women in roles that little girls like Sasha need to see, but they also need to be really engaged in play, excitement, hands-on, and that's really what my job is at Discovery, and it's a pretty neat job to be able to do that, hopefully at scale. That's something else we heard about today, where a digital product can then be given to the Sashas all over the world.
Great, thank you, Kamsi. Next, we have Angela Baker. She's the Director of Qualcomm Wireless Reach.
Hi, I did not know that we could bring flashback photos, so I'm not prepared with a photo from my younger days. But so I work at Qualcomm, which is a mobile company. We make the processors that go inside your mobile devices, and we're sort of expanding beyond traditional, smartphones and tablets, and looking at virtual reality and drones and a lot of new, Internet of Things kind of tech. And I run the Wireless Reach program, which is looking at how we can leverage our technology for social impact globally. And we work in 5 areas: education, health, entrepreneurship, public safety, and the environment. And the education vertical is one of our largest. And we're looking at, really how we can leverage mobile or maybe virtual reality for teacher training to really, I think, expand kids' and adults' skills for digital literacy. In addition to that, the woman who was supposed to sit on this panel, and you're all missing out because she's a superstar, runs our Think a Bit program, which is a program that is designed specifically for STEAM skills. And I think very similar to what Kamsi was saying, we're really looking at building a tech pipeline of girls and women in STEM and other underserved communities or minorities as well. But we're really looking at STEAM exposure. So at the Think a Bit Lab, which the first one was started in San Diego, which is where our company is headquartered, we really want to get girls into the lab so they can see what they can do with these skills, right? Because maybe just explain, research has shown that maybe just explaining and saying like, we're going to study math and science, if you show them what types of jobs are happening with STEM skills, it allows them to be more interested in it. That's what the research has shown. So we bring students into the lab, both boys and girls, for what we call a STEAM exposure experience, and they get their hands dirty. They get to, it's sort of a makerspace meets classroom. And it's only been around since 2014, but we've had about 10,000 students in the San Diego area come through, and about 600 teachers, because I think there's this other component of exposing teachers to some of these different kinds of technologies or different ways that they could teach in the classroom to bring those skills back into the classroom so students are getting further exposure. But at Qualcomm, again, we're looking across the pipeline. So, we're starting with pre-6th grade girls for our tech camp, Think a Bit, Q Camp, what we call, which is we bring girls in and it's a 2-week intensive training free program where they get exposure to coding Arduinos or building robotics. Then we move sort of to high school where we've got after school programs. And these are global. So some of them are in San Diego, but we're also in India, Korea, Taiwan. And then we get into college where we're working with, I think we've heard from a lot of people, mentorship and really pairing women, college-age women with mentors that are working in STEM fields, whether that's at Qualcomm or at other companies. And we're really looking at how, we can expose girls and women at all sort of places on this pipeline to get them excited, to get them engaged, and to keep them engaged so that we get them to come into the workforce. Because as a tech company, we're really interested in having a diverse workforce. We want to start, with younger kids to get the disruptors and the inventors of tomorrow so that, across the tech industry, people will benefit from those skills. So that's sort of how we're looking at it.
Great, thank you so much, Angela. Next we have Jun Sugiyama, Director of Vodafone Americas Foundation.
Thank you. Firstly, I wanted to thank Shamrook and the folks at the U.S. Chamber as well as the UN. I know it was really a difficult few days trying to rearrange the panels and accommodating everybody's travels. So I run the Vodafone Americas Foundation here in the United States. Vodafone, as you know, is a global technology company. I think what's unique about us is that we have 27 foundations worldwide. They're independent. They have their own charters, their board members. One commonality that we do have is that they all support technology for good projects. Aside from what we do through foundations and corporate social responsibility, I think the other side is that we support the women in our workplace. We have a global maternity policy as well as a flexible working schedule policy. But as you can imagine, we are a global company. We have many, many employees worldwide, and deploying policies like that can be difficult, but we were able to do that. I think with our unique family of foundations, we're able to accommodate some of the different issues that plague us from one end of the world to the other. Here in the US, I run a project called the Wireless Innovation Project, which is a competition to find the best wireless innovation to make social impact. Amongst the winners that we have, a few of them, actually quite a few of them, are women and impacting, we did a study recently, impacting close to 40 million people already and a potential to impact 60 more million people. So through policies within our company and through our projects, through our philanthropy side, we're able to try to make change around the world.
Great. Thank you so much, June. And last but not least, we have Reshma Saujani, founder and CEO of Girls Who Code.
Great to be here and with all these amazing women. Happy to be sitting next to June, who's such a huge supporter of our work. So thank you so much for everything you do for Girls Who Code. I am the CEO and founder of Girls Who Code, which is a national movement that's seeking to close the gender gap in computer science and technology. I'm not a coder. I did not major in computer science. I was definitely one of those girls who hated math and science growing up, or at least thought that I wasn't good at it. In 2010, I decided to run for United States Congress at age 33, when the average age is 69. So I thought that was a great idea. But in that process, I would end up, when you're running for office, you go visit schools and you talk to parents, you talk to educators. And I'd go into schools in New York City in 2010, and I would go into their computer science classes and their robotics labs, and there'd just be like hundreds of boys clamoring to be the next Steve Jobs or Mark Zuckerberg. And I was like, where are the girls? And so when I lost the election, I actually got a chance to answer that question. And I started doing research, and I started looking at what are the other programs out there? Why aren't girls going into this field? How can we intervene? And thought, well, Girls Who Code, that's a cool name. Went on GoDaddy.com and bought it for $1.99, right? Thought that the best way to intervene was a summer program, so borrowed a friend's conference room and lured the girls with free pizza and a $50 stipend. And in 2012, I kicked off our first summer program, which was with 20 girls that were from some of the poorest neighborhoods in New York City. And what was powerful that summer was that the girls, none of them knew how to code. They didn't even have Wi-Fi in their homes, much less in their schools. And not only did they learn how to code, but they wanted to build products that were going to make their world a little bit better. And I was like, wow, this is it. And so we went from one summer program in New York City teaching 20 girls to this end of this year, we'll be reaching over 30,000 girls in all 50 states, which is pretty incredible, but not good enough for me. But because only 7,000 women graduated in computer science last year, right? The problem is that that's so bad. And let's compare that to China, where 350,000 people got their engineering degree, right? So we have a massive, massive problem here in this country. And so our interventions are twofold. One, we build what we call summer programs inside technology companies. So we'll take 20 girls, and for 7 weeks, we'll teach them how to code. We run 80 of those programs in 11 different cities. So 1,600 girls go through that program. The program is free. Half the girls in that program are under the poverty line. And then we have Girls Who Code clubs. We have about 1,500 of those clubs in all 50 states. NPR did a story about the first ever coding club in a homeless shelter, and that was ours. Little girls in Dorchester, Massachusetts would go from their shelter in the morning into the basement and learn how to computer program. And so, we have more demand than we know what to do with. And I know we're going to talk about this later, but I just want to end with the thing that keeps me up at night. We recently did a report with Accenture that showed that the problem is actually getting worse, right? That there's actually, if we only continue to do what we're doing, in 10 years, women will go from being 24% of the computing workforce to 22%. That's crazy. It sounds weird, right? At a time where President Obama mentioned computer science twice in his in his State of the Union address, where every parent wants to teach their kids to code. We have Hour of Code. We have all these amazing private sectors putting probably more dollars on this table, right? Going towards universal computer science education. But here's the thing. The money that we're putting into educating our young folks in coding, it's going towards universal computer science education, which means it's not mandatory, it's elective. So if you go into any computer science classroom in America, anyone, I don't care, I go to them all the time, it's gonna be 80% boys and 20% girls. So what we're doing is just increasing more boys that are learning how to code and not doing anything about gender. So we cannot take our eyes off gender. As we invest in interventions, they need to be focused at girls. And all of you in this room, when you're making investments and you're thinking about, the first question you have to ask yourself is, great, how many girls are you teaching how to code? How many girls are you impacting? Because I don't know about you, but I am sick of reading story after story after story about the sexual harassment and the failed leadership that is happening in technology companies. Because I don't want to train thousands of girls to learn how to code and put them inside of companies that don't know how to keep them. And frankly, that problem is never going to change when only 19% of your technology workforce is female? The only way it changes is by flooding the gates with women. And so that's what I work on and think about every day.
Great, thank you, Reshma. Great, well, we have some definite substantive things that we can get into. So, Kamsi, I'll start with you. You've had more than a decade of experience in science and math and literacy, education and teaching, and you served in the Obama administration as Deputy Director for STEM at the U.S. Department of Education. How has your experience in public education and government informed your current work to build and launch a K-8 STEM digital curriculum focused on engineering grand challenges and the UN Sustainable Goals?
Thanks for that big, meaty question.
Kick it off.
So my path is circuitous. You know, I fell into teaching because I fell in love with Sasha. I fell into policy because I fell in love with the president who talked about math and science very clearly. I was a math and science teacher, and I had been a teacher and a leader. I had been a school principal, a school assistant principal. I had been a coach, and I heard this elected official talking about math and science teachers, and I said, well, that's it. I want to go do something about that. It pained me to leave the classroom, because I loved my kids, I loved my teachers, I loved New York City. DC was sort of a rough place. And I went there and everybody knew each other and everybody, you know, sort of played the game of passing the business cards and lobbying and everything. And I came there as a teacher, and I still see myself in that role. The experience of working for the Obama administration led me to a couple of things. Number one, STEM is sexy and everybody cares about it. I didn't have to do one bit of sale on STEM. By the time I got to work for Arne Duncan, STEM was in his top 5. You know, early childhood, college affordability, you know, standards and accountability, STEM is in there somewhere, right? That was really great, because when you talk to people about STEM, the automatic thing is access and opportunity and empowerment. But we needed to be really careful that we were not taking our eyes off of gender and underserved communities and people with disabilities and people in rural areas, because those areas need special attention, which is why so many of the grant programs that I helped influence when I was at the Department of Education were specifically towards magnet schools, towards rural populations, towards Hispanic serving institutions, towards HBCUs, et cetera. And I think that when I got hired at Discovery, I said, well, how is this all going to fit together? And part of it was because we have this opportunity to be very deliberate in what imagery and what media and what picture we paint of what STEM is. So we picked challenges from the Grand Challenges for Engineering, those are put out by the National Academy of Engineering, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And we picked them in ways that my research from when I was in Society of Women Engineers, which what you were saying is, we don't say you need to be good at math or science. We sort of soften it up a little bit, and we really talk about helping people, making an impact in your community, making an impact with your own friends, family, school, and then as the kids get a little bit older, making an impact in the world. And I think that there's a real opportunity in the curriculum that I'm building to do a bunch of things. One is to, quite frankly, we don't need to show any more men doing these jobs. So when I go through and I click on every image and every picture of media, if it's a white man and that's our only choice, I send it back and say, who else can you find? Not that I don't think that there are some white men doing some good stuff, but boy, they're already getting bombarded with it. You're going to ask some kid for somebody who's famous in math or science, Bill Gates, you know, Zuckerberg, maybe Albert Einstein, but very rarely do you get the Rosalind Carters or the you know, the Grace Hoppers. Like you're not getting those names, and we need to put those names in front of kids. The second opportunity that we have is to really make sure that the challenges are both global and locally contextualized, because these big giant problems of eradicating poverty or zero hunger challenge or access to solar energy, that's what we care about as professionals. But to a kid who's in their classroom in a rural area or in a far off place, we have programs in Egypt or Dubai, maybe that's not the right thing. So we would need to really make sure that we have a balance between global concerns and local context and what kids really care about. So for me, it's a lot of pieces putting together, and the opportunity to create the curriculum from scratch and to build it based on all of these different experiences. And hopefully work in an environment where the sort of sexiness of STEM is being tempered by a real focus on empowerment and how we can, if we're empowering girls, then we're probably going to be doing a good job of messaging for other underserved communities. So if we can make really deliberate choices and really be really strategic in what images and messages we send to our girls, it'll be good for all of them. But I think you're right, Reshma, that we can't lose that focus because there is a real gap. And I think that that's something that I'm hoping to keep really close as I'm continuing to work on my project.
Absolutely, that's great. Yeah, at the National Girls Collaborative Project, we often say that what works for girls also works for boys. Right. But we can't lose that focus. I think that's great.
And I also just think that also works for when people that are in the workforce too. So, we've seen, corporate responsibility efforts or social impact efforts, and people want to feel connected to the place that they work, especially women want to feel connected to the place that they work, and it's giving back and serving communities in which, the companies are working in. And so I think that's important as well. So, probably, especially the corporates on the stage, I think it's also about communicating internally and communicating up about these programs where, whether it's, since we're tech companies, it's what your tech is doing to help. And I think that speaks to girls, but also speaks to, keeping, we've heard this around keeping millennials in the workforce, but I think keeping women in the workforce so that they're engaged in the work that the company is doing externally as well.
Great, so the next question is going to be for Susan. Intel has had a long-standing focus on promoting women and girls. Can you talk to us a little bit more about Intel's programs that are engaging girls?
Sure, and I think one of the things, going back to the previous question and kind of what's that comprehensive approach, I think when we are looking at the issue of diversity, inclusion, and also social impact, we look at kind of three main things, and we've prioritized some of our investments in this space. So one is data and goals and measurement. It's the theme of the conference. But on the data side, really we've started to invest with partners in research to really get at those, what are the design principles for programs? What are the things we need to do internally around the culture? So if you go to intel.com/responsibility, you can link to reports we have on, we did a makers report to look at how to use maker activities, which Qualcomm does a lot of as well, to engage girls in those hands-on activities, so solving those real-world problems. And also, but what are the principles to design maker activities and maker spaces to be kind of gender-friendly, gender-neutral. We also set a goal for our own diversity workforce to achieve full representation by 2020. And one of the things, we've had diversity programs for many years when we talked about why data really does drive performance and achievement. And so we set $300 million that we would invest to achieve our goals and also invest in the industry more broadly. We just published the latest update on our report on our CSR blog just 2 weeks ago, but really showing that that's driving really different discussions in the company, and also looking at some of the retention data that we've invested in and research we're doing to really understand what are those pieces, and that part of kind of connecting to how our technology helps others has been really critical. Besides data, we also are looking at how do you have innovative approaches to programs. So really looking at different ways to meet youth and girls where they are in different ways. And we're evolving the kind of technology experiences we're exposing them to. So if you think of how our business is shifting, we're a large semiconductor company in PCs and servers, but we're also now moving into autonomous driving and drone technology and all these new areas in the Internet of Things, which really helps to kind of make that real world connection for people. And that means there's different types of curriculum that some of it doesn't even exist. We're actually starting to develop curriculum in areas where the technology is so new that it's kind of exciting to expose youth who maybe never got to touch a drone, and now they're learning how to do a little bit of coding around the drone, and it's kind of that shiny object to show them what skills that they can apply and give them that confidence to do that. And then the final thing is really on these different coalitions, really looking at different ways to come together with new types of partners. We're actually engaging with workforce development nonprofits. How do you infuse technology to reach young women and others in where they might already be, but they don't have the technology curriculum. And then also creating spaces. So we're working with, through our Intel She Will Connect program, we have had digital literacy training in community centers. We actually this year did a caravan. So we have a mobile learning lab that is a prototype outfitted with laptops, technology that we can get to women and young and girls in more rural areas in Kenya. We partnered with a local nonprofit called Joywo to do that. But now the government actually wants to do 14 more. And then another NGO said, we want to do 8 more. So really, we want to get those prototypes and spaces out there so that those can then be replicated by others in different communities.
Thank you so much. Reshma, this question is going to be for you. As the CEO and founder of Girls Who Code, what have you identified as the largest barriers and potential solutions?
Sure. I think I'm supposed to queue up a video, though, right? First, am I supposed to do that? Yes? Yeah.
She thinks she's all alone, and we're working on an MP3 player. Yeah. And so I wrote this song so she can move along.
Look at how close we are.
In despair, when things were bad, and you were never there. When things were bad, she came up for air. She said a little prayer, and she found herself. Yeah, she's got light in her face. She don't need no rescue, and she's okay. Yeah, she's got life in her veins. And she's okay. No SOS needed, no rescue, and she's fine out there. No SOS needed, no rescue, and she's fine out there. Yeah, she's got life in her veins. She don't need no rescue, and she's okay. She forgot it all. Looks into the sky, and all her tears were dry. She kissed her fears goodbye. She's gonna be alright. But things were bad, it was beyond repair. She was scared, she couldn't handle it. Things were bad, but now she's glad. Can't you tell? And she's walking on it. Yeah, she's got light in her face. She don't need no rescue, and she's okay. Yeah, she's got life in her veins. She don't need no rescue, and
that's an example of our summer immersion program. Thank you. Yeah, one of our girls actually made that video. That's an example of our summer immersion program that we host across the country. And I think, again, to the question earlier, many of our supporters like IBM or Microsoft, Adobe, AT&T, they don't just have one program, they have 5 of those programs, right, in their offices across the country, because what they've found is that it helps with employee retention, right? Women are leaving twice the rate of men from technology companies within the first 3 years, and it helps with building the pipeline. Many of the young women that they're hiring for their technical internship program are Girls Who Code graduates. So you asked me, what's standing in the way? So a lot of, if you think about in the 1980s, about 40% of computer science graduates were women. If you walked into any gaming camp in America in the 1980s, it would have been 50% boys and 50% girls. And today that number is less than 18%. If you were to walk into any classroom, it's 80% boys and 20% girls. And so what happened? And a lot of what happened was culture, right? In the 1980s, the personal computer came out and it was marketed as a toy for boys. On television, you saw the rise of the programmer, right? The white dude in a hoodie, drinking a Red Bull, sitting in a basement somewhere, right? Staring at a screen. And from Revenge of the Nerds to Weird Science, right, to today on Silicon Valley on HBO, that is the image of what a computer scientist is. And to the point of, you cannot be what you cannot see, little girls look at him and they not only can't relate to him, they don't even want to be friends with him. And so it has had the opposite effect on young girls. And what we're essentially doing is telling our young girls, because of culture, that you're not good enough and that you're not smart enough and that computers are a boys' thing. And media has really emphasized that. We too have played a hand in this as parents. How many of you have ever said, I hate math? I hate science, right? How many of you would probably walk into a dinner party and say, just so you know, I'm not that good at math. You may even walk into an interview and say, I'm not that great at math, just so you know. You would never walk into an interview and say, I can't read, right? Or walk into a dinner party and be like, just so you know, I can't write. Never do that. But I'm sure many of us have said, totally, not intentionally, to our daughters or our nieces or the young girls in your life, honey, I can't help you with your math homework. Go ask your daddy, right? I've heard that. I've seen that. I've seen that in airports. So what we're signaling to our girls is that math and science, that's a boy thing. And if you're a girl, do something else. And so culture has played a huge role in girls thinking that they're not good at something that they're actually quite good at. I think the second thing I talk about a lot is I think that we've been raising our girls to be perfect and we've been raising our boys to be brave. And girls think that you are innately good at something. And when we face a challenge or we do a math test and we get a B on it instead of an A, all of a sudden, we don't want to take math anymore. We have to do a better job, I believe, of raising our girls to be brave and raising our girls to be excited by challenges and not think that our minds are fixed in one way or the other. And so we spend a lot of time at Girls Who Code really just combating culture. We have 14 books coming out. We basically have our own imprint at Penguin of coloring books, board books, fiction books, our own curriculum and a graphic novel so that shows girls that this is for you. And it's fun, and it's interesting, and it's cool, right? And then we spend a lot of time in our curriculum, not just teaching coding, but teaching sisterhood, and teaching bravery, and teaching confidence, and all the things that we think that you need to simply survive in this environment.
That's great. Thank you so much. And thank you for the video, too. That was great. June, so you have been described as the consummate mentor. You reach out to young women and connect them with opportunities and each other and events and workshops that will help them in their career. What sparked your passion for mentoring as a strategy for women's empowerment?
Well, I don't know if I did that on purpose, but I'm here to help, and I would really like my friends and colleagues to be able to move up and do well, and that's why I do it. But as far as our workplace is concerned, it's a very comfortable and friendly workplace where we can work together and we talk together. As far as our programs are concerned, we're supporters of organizations like Girls Who Code and Technovations. Those are both girls coding programs. And then I think somebody from the session before was talking about how it has to work from tops down. I think our company has that. Our CEO has made a public commitment with the UN He4She to make improvements for women in tech, as well as women in leadership within our company, and then also supporting education for girls in refugee camps. So at the group foundation level, they run a program called the Instant Satellite Network Schools. Instant Network Schools, I think it's called for short, and it's literally a boxes of equipment that they send to the refugee camps with tablets with downloaded information and curriculum, providing education for girls and boys too in the camps. But I want to just kind of get back a little bit and reflect a little bit. I can see why Shamrock put all of us together. We're all related to technology, some of us with larger tech companies. I support, Rashma's program, and then I live in Oakland, and my children went through the Oakland school systems, not a private school, so I'm also a recipient of programs like yours. And aside from all that we do internationally, I'm really thankful for Suzanne and her programs that she's running here in the US. I believe we have a lot to accomplish here. Some of the quality of the science programs, if they do have them in the schools, are not up to par. And then especially the encouragement that the girls need in the programs are also not there. I can tell you, for my kids in the Oakland schools, in the elementary school, the poor science teacher did not have a classroom. He had a cart that he was pushing from class to class. And they considered, during budget cuts, science and the arts were considered extracurricular, and they were cut. So, we need a whole change of frame and thinking, good teacher training, a lot of us also provide support to schools in areas like Oakland and some of the disadvantaged neighborhoods and schools, but we also have to think about the balance in what we're providing. When you provide tech support and money to just one school, what's happening to all the other schools? And are they left behind, or are the kids all going to one school and then the other schools closing? I think we really have to think about, the expanse of some of the programs that we're supporting. So just to reflect back, I'm really thankful that I'm here with all the great women who are doing wonderful things. And by the way, we're not an operating company here in the United States, like my colleagues in Spain or Italy, with a huge workforce, a customer base, R&D labs to be able to provide spaces for Girls Who Code. We don't have that, but we actually partnered with Girls Who Code so that they can use other companies' facilities, but we're able to work together with them and support them. And so we're trying to be creative in the ways we work together.
I'll just add on the Oakland piece. One thing that was really interesting is we looked at our different programs and our pipeline programs. We had that discussion about schools and how to partner effectively, and we actually did a really unique partnership with the entire Oakland Unified School District to really focus on increasing the number of students considering going into computer science. And we just have seen a dramatic increase in the number of students that they have, both in regular computer science classes and also AP classes. I think the AP increase was 11-fold, and we had a 400% increase in just general programs. But it's been important to have a comprehensive approach, not just supporting the teachers, but also outreach to parents and also visits to Intel, to other tech companies, to really have that, that exposure and to also, frankly, tap into our employee resource groups. We have a really cool program internationally called the Intel Education Service Corps, where we take teams of employees and send them to kind of do service around implementing technology in a school, in a nonprofit. We'd never done one in the US. And so we had a conversation, could we have a team go and support the Oakland project directly? And it was very popular, and actually we're now expanding for some of our other programs to have those there, because I think it was very effective to have the students interacting really directly with mentors and students and people who look like them too.
And just to add to this, we a couple of weeks ago convened the female governors, all three of them, with Sheryl Sandberg hosted us at Facebook to have this conversation about, as you're implementing policy and having initiatives like Computer Science for All, and you're executing programs, how can we actually put in reporting requirements so that we're looking at when we're having these programs, well, how many girls are actually in those programs? How many people of color are in those programs? Mm-hmm. And so I definitely, and it's something that we, again, this idea of like, don't take your eyes off gender. And I think it's definitely something we all came back as a team and said, we need to push this, right? As female leaders, as female executives, we need to be the ones to come back and say, what's the gender numbers on this? And so I encourage everybody on this panel too, that as you're making these really important investments into school districts, to ask them, like, what does gender look like? Because I think that we're not gonna like what we see in the beginning, but by the fact of us asking that question and constantly demanding that data, they're gonna get better at it.
I mean, we've had partners who couldn't desegregate the data over time, and so by just everyone asking, that's been helpful. And I think we always need programs that are very targeted at girls, but we also just need to make sure it's designed into every program you do, like you're recommending.
And I would just put a plug in there for the U.S. Department of Education Civil Rights Data Collection, that it's a phenomenal piece of information. It's free and open and currently available on the used.gov website. This is not my job now, but it's my former job, that you can dial into any school district and look at access that's disaggregated both by gender and by socioeconomic status and by race, ethnicity. And you'd be shocked at what districts don't have access to algebra, much less AP Computer Science, much less higher level mathematics. So I suggest that that's a place where, data speaks numbers, and just like the woman who was before lunch who talked about the data that often isn't told, we should always be uncovering that data and make sure that we know, because, having access to coding or computer science classes is fantastic, but if we can't even get our kids to get through algebra, we got big problems on all ends. Yeah.
Well, and also, I've been around long enough that a while ago I was told to take the gender information off of my reports. So I think now is the time when we can have these conversations to include gender. I mean, they're available, and we need to count that.
Right.
But
well, kudos to the panel, because that was going to be my final question, was about data, and you brought it up anyway. So unfortunately, we don't have time for question and answer, but if our panelists are around, I'm sure that they would welcome your questions at a break time. And I just want to thank all of the panelists for being here today. Thank you so much for joining us talking about gender.
Yes, sure. So we're going to shift gears for a bit here now and discuss health and how to collaborate to support healthy outcomes for women and girls. And our moderator today is Nana Kuo. She's the Senior Manager of Every Woman, Every Child Health Team in the Executive Office of the UN Secretary General. And just a quick note of thanks also to Nana's team and to UN Foundation for helping us shape this panel. So I'll let Nana introduce the whole panel. Thank you.
We're just waiting to get people mic'd up. Bear with us. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I know we're hitting the sort of 3 o'clock mark, so trying to get some more energy into the room. This panel is about health and well-being of women and girls particularly, which are really foundational to, of course, women's empowerment and, of course, stronger, more resilient societies as a whole. We have a wonderful panel today. We have Mei Li, the Director of Global Community Impact from Johnson & Johnson. We have Carl Hoffman, the CEO of Population Services International, PSI. We also have Katja Iversen, the CEO of Women Deliver, which I think many of you have heard about as well. So today's panel, as Shamaruk introduced, is about the health and well-being. And we've obviously earlier today heard about education, also youth leadership, and all of these issues. And we very much see these as interlinked. And we need to have a very holistic approach to women's and girls' empowerment overall. That is very much at the heart of the Sustainable Development Goals, which were launched in 2015. The 193 countries came together and agreed and launched those Sustainable Development Goals. And we really see those goals as a sort of shining light in terms of the future and vision that we want to see by 2030 for our world and for our women and girls as well. The ambition is to achieve a more sustainable, equitable, prosperous, and healthier world for all. And every woman, every child, as Shamaruk had introduced, I come from the UN Secretary General's office, and I lead the Every Woman, Every Child initiative. And it really places women, children, and adolescents at the heart of the Sustainable Development Goals. Every Woman, Every Child and the global strategy for women's, children, and adolescent health, which in a way is showing us that we have a plan. We have a plan in terms of how to address the health and well-being issues in support of the SDGs. It puts, it looks at the roadmap to deliver on this integrated agenda for women and girls, and to ensure that they not only survive, because we still see millions of women and children dying every year from preventable causes. So not only ensuring that they survive, but they also have the opportunities to unleash their full potential and thrive, and to then be the agents of change for the new Sustainable Development Agenda and the vision for the world that we strive to achieve. But we also recognize that to achieve this, we need a multi-sectoral approach. We need all partners to contribute. So not only governments, not only civil society and private sector, but also the women and girls themselves as key drivers of change. And Every Woman, Every Child has been a unique movement, really focusing in on that partnership approach. And ensuring that there is space for all of these different stakeholders to contribute to this shared vision and agenda. And particularly as we look at private sector, Every Woman, Every Child has a very strong focus on engaging private sector with the UN and other stakeholders, and particularly through the support of UN Foundation as well in that work. We recognize that private sector, not only through strategic philanthropy, but through shared values or business practices, the business community has an enormous role to play, ensuring that health and well-being of women, children, and adolescents across their full value chain and within the communities that private sectors operate as well, so at all different levels. And to date, Every Woman, Every Child has generated over 50 commitments from the private sector to the Global Strategy for Women, Children, and Adolescent Health, which is about 1/3 of the 150 multi-stakeholder commitments we have to date, which complement over 60 country commitments. And that all totals around over $27 billion over the next 5 years. So today, we have a number of Every Woman, Every Child partners on this panel, and we really wanted to use this panel to highlight what can be done in a very concrete way in terms of private sector contribution, but also partnership with other stakeholders such as civil society, NGOs as well. So I want to start with my first panelist, Mei Li. And we saw a video just played in between our last panel, which is a video from Johnson & Johnson, and I'll hand over to maybe Mei Li. You want to explain the video, and then I'll ask you my first question.
Okay, thank you, Nada. Thank you, everyone, and I'm amazed that you're still here, and thank you so much. So the video you just saw is an example of how in what way that private sector and can be engaged with the development agencies, and that's a global partnership between Johnson & Johnson and Save the Children. As you just saw, that together we work in many different ways, everything from training health worker to share voice on Facebook and to advocacy to government. So this is just an example of different ways that companies can be engaged. So I'm going to switch gear a little bit and talk a little bit about the background of J&J. And just really, the last panel, Reshna was told a story about the challenges that adolescent girls and women facing in the workplace. I have a slightly different story. And in 1886, that's when Johnson & Johnson started with 14 employees. 8 of them were women, and they were hired for the purpose of innovation. Thank you. So I have to say that women has been at the center and heart of Johnson & Johnson's work over 100 years. Thank you.
So Meili, Johnson & Johnson has been one of our sort of early commitment makers right from the beginning when Every Woman, Every Child was launched back in 2010. So Johnson & Johnson's made commitments but in 2010, 2011, and 2014. As a global business, how has Johnson & Johnson's commitment to Every Woman, Every Child catalyzed new partnerships, including with the UN agencies, and why have these been important?
I'll address the importance question first, and then I'll go back to the example of the UN partnerships. So just a little bit of background, and yes, we made a public commitment towards Every Woman, Every Child in 2010 in 5 areas. One is on safe pregnancy and birth. Second is using technology to empower adolescent girls and women on pregnancy and safe, healthy pregnancy. And the third one is around soil-transmitted harmlessness. This is about children with intestinal worms that prevent them from growth and learning. And the last piece is around research and development in products. So I think from where I see, and there are many ways that the commitment is important to us, but probably I think the most profound ways are in 2 areas. And one is it really helped us to look at our portfolio holistically. And we've been down this work for many, many years. And through this commitment, we really think about sort of the ecosystem or the continuum of care. So we know that educated adolescent girl is more likely to have a healthy pregnancy and a safe birth, and is more likely to raise a healthy child. And so if you look at the 5 commitment areas, and they all kind of support in that continuum. So that leads to my second point about how this changed the way we work. And I'll give one example on advocacy. We've done this work, as I said, for decades, and we have been very shy about it and not talk about it, and for good reasons. At the time, our leadership, our executives, have the mindset that we do good work and we make an impact in the community, and we shouldn't be talking about it. If we talk about it, we're not doing it for the right reason. However, fast forward a few decades later, and world change, and I think through the coordination at EWAC, and I think we recognize that we do have a voice, and we can share the common goals, and we actually have an influence with the government and with the communities. So we've never done advocacy before, not intentionally before making the commitment on EWAC, but I would say that the advocacy piece definitely become more and more important at Johnson & Johnson, as you can see at the video.
Yeah, good example there. But we
Yeah.
also see Johnson & Johnson very much taking up that advocacy role more and more in lots of the other areas of work that you're doing. I'd like to turn to Katja, who is one of our most well-known advocates for women's rights and for girls as well. So Katja, Women Deliver is also a long-time partner and commitment maker to Every Woman, Every Child. We're very much partners in crime here. In 2015, Women Deliver made a commitment to the updated global strategy, among other things, to expand its Young Leaders program to nurture and develop the next generation of advocates for girls and women. This is so important for today's development climate. So how is your work with private sector partners, like with Johnson & Johnson, helping to drive this work?
Well, let me first start saying that young people are not only the leaders of tomorrow, they're very much the leaders of today. And having a world where in kind of globally, half the population is under the age of 30, in many countries, including in many of your markets, it's more than 70%. So it's their choices, their needs, their opportunities that will define the world, not only as we know it, but as we want it. And that's relevant for all of us. They're consumers, they're producers, they're reproducers, they're customers. They are the world. So Women Deliver has taken on to, as we say, we need to change the world. We need to work hard and we need to have fun while we do it. And working with young people is one of the most gratifying things I know, because they defy gravity, and what we say can't be done, they look at you and say, well, you might not do it, but we can do it. So we work with young leaders in 100 countries, 400 young leaders now, to train them in doing advocacy to change their own lives, work with private sector, work with everybody who want to make the world different and give them a fighting chance. And we do it very much on health, but also on gender equality in general, because they're just amazing advocates, and what they can get done for small seed grants that we can blow on a plane ticket is just amazing. But we know we can't do it alone. We're a small entity, but we work with the best. That's how we roll. And so we, for example, worked with Johnson & Johnson, and they were in on starting the Young Leaders program because they said, we know that training you do for young people, shouldn't we kind of try to give them the opportunity to really show what they can do? So they provided seed grants, $5,000 to 30 young people who really rock the world. I met one of them last week in Sun Valley at a big film festival. He has started with a seed grant to use theater for health training in villages. Today, in Pakistan, he runs a network of 100,000 young people who change laws, who change communities, and who works across the board. So with Johnson & Johnson, we started it, but not only that, Johnson & Johnson also said, we're really good at M&E, and kind of somebody like me, not really good at it, I really respect it, but so they said, shouldn't we just kind of give them training in M&E? So these young people, they got through the best training in really monitoring and evaluation and documenting results, and it has been one of the reasons why we can really help every woman, every child in the global strategy on the grassroots level. So we work with the best on global, and they change the rest in local.
Great, thanks, Katja. So Carl, I'll come to you next. PSI has been also Every Woman, Every Child commitment maker from the beginning. And the most recent commitment was to reach 10 million people under the age of 25 with modern contraceptives by 2020 through your commitment to Family Planning 2020 initiative, which is also part of the Every Woman, Every Child family. So as an implementing organization, how is PSI leveraging business practices to help make markets work for the underserved in a way that improves health and provides economic opportunities?
Thank you, Nada, and thanks very much for allowing me to be here as part of this great panel with my friends and colleagues and partners and collaborators over many different years in many different places. So PSI is a nonprofit, but a social marketing company. And we've always looked at the people that we are trying to work with in the 50 or so countries we work with around the world as consumers more than anything else. You know, some would call them beneficiaries, some would call them recipients. We think of them as consumers, and they have the dignity of choice that goes with that. And that's, you know, principles of marketing that just about every organization would employ in dealing with its customer base. So as we look at the future 10 years from now for us, we're trying to do 3 things that I think are going to leverage the private sector in order to achieve that objective and all the other things we're trying to do. One is to shape markets. And what do we mean by that? We've always been active in the markets where we work overseas, but we think it's more important for us now, more than ever, to really be understanding all the different factors that can shape a market and make it work or not for poor and vulnerable consumers. Sometimes that's people providing products and services like us, sometimes, or J&J. Sometimes that's the regulatory environment, sometimes that's the supply chain, sometimes that's social and cultural obstacles. How can we shape all of those market systems to work better for the consumer? Second, to shift policy and funding. And here what we're talking about is really trying to drive a movement around putting our consumer, we call her Sarah, by the way, our archetypical consumer, more in charge of her health. Can we disintermediate the work that is an obstacle between us and her? Can modern diagnostics and modern self-administered therapies, can those be brought more to her doorstep? Can she be empowered even more to take charge of her own health? And even in the most remote parts of the world, with cell phone technology and connectivity being what it is, it's possible to do that and connect women and families with referral networks that may be typically the private sector for us, private sector medical providers. It's all about putting, you know, consumer-centered healthcare, those practices into play in very poor, resource-poor settings. And third, strengthen our capacity and the capacity of all of our partners and get stronger by working with partners to allow all of us to make better progress toward universal health coverage. And we think, you know, we're proud of what we do, but we recognize the limits on what we do, and all of us are limited in our own ways. We're going to be better and stronger in partnership, and we see those sort of shape, shift, and strengthen approaches are going to help us with private sector partners, with governments, with funders, ultimately with our consumers, so that we can achieve that objective of 10 million additional young people, but also all the other health objectives we're aiming for over the next 10 years.
Great, fantastic. Thank you, Carl. I'd like to actually go back to Katja and talk about the Deliver for Good campaign, which was launched at the Women Deliver conference last year, in which Every Woman, Every Child is one of the core partners for. It identifies 12 specific investment areas for women and girls, which are in support of the Sustainable Development Goals. So Katja, I want you to maybe talk a bit more about those high-impact investments, those 12 high-impact investments, and how can businesses leverage those investments to have better contributions in underserved markets, but also for women and girls?
Great. Yes, I can talk about that for hours. I promise you I won't. But women deliver, and so much more than babies. And, you know, they deliver for themselves, for their families, for their communities, for their companies, and for their countries. And when the world invests in girls and women, there's a ripple effect, and great things happen, economically, socially. I don't know if you've seen the big study that showed that if we had gender equality in the world, global GDP would go up with 26%. That's the same as the total economy of China and the US, and that's not pocket money. And it's not something that they can fix over in the government or over in that UN. It's all of our responsibility. So we thought in Women Deliver, because as I said, we work with everybody who wants to really change the world for girls and women, because that powers progress for all. And we kind of said, okay, what is it that can really move the needle? Where are the gaps? Where are the gaps in companies? Where are the gaps in legislation? And then we, together with partners, one of the things that we found out was that everybody works in their little silo. So, I work in health. Not only I work in health, I work in maternal health. Okay, I work in diabetes, so we don't really talk to each other. Or I work in economic empowerment, or I work in labor legislation. So everybody works in their small silos, and that's one of the biggest barriers for progress. I believe it's all important, and if we work together, we can really minimize transaction costs. But we identified 12 investments. Some of them are health related. A woman should not die in childbirth. It's bad for the family, it's bad for her, but it's also bad for business. A woman should have access to contraception because you know what? If she doesn't, she'll be pregnant all the time because sex is not always an option, and that's bad for her and it's bad for business. Education, political influence, economic empowerment, women and climate change. They have first responders. So really the 12 investments. And then we said, okay, it's not enough that we know it over here, that we're so smart. We need to work with everybody who wants this. So we got a coalition of organizations together that really spans the gamut. So it's health, but it's also nutrition, it's also economics, it's private sector, it's environment, it's the whole thing. And we said, okay, now we have the facts and the figures. This is 30,000 pages of research. It's the investment case in girls and women, drilled down to small infographics, because we know that people don't have time to read. We know that most of the negotiators on the Sustainable Development Goals and many business leaders, they're men, so we also made them so they fit in a suit pocket. And a handbag. But really kind of got people together to say, all right, how can we do it and how can we do it together? And that has now grown to, with really gender equality at the center, but the whole woman and the whole girl at the center. Not a body part, not a logo, not a disease, but got together. We're now more than 200 organizations that's teamed up, including good private sector companies that's gone in and say, this is really relevant for us as well. We drilled down on the investment case. We work with the World Bank, we work with McKinsey, we work with KPMG to get the right data, to get the right analysis to really push the issue. And one of the wonderful partners, the founding partners, was Every Woman, Every Child. Because they say, if you only look at health as health, we're never going to solve the issues. We really need to look at the intersectionality, at the integration. So we work with Every Woman, Every Child proudly to deliver the gender component of the Every Woman, Every Child. And it's still early days. The campaign is, what, symbolic 9-month-old. Still room for a lot more, but we can really see how it changes both the narrative around how we talk about girls and women. Often they're spoken about as victims, vulnerable. But you know what? When I travel and I see, no matter what the circumstances are, I see women get up in the morning, put on their clothes, take their kids, and go and fight for a better tomorrow. That's not victims and vulnerable. That's powerful, and that's really driving change. Then it's to build that multi-sector collaboration, so we don't duplicate, but that we collaborate. And at country level, really make sure that the investment plans that are happening, both at government level, but also in a much broader perspective, really put girls and women at the center. Many businesses depend on it. Governments depend on it. And it's not because men don't deliver, they sure do when they deliver for women, so don't get me wrong on that one. But it's just an untapped resource, and there's so much potential, and we really need to work on it.
Fantastic, thanks, Katja. So I think maybe we just transition now to how do we measure this progress? How do we measure progress against the Sustainable Development Goals? And Every Woman, Every Child is supporting that effort as well, and through the partners of Every Woman, Every Child at all different levels, through a unified accountability framework. So looking at the indicators, of course, aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, but each of the partners also have a role to play in that measurement piece. So measurement accountability is also at the core of J&J's strategic philanthropy efforts. So how is J&J leveraging this technical knowledge to build capacity and scale effective strategies around these issues for women and girls at country level.
I think Katya alluded earlier on, we really take measurement, evaluation, M&E to heart, and we kind of challenge our partners to do that. And so I'm not going to focus on that because Katya already talked about it. And I want to share what M&E mean at Johnson & Johnson. And so yes, we made a commitment. I talked about the commitment areas, and we also had a number attached to it. And it's 120 million women and children, reaching that number of women and children by 2015. And we far exceeded that number. And because of the commitment, and we feel we have to start counting. That's the very basic thing. But we learned a lot through the process. And now, if I would summarize what M&E mean at Johnson & Johnson, I would see really 4 components that speaks to 2 areas. And monitoring, evaluation. So that's about learning what works and what doesn't work, and of course correct in a timely fashion. The second part is reporting and learning. You have to report what you learn and then share that widely. And I think that would bring, share the knowledge to, so, we talk about scale. Scale means different things. And I think sharing that knowledge means like it can be picked up by others and then they can bring to scale. I can give examples on that, but I don't know if I have time to today to do that.
I know I've been flagged that we want to give some time for Q&As, but I want to go to Carl once more to talk about the measurability of PSI's work. So how are you working to ensure measurement models that tell this whole story in terms of disaggregated data, need versus use, et cetera, and how does that support then the implementation of the SDGs?
Right. So the SDG journey, right, it's a huge challenge for us all, made easier, I shouldn't say easier, but certainly made more practical by the fact that there is a measurement framework, and so that's a hugely important contribution. Like Johnson & Johnson, like probably the whole room, right? The Chamber is a co-sponsor of this event. I mean, everybody believes in measurement. Everybody understands the power of metrics. Businesses do it, nonprofits do it. Sometimes we do it similarly, sometimes we do it differently. I have to say, just parenthetically, I live in Washington. Unfortunately, that's a town where facts and measurement are increasingly irrelevant, which is a real problem for us. Because this is an audience that understands the importance of evidence-based decision-making, and there are metrics that can drive the right performance indicators and progress, whether it's retained earnings or lives saved or whatever. We're in a policy environment now where that is such an uphill slog, and it's, at least as an American, it's very, very hard to stomach this right now. So we have always embraced a measurement culture also within our nonprofit, and for many years we've been measuring, we started out measuring sales because we were selling at a subsidized price products and eventually services, and sales was our performance metric. And then we realized that wasn't really what we should be driving toward. What we really cared about was the use of our products. And that's a little bit different from sales. And that led us to conclude that the best way to measure what we were doing as a nonprofit was a performance metric called DALY's Disability Adjusted Life Years. It's a year of healthy life. And over the last 5 years, for example, we think because of our work, we averted about 175 million years of death or disease for our audience, for Sarah. And we're proud of that. But we also realize that's a pretty narrow way to look at things. It's just us. And if we have this ambition of contributing to the broader picture, the SDGs at the top level, or shaping markets, what I mentioned previously as part of our strategy framework, then we need to understand a little bit more what's happening beyond just what we're doing. And that's where this calculus of use versus need comes in. This is a much cloudier picture. It's much easier to count what goes out of our warehouse, the number of IUDs that may be inserted, the number of implants, the number of condoms, the number of mosquito nets. All those lend themselves to hardcore metrics. understanding how we're closing the gap between use and need, use of modern contraception and need for modern contraception. That's a tougher issue, but we feel like that's where we really need to be devoting our attention going forward, because the story doesn't make sense unless we're closing that gap collectively. And when we close those gaps across the board, education, employment, contraception, family planning, empowerment, what have you, that's when we're reaching the SDGs, right? So we're working on that.
Can I add just a little thing?
Go ahead.
It's also really much making the investment case of why you should invest in health, why you should invest in girls and women. And if I pick up where you left, Carl, evidence shows that when you invest $1 in modern contraception, you can save or gain $120. So it's really, as advocates as we are, that investment case in girls and women, the investment case in health, is part of the factual world that can convince hearts and minds and activate hands. But we really need that. And I just want to say, business does it so well.
Yeah.
We learn from businesses every day in advocacy. We work with business every day. I just came over from the UN where I've been doing another talk, and as I had to say, doing good and doing business is not mutual exclusive.
No.
And there wouldn't be a healthcare system without healthcare products, but really empty maternity wards and empty clinics, wouldn't it? But really kind of that measurement and that evidence on what works is so key.
Great, thank you. I now want to open up for some questions. So I think we've got maybe 5-6 minutes for some questions, please. I can't see over here. Okay, so I'll go, maybe go to the microphone. It might be easier.
David Wilcox, ReachScale. So the promise was that if we got much better at advocacy and we got much better at measurement, we get much better at the thing that really matters. And that hasn't happened. And the thing that really matters is scale. And measurement explosion, look at the number of RCTs that Innovations for Poverty Action is running. It's mind-boggling. Huge explosion in measurement, huge explosion in advocacy. Very, very little, almost no examples of scale, true scale. Not 50,000 or 100,000, but millions. So that's the question. Are we expanding things that don't actually lead us where we need to go? Should we be making the trade-offs differently? Nutrition's number 2 on your investment area. There's no way to scale nutrition with the current nutrition products on the market. If you can't come up with a nutrition product that costs 1/4 of what the current products on the market cost, you will never scale nutrition. So how do we get the investment into targeting those specific levers, which if you pulled, actually would get you to scale, versus more measurement and more advocacy?
Thank you. Maybe I'll take a couple more questions over here, please. Those of you at the back, if you have a question, come up to the front towards the microphone stand. I think it might be easier.
Yes, I have a question on social marketing. I come from the financial inclusion space, and it seems that the reproductive health space has had a lot of success in changing behavior. And the kind of next frontier seems to be changing the behavior around money in the household. And, borrowing, could you give us like the top 3 things that have worked in changing behavior that we can then take on board and think about for campaigns to change behavior around finance? Thank you.
Great. And one more question over there. Please.
Hi, Sam Taylor from Reputation Dynamics. Thank you for a really terrific panel. I just want to start with an illustration. And Carl, you mentioned part of the trends, shaping access to new markets while addressing the poor and the vulnerable. I happened to be in Cologne a couple of years ago, Panama. I don't know if any of you know it, but it is probably one of the worst illustrations of poverty. 99-cent tour with Sister Mary, 2 blocks, malnutrition, women and children. Clearly, Cologne was abandoned by the government. And with the new Panama Canal, it's a source of jobs and social impact campaigns, improving health. How do we fundamentally change and really get to vulnerable markets, address poverty while shaping markets? Because let's face it, they're new consumers too. What is it going to take? Thank you.
It's a big question. Okay, so maybe I'll go back to the panel because I've just been flagged. We have 5 minutes left. Carl, do you want to kick off first?
I'll just maybe a couple of quick reactions to the first two questions, although I'd love to answer the third one too, but they're all big and complicated, right? I get the premise, and in some ways I agree, but in some ways I would respectfully disagree. I don't think there are no examples of successful scale in social progress or certainly in health in the world where I live, right? The past 25 years have been a source of incredible progress in reducing, for example, preventable childhood death and increasing access to various health services and products. And this is a story that goes unremarked because there are so many other tragedies and disasters that we're confronted with every day. But we know that, of course, hundreds of millions and a billion, more than a billion, have been lifted out of extreme poverty. So although I wouldn't lay those at the doorstep of RCTs, I agree with you, that may be the wrong answer to many of these problems. But I don't think it's fair to say that there hasn't been impact at scale. And certainly malaria, you can point to tremendous achievements in malaria over the past 15 years. That's a place where innovations have scaled. On social marketing and financial inclusion, I mean, boy, if I had the top 3 answers to that, I would be in a different, much more lucrative business, I think. I think any social marketing strategy has to look at demand side and supply side and just begin to unpack barriers to the behavior that you're trying to incent, right? It took us 25 years of our 45-year existence to realize that charging a positive price was not always the best way to get the behavior that we wanted from the consumer. And so I assume, there are questions about pricing and available subsidy and who's paying the subsidy and how can you target it and how can you break down the demand side barriers and the supply side barriers. And that mix generally has yielded the successes that we've found in health terms in terms of social marketing. But I agree with you, financial inclusion is one space that is ripe for breakthroughs, and none of us has really found it yet. But I'll stop there.
Maybe I'll go to Katja and May, but also maybe as a wrap-up, any sort of final comments, particularly around partnerships and what does it take to make successful partnerships?
Well, first, I'm a glass half full girl, and I do respectfully disagree that we have seen great progress. The world is a better place, no matter what we read in the papers and see on television. The world is a better place today than it was 20 years ago, and not least when we talk about healthcare. Just look at average age, look at access. There's so many more people. If you count the percentages or rates, maybe not, but if you look at the number of people, absolutely lots of progress. And lots of great examples of how it has been done. It's one of the things that the Deliver for Good does as well. We focus on solutions. We don't focus on the problems. We know what they are. They're the wallpaper in the discussions, but it's really about the scalable solutions that's integrated. So one of the answers would be integration, break down those silos, bridge those divides between sectors and between issues. And on partnership, that means, sitting around some of these tables here, you can see how far you can get. You have the financial institutions that can provide the money. You have the people who can make the laws. You have the people who can reach the last mile. And that's amazing, and that's what good partnership is about, that you really work with people who are good at things that you're not good at. And we complement each other. And don't be afraid of it, embrace it. Invite people into that tent and learn. And it's the greatest journey that I've been on, really learning from people and from areas that I don't know anything about. So private sector, CSOs, governments really need to work together on this, because else we ain't. And that go straight into the market and the business as well. So that would be my measure, make it happen.
Thanks, Katja. And May? So one thing I want to say that touches on all three questions that mentioned is endurance. Whether it's measurement or a program that you're doing, it needs to be long term. And you like as funders, as partners, like you have to come in a more of a long-term mindset. Things are not going to happen overnight in 1 year. And I have a great example of scaling in one country, China, and which is a large country, a program that covers over 90% of the facilities. So I can tell you more about that, but I think we've been in that program for over a decade. So it didn't happen just in 1 or 2 years. So I think the spirit of endurance needs to be more valued and appreciated in the development sector. And on partnership, I'm interested in the human history, and I think if you think back, humanity, the reason why we progress because our ability to collaborate, even going back to the hunter-gathering time, and recognizing who is good at what, and we collaborate. So I think that's what history shows, and we need to continue to do that and do better. And as a healthcare company, and we produce healthcare products, and we're in a business of training health workers, and we need trained health workers with medical supplies can only do a good job when there's running water in the facility, and when there's sanitation, when there's electricity. We're not in that business, so I think this working together is so important to make that impactful.
Any last words, Carl? And kudos to every woman, every child for bringing people together.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think people love kind of complaining about the UN, but I really say that that's one of the partnerships we've seen work. But we worked together for a long, long time.
Yeah, it's been 7 years.
Yeah.
So it's that endurance and longer term time frame. Building these partnerships does take time. And I think that's the journey and the lessons that we've learned also over the coming years. We'd very much like to welcome new partners to the Every Woman, Every Child movement and new commitments, and particularly in this space of health and well-being with a more cross-sectoral and integrated sort of whole woman, whole girl sort of approach. So please get in touch and let us know how we can really leverage each other's comparative advantage and make a commitment to every woman, every child. So I think I'll wrap up for today. Thank you, everybody.
Everyone. We are going to, in a little while, transition to some deep dive sessions. But I just wanted to say that from our perspective at USCCF, US Chamber of Commerce Foundation, we feel that this is core to what we do, is doing well by doing good. So if there are companies or others in the room who want to partner on these issues on gender equality, feel free to approach us. We are doing a lot of facilitating of co-investment on these issues, starting from workforce participation to entrepreneurship, but also the fundamental conditions that lead to acceleration of women and girls in these areas, including health and STEM, etc. So we welcome your feedback as well as your partnership as we move forward on these issues. And we really wanted to put a spotlight today on measurement and looking at the right things to measure as well. So I think that's been done really well in the earlier panels. That being said, also wanted to flag that because the UN is a partner, we do feel that you should take a look at the WEPS principles, which are the WEPS, the Women's Empowerment Principles, which are basically the topic of discussion this week, and see if those resonate with you. And I know that they're looking for additional partners on the WEPS. You can see our colleagues at the UN regarding those. And then finally, if I could just thank our team, including the UN team as well. I really want to thank Natalie, who's I don't see in the room right now, but who's been, there she is, critical to organizing this forum. She's waving over there in the corner. And Brooks and Jesse and Alexa and Sarah and Bailey from our team. And then from the UN Global Compact team, Dina, Sarah, and Tim. And Dina, thanks for keeping the time for this entire conference. And then finally, going into the breakout sessions, we have one here. They're all large breakout sessions because of the great turnout we've had today. So they're not quite breakouts, but they're deep dive sessions. One is going to be here on Innovate Her, which is focused on investing in women and accelerating women entrepreneurs. So that's going to be in the ballroom. You can stay for that. The two other breakouts will be downstairs, 2 levels down, at the galleries on Lexington. There's one in Galleries 1, which will be on entrepreneurship and trade, so looking at the global market as well. And then Galleries on Lexington 3 is where the supply chain breakout will be. There are a number of elevators outside, so feel free to use those as you go down. I think that's the best way to get downstairs. There are stairs as well, but I think the elevators will probably get you there faster. And then we won't be meeting back here for closing, but we will be around in the lobby area, so feel free to connect with us afterwards, and we welcome you to take this conversation forward with us. So with that, thank you to all the speakers so far, and we have some great deep dive sessions, so I hope you can join us there. Thank you.